Ashlani's reincarnation chapter Jedna, where we gather and where we learn, we must blacken, and we must burn. Else, the tower's witnesses bring the tower's illnesses to those within. We struggle to uncover the buried, to return the world to the varied, from the tower's tyranny and the tower's heresy to what it once had been. We fight against the absolute, the tower's stranglehold, the grasp to keep all mute and to reduce the fold. From the original address of Siegfried, thus cite to the blackened sanctuary. Hold still. Vefia's voice cut through my thoughts just as the blood priestess's gaze threatened to pull me under again. He yanked the barbed arrow from my right shoulder, and I hissed through my teeth as fire raced along the wound. His magic followed immediately, knitting the torn flesh and dulling the worst of the pain. You'll only make it worse if you keep twisting around with that thing still stuck in you. He moved to toss the arrow aside, but I caught his wrist and took it from him, turning the bloody thing over in my palm. I thought of the poleaxes we'd lost and felt the weight of that loss settle in my chest. Facing the leader of our rescuers, I forced the words out as best I could from a mouth never meant for speech. I'm sorry. I'm the only one who can understand you. Thank you for saving us. She didn't soften at my gratitude. Her snout twisted with the effort of forming our language, her long canines making each syllable a chore. We didn't save you for you, she said flatly. We hate the warlocks. She practically spat the word. And I can use you to spite them, nothing more. Now that you've served that purpose, you'll have to prove you're worth keeping alive, or die trying. I blinked. What do you mean? Her eyes flared from milky white to a sharp violet, and in the tree line beyond, I caught the same glow in several other pairs of eyes. The mother doesn't support the weak, she said, her voice dropping low and cold, nor the foolish. If your worth in life doesn't exceed what your blood could buy, then your death will have its own value. Either way, you serve. I paused, then asked, may I speak with my swarm first? They can't follow our words. She waved a long, slender finger, granting permission. Turning back to what remained of my group, Sybil was already on edge. I couldn't catch all of that. Are we still in danger? Her nerves made her words tumble out faster than usual. I could only shrug my right shoulder, the sharp pain now dulled to a steady throb. We have to prove we are worth something to them. Otherwise, we're dead. Brutus and Took straightened up, low growls rumbling from their chests, and soon the others joined in, forming a defensive circle. We can't fight them, I snapped, pulling their attention back to me. This is their turf, and we don't know it. If we bolt for the river, we'll be cut down before we reach the bank. Our only shot is to show them we're useful. And we'll do whatever that takes. Desperation clawed at me, and I recalled Vefa's use of the words of power. How he'd pulled Sybil back from the brink. I am the peak that cast the long shadow. Nothing. No surge of sacred energy, no system prompt to help with the still-waiting blood priestess, Anna. Speaking of the system, Administrator, why was there dead silence while we were being hunted? Every time they closed in and I reached for answers, I got nothing. No individual system user can receive guidance or growth while in direct conflict with another system user. So one of those high speakers was humanity's system user. That thought sent a chill through me. With all the time they'd had to study the system's depths, they'd have a massive edge over me. I can't offer more than this. Your personal system guidance is unavailable during direct conflict with another user. So you can't give me any specifics about them. Correct? Nieftala grant me wisdom. That was a problem for later, though, because the blood priestess was clearly losing patience. I started forward, and two of the furred figures stepped up with a sharp, bird-like chirp of warning. I hesitated, took another step, and their eyes flared red. I stopped and bowed low. Even bent over, my near 7-foot frame still towered over her, but I kept my voice steady. Thank you for your patience, Lady Blood Priestess. I am Ashlani, Alpha of this swarm. if we still deserve that title. We owe our lives to you and yours, and we're grateful. Anna's oversized eyes flashed purple again before she gave a slight nod. I have looked at you, Ashlani, and I name you Sahaliad, a scaled friend. The weight in her voice hinted at more than I could grasp, so I just nodded back. She went on, I hold to my word, but I'm not ready to call your companions the same. She kept locking eyes with me, and though the pull wasn't as strong as before, I couldn't look away. I thought she'd speak, but she just stared, her grey eyes shifting to pure white. The silence stretched, and I felt the need to fill it. I apologize for not knowing your customs. My people are more straightforward. You think my people aren't straightforward? You call us profaners of the truth, yet you clearly don't understand who you're speaking to. Blood Priestess Anna's eyes literally blazed, the white shifting to a vivid scarlet and gold. A starry glow burning from deep within, and her faint, knowing smile gave way to the hint of bared teeth. It hit me then, with chilling clarity, that she and her squad could turn us all into nothing more than stains on the earth, with the slightest excuse. I swallowed hard. I meant no disrespect. I only meant that my people don't assume intelligence in others. We are, sadly as a whole, a rather simple-minded bunch. The threatening yellow in Anna's gaze faded back to violet, her smile returning as if she'd never considered my annihilation. She twirled her index finger, urging me to continue. What would make my companions worthy of being called Sahaliad? Sahaliad, Ashlani. You could vouch for them if you proved yourself Favalo, an honorable opponent. But I'm already a Sahaliad, a scaly friend. Isn't an honorable opponent less than a friend? For the first time, not just Anna, but all the warriors around me let out genuine sounds that I guessed were laughter. They all made that same odd hoop noise, but only for a fleeting second. The swarm behind me bristled and stirred, startled by the sudden, unsettling sound. I motioned for them to settle down as Blood Priestess Anna began to explain. Ashlani, that's where you're wrong. A friend is someone who does nice things for you now and then. Maybe they share some meat or bring a gift when your children are born. But an honorable opponent, they will sharpen you. They will mold you. They will push you into your finest form. They'll throw their strengths against your weaknesses while you do the same to them. Both of you relish it because the struggle digs up depths of self-awareness, desperation, and growth that a friend could never provide. A friend is someone you break bread with. An honorable opponent is someone you trade scars with. I nodded slowly, letting her words sink in. So, to prove I'm Favalo, I need to show I'm a worthy stone for you to sharpen yourselves against. You're a quick learner, Sahaliad Ashlani. Do you wish to prove yourself Favalo? And the alternative is to cross your lands and leave my swarm here to be butchered by your hands. I would offer them death at the fifth finger, a sacred shedding of their blood for the mother. But yes, they would end as sacrifices. All right, then I suppose I need to earn your respect. How? The grin that spread across Blood Priestess Anna's face was positively predatory as she lunged into her unsettling, swift stride and invaded my personal space. Oh, I'm so pleased you've chosen the path of honor. You couldn't have remained Sahaliad if you'd abandoned your swarm to the blood-soaked mother Nasha'at. With that, I'd cleared the first of the Moon Children's trials. Chapter Dva. So what exactly do I need to do to prove myself Favalo? The word felt clumsy and breathy on my tongue. In what way do you believe you could serve as a whetstone for the blade of the Moon Children? I'd guess I don't have much in direct combat that would outshine what you already have. You're clearly formidable on your own, and I doubt I could hold my own against you in a fight. Plus, I know nothing about you or your kind. Would you be willing to tell me how this Sahaliad could prove himself Favalo? You grasp the idea, but not the depth. Come, walk with me while I find proper proving ground. It struck me as odd that Blood Priestess Anna didn't grate on my nerves. If any other teacher had spoken down to me the way she did, I'd have been seething with rage. My caitiff instincts should have flared at her obvious contempt. Yet all I felt was a strange, quiet confusion wrapped in respect. Perhaps it was her sheer alienness, or the undeniable strength she carried, or something I couldn't quite name. Whatever the cause, her dismissal didn't sting or spark anger. It simply settled over me like a calm I didn't expect, and I accepted it even as my mind questioned why. The system's voice cut through my thoughts, almost startling me. The reason you don't feel superior to Blood Priestess Anna is that she's a more advanced being, and your bloodline recognizes that. I'd been told this before, but I couldn't help wondering where that helpful voice had been when we were being hunted, when our swarm was being torn apart. We could have, Niefdala. The weight of everything crashed into me, and I stumbled to a halt, struggling to keep my composure as I took in the wreckage around me. I forced myself to count every surviving Keelish and wolf stag, even though I already knew the grim number. Anna waited silently, watching me absorb the devastation. We were barely a pack now, just 47 of us, including the wolf stags and myself. Many of my closest allies had made it, but Rulak and Whistle were gone, along with nearly every Keelish who had backed my rise to Swarm Alpha, all left to rot by those vengeful speakers. "Come here, all of you," I called out in Keelish, and my swarm gathered close. "You have endured what the weak couldn't even imagine. You've waded through rivers of blood and come out the other side. We stand at a peak that keeps growing as we stack our enemies' bodies, and our comrades, upon it. Our ground is built on the backs of the fallen, and I'm proud to stand with you. Let's climb higher to newer, bloodier heights. Remember your friends, especially those who turned back to buy us time to escape, and then keep moving. We'll honor them and build on what they left behind. Forged in war and tempered in blood, I follow." To my surprise, Vefa spoke first, his frame trembling with barely contained rage and grief, though his voice stayed steady. One by one, the swarm echoed the rallying cry that Rulak and Whistle had given their lives for. Forged in war and tempered in blood, I follow. Their words were heavy with sorrow, yet resolute. I looked around and saw nothing but determined faces. No one simply nodded and drifted back to their thoughts. Every survivor here was stronger than any Keelish from the moon before, and now they looked at me with something like reverence, hanging on my every word. I gave a nod of approval and turned to the Night Children. "Blood Priestess, may we collect our fallen? We'd like to add their strength to our own." She stiffened, and I knew I'd made a mistake, though I couldn't figure out what. "Your fallen's blood and flesh have already been offered to the blood-soaked mother through her servants, the Nardule." "The fish?" Blood Priestess Anna let out a sigh, her tone growing even more condescending, as if she were explaining something to a dull child. "Yes, the Nardule are fish. They embody everything the blood-soaked mother values: savagery, fertility, and reverence for the night. I didn't know Nashat was also a fertility goddess. Why else would we call her mother? What does life come from, if not blood? Without blood, there is no life, and the blood-soaked Mother Nashat rules over that most vital essence, blood. I'd love to discuss theology with you sometime. But why can't we retrieve our dead? To be blunt, there's nothing left of them but bone. The Nardule have clearly stripped every last scrap of flesh from those remains, and to pilfer from the gods is to court certain doom, even if the Moon Children weren't lurking about to stop you. The sacrifice has been given and acknowledged. All right then. What about gathering the bones of the biggest one? That's neither meat nor blood, and it could stand as a symbol of our survival today. The gods aren't petty." Anna flashed a grin, her teeth almost visible in a feral way. She let out a rapid string of those bird-like calls, and 3 of our guards split off, heading back toward the river. "They'll collect those bones for you and deliver them whenever you're ready. Does that work?" I gave a deep nod. I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Anna smiled and kept walking, slipping into a comfortable quiet. I turned my focus inward, trying to map out my next steps toward Nieftra. All I knew was to head east. The Moon Children seemed to have some insight into the Keelish that I was missing, maybe even about Keel himself. Could they possibly help me? Their ways were a mystery to me, though, and I glanced at the Blood Priestess, someone I still had to convince that I was a worthy adversary. I let out a silent groan and shifted my attention back to the trail. The forest had shed its jungle identity, with sturdier, wider trees taking over and tall grass swaying underfoot instead of the dense, suffocating greenery that had once surrounded us. Yet somehow it felt even more untamed, more primal, more alive. Our escorts mostly stayed in the canopy, leaping and swinging with ease above us, spreading out and calling to each other in short, sharp bursts. Their fingers were unnaturally long, just like Anna's, though they varied wildly from one to the next. None of them had that curved, scythe-like fifth digit she possessed. I finally forced myself out of my head to ask another question, one that might have been foolish. "So, why don't the folks on the other side of the river count as Fahvalo to the Moon Children?" Anna let out a scoff, contempt dripping from her words. "Oh, the Vushtan, the Veritocracy, the Warlocks. They're dangerous, sure, but not honorable. Their magic twists the divine into something corrupt, their gods are an insult to the pantheon, and their people are a bloodthirsty plague. Threatening, without honor. A rabid beast too risky to spare, but too tough to finish off. So we keep the whole lot fenced in, and the Sun Kindred and the Moon Children pay the price with our lives and devotion to shield the rest of the continent. You won't let them cross? Never, and they'll never gain a foothold on our territory. Some of the wilds have weakened and allowed small breaches, and they carry that shame. But we of the Samutelia have never let a single attack succeed." Anna smiled, pride swelling in her posture as she turned her gaze back to me. I kept my eyes on the ground, careful not to trip, as she went on, "But that's not the question you should be asking. Instead, ask why I think you might still earn the title of Favalo." "Why do you think I might still earn the title of Favalo?" I barely held back the dry, sarcastic edge in my voice. "The answer is variety. Think on that." Then Anna quickened her stride and cut off any chance for more conversation. Chapter 3, I guess it's a stroke of luck that I was too young for the war back then. If I'd been just a bit older, a bit more impulsive, I'd have marched off as eagerly and naively as all my brothers and sisters did. Instead, here I sit as the Niostar over a people forever altered. I can almost hear my ancestors' spirits laughing at me for that war and for my own timidity. But Ilan Killy hasn't offered us any other prayer for survival but this one. I sat with the thought, though I couldn't ignore how much my own mindset had shifted during that chaotic escape. Once, I would never have touched the flesh of a thinking being, but I had personally cut down loyal followers just to feed the swarm, and then I partook of their bodies myself. Now only 24 of us were left. I shook my head, as if I could physically rattle the guilt loose, and tried to refocus on the hint Blood Priestess Anna had given me. But I didn't get far before a voice broke through. "Alpha, you're clearly wrestling with something heavy. If you filled us in on where we stand, maybe we could help piece it together." It was Sybil, and her words made me realize I'd left the swarm completely in the dark. Just vague warnings to avoid fighting the Moon Children. Nothing more. Now we had to prove ourselves Favalo, whatever that meant. I gave them the short version, our situation, our odds, and the only path I saw forward, playing along with this strange test. She says variety is the key, but I honestly can't figure out what she means by that. Took let out a low grunt. This isn't about winning a brawl. They've got us beat in strength, plain and simple. A straight fight wouldn't teach them anything. If only Whistle were here. Her voice faded, her tail giving a quick flick. I can't replicate what she pulled off. I doubt repeating that would help anyway, I added. Maybe you could show off your magic. That might be something they've never seen before. Sybil started, then stopped. No, scratch that. From what we've witnessed, your magic wouldn't convince them of anything. She fell silent, muttering other ideas to herself and dismissing each one in turn. While she rambled, I raised my voice to the whole swarm. Anyone can speak up right now. We need ideas, and yours might be the one that saves us. Call out whatever pops into your head. What about showing how we hunt? Someone offered. They're just as skilled as we are. That won't impress them. Then tell them how we survived this far? That just sounds like migration talk. It doesn't prove anything. Okay, then how about? The suggestions kept coming, offering scales, demonstrating magic, mapping out the terrain we'd crossed, breaking down human battle tactics, everything under the sun. Nothing stuck, and as the ideas thinned out, hope started slipping away from me. Foi snarled, frustration boiling over. Neftala, give us some wisdom. What are we supposed to do? Are they just setting us up for a fall, playing tricks on us? I won't stand for it. His outburst did nothing but highlight how trapped we were, and the swarm fell into a tense quiet, sharing the same dread. The moon children around us tensed up, but Anna kept walking, unfazed, her pace steady. More suggestions trickled in, each one more desperate than the last, until every single member of the swarm had thrown out some wild, last-ditch idea. None of them felt right. The group, once united by fear and the rush of escape, started snapping at each other, fraying under the pressure of exhaustion and panic. A growl rose in my throat without me even thinking, and I channeled my will into my voice, letting it thunder across the swarm. The moon children around us snapped to alert, their eyes flickering between blue and red. Quiet! The bodies of the fallen swarm have barely had time to grow cold, and already we're squabbling like hatchlings over the last scrap of a meal. So desperate to cling to life that you'd snap at your own allies, your brothers and sisters, in arms. My words cut through the crowd, each one landing like a blow, and I watched the fire of shame creep into every face. Sybil and Shamira traded a glance, and a wave of calming energy washed over the group as their magic soothed the tension. The weight of our dire circumstances pressed down on all of us, yet I could still see a thread of hope, however thin it might be. I felt it in my gut, that spark of possibility in my own words. A chance to make it out of this alive. I lifted both hands, my voice bolstered by conqueror's rebuke, innervating address, and even nurturing enunciation. It's clear to me that we've got no option but to embrace our desperation and show the unyielding grit needed to survive. I'm placing my trust in you, my back and neck exposed, and I expect you to do the same for one another. We're far from finished. And if any of you keep snapping at your fellow survivors, I'll personally rip the tongue from your mouth. That way, it won't get in the way when we tear through the threats that dare come for us. A hush fell over the swarm, and one by one, I saw the fire of determination ignite in their eyes as they moved to stand with me. We advanced in tight formation until we reached a clearing where Blood Priestess Anna halted abruptly. This spot will do. I'd take you to a blood ground, but as a group, you're not ready to step foot on our sacred soil. Anna locked her gaze on mine. I caught bits of your little squabble, though I didn't follow all of it. How exactly do you plan to prove yourself a favalo? I rolled my shoulders, bracing myself for what came next. We'll show you the strength of the cornered, the underestimated, and the countless. We'll show you the desperate, the survivors, the keelish who are destined to become keel. A slow grin crept across the Blood Priestess' face. Oh! Now that's intriguing. And how do you intend to make that point? With that encouraging reaction, I laid out my plan. Chapter 3, I'm starting to see it now. If you can demonstrate that you carry the power of the desperate, you might just prove yourself and your people as Favalo. That's no small feat. The smile stretched wider across Bloodspeaker Anna's face, and I was reminded once again that she wasn't a human with dark skin, but a true predator wearing a human-like shape. The Vushtan people, even at their lightest, had deeply tanned skin, ranging all the way to the rich, dark brown of freshly tilled earth. The Moon Children, though, were a different story. Black, leathery hides, a strip of fur running down their spines, and fingers that stretched a foot long. Their eyes came in a spectrum, but always in the palest tones, unless they flashed with strange foreign colors. The blue of a midday sky, the yellow of a full moon cresting over the horizon, or the faded brown of burl-ree's roots were common enough among those we encountered. Every one of them had oversized eyes that dominated their faces, the irises expanding almost to the very edges, leaving barely a sliver of white visible unless they looked to the extreme. But right then, none of that was what held my attention. Instead, it was the shape of Anna's mouth. Moon Children faces were almost snout-like, elongated and tapering to a near point at the lips, and when Anna flashed that predatory grin, 4 long, razor-sharp canines gleamed in the open air. Each one was over an inch long, and I had no doubt she could unhinge her jaw wide enough to wield them like 4 tiny daggers. She wasn't the only hunter in this conversation, though. I flashed my own teeth in what might generously be called a smile, though accurately it was a snarl. We don't exactly have any other options left. Blood Priestess Anna let out a laugh, more genuine than any sound I'd heard from the Moonchild up to that point. The sound rippled through the air, and for a moment it reminded me of an owl's call, tangled with the soft rustle of wind slipping through the trees. It wasn't a polished or pretty laugh, but it was genuine, raw in a way that felt real. I found my own fierce grin softening into something more honest, a true smile creeping up in response. You're starting to grasp what it means to be Favalo. I'll gather the ones you'll need to prove yourselves against. Get ready. I pulled back to my swarm, my mind churning. I had no idea what to say, and I nearly launched into some grand rallying speech, but the words just wouldn't come. So I paused, let the silence stretch, and then spoke plainly. We've got one path and one aim in this fight. Win. I don't care how you do it, just win. I'll be calling the shots, with Took and Sybil as my seconds. Try to avoid killing, but if it comes down to it, don't hold back on a finishing blow. Between victory and death, pick victory, our lives over theirs. Everyone gear up to rip and tear. I nodded toward my swarm and added, every one of you, victory by fang and blood. Around me the jaws of my fellow Keelish tightened, and those nearby crouched low, ready to spring. Beside me, Foire was scanning for a spot to set Try down, but a cold weight settled in my chest. I reached out a hand. He blinked, confused, then handed her to me. She beamed up at me, and I pressed my snout against her neck, noticing just how much she'd grown. She was nearly 3 feet tall now, her scales gleaming in the meadow's light as I gently placed her on the ground. Foire. She has to come with us. No, she doesn't. I'm the one who protects her. She'll stay safe, not fight and die. He snapped at me without thinking. Are you that desperate to survive? Yes. That's exactly why I'm willing to fight for you. But are you really? I pressed my voice, carrying a hint of my magic. As Foire stared at me, fear and confusion warring across his face, I went on, because I am. I'll sacrifice whatever it takes, your life, mine, Sybil's, or Try's. If any of us falls now, I'll mourn them. I'll wish it hadn't come to that, and I'll honor their choice to give everything for the rest of us. I'll carry their names with me, and I'll keep going. I'll push forward. Because I'm desperate. Foire's expression cracked, his breath hitching as the weight of finality. The thought of losing his daughter settled over him. He started to hyperventilate, his eyes darting wildly, searching for any escape. Then Try leaned into her father's leg and said, Victory, Dad. I'll protect you too. Before either of us could process her resolve, she turned, faced the far end of the clearing, and bared her teeth. I followed her gaze and finally took it all in. The space was a couple 100 feet across, uneven and sprawling. My tactical side clocked 3 sinkholes where the damp earth had caved in, and I quietly pointed them out to the Keelish nearby, try listening with a fierce focus. I heard the word spread as I watched the moon children gather, their numbers swelling far past what I'd anticipated. The twin suns blazed overhead, and I silently hoped their night-born eyes would struggle in the glare. The clearing was thick with grass, but not enough to offer any real cover. Took, Sybil. Have everyone grab a stone for each free hand. When it starts, we launch a high volley. Both nodded grimly, but Took hesitated, shifting her weight with pleading eyes. No, Took. You're my best bet as my right hand in battle. Take the position. I'm not much of a leader. Neither was I, but here we are. Now, go lead. Took nodded, turned back to the swarm and guided them in gathering stones of the proper size and weight. She didn't notice it, but the swarm yielded to her quiet direction. I gave orders and they obeyed, yet Took simply walked and the swarm followed. There was a calm, unwavering certainty about her that drew them almost naturally, and it struck me that Rulak had possessed that same trait. Rulak, Whistle, so many others. A shaky breath, much like Foi's, threatened to choke me, and I felt my chest tighten. Whistle, the reckless warmonger. I'd never again be dragged into sparring sessions with her. I couldn't keep learning combat from her, but I knew I still needed it. I remained mostly a brute, while she had been a killer, graceful and refined as she moved through that grim, ugly dance of death. I knew I was far stronger than her, yet I could never match her in any fight, let alone a fair one. Her shouts for me to come train, her taunts during practice, her wild energy beside me, always eager to rush the front lines. All gone forever. And Rulak? I'd always been a bit cautious around him, if I'm being honest. There was a hidden, simmering intensity to him. Most of the time, he played the part of a lazy, pleasure-seeking fool, but when the moment demanded it, he rose to the occasion. Beta of the swarm, avenger against the wolfstags, leader of the last stand. When he slipped into those roles, his whole demeanor shifted, and he radiated danger. But outside those moments, he was crude and funny, supportive and easygoing, my friend. I hadn't allowed myself to truly dwell on it, but he was likely my only real friend besides Onklich, and he'd died when I was barely a week old. And they'd both charged to their deaths for me. If I'd been human, maybe I'd have wept and drawn strength from their sacrifice. But I hadn't been human in a long while. Instead, I found myself burning with unrestrained fury. Those worthless, God-forsaken, scaleless cowards had ripped them away from me. Now the Moon Children decided to impose a test to determine if the swarm deserved to survive. A detached part of me acknowledged that the proud Qatif side of my nature was clamoring for attention, and I was letting it steer my emotions. I chose to feed it, recalling every wrong done to me, every insult, every loss I'd endured and more. Soon I was pacing not nervously but with frantic energy, and my swarm began to mirror my mood. We surged and were pushed along by the sheer press of bodies around us, colliding and shoving as one. Sybil's voice in my ear barely registered at first, but then it hit me. Ashlani, I have an idea. I nodded and found myself grinning wide as she laid out her wild scheme. Chapter Piet. For nearly 2 centuries, the untamable wilds have stood against the holy state of the veritocracy. When the first speakers encountered the Sun Kindred, they were rejected and scorned, branded warlocks and profaners. They were flatly informed that speaking in such a manner was blasphemy. Then what might have been a promising bond between a young nation and an established one turned sour. The Sun Kindred rejected every offer of trade, conversion, or alliance. The Moon Children's response was far more final. Any human from the Veritocracy who stepped into their territory was instantly killed. Further attempts at dialogue with the Moon Children were abandoned. And eventually, the Sun Kindred's relentless refusal put an end to any remaining efforts at cooperation. From the writings of the esteemed historian Ahielt Dinielta, this is you showing yourselves as Favolo, honorable adversaries. Enemies take many shapes, but honor lies in sticking to the There's no proper word in this language for it. Honor is earned through voninahitra, embodying the ideal you wish to project to the world. Blood Priestess Anna dismissed the human tongue as worthless and returned to her opening remarks. You will prove your honor by showing your desperation, nothing more, nothing less. Try not to kill each other, but foes must bleed, and death often follows bloodshed. If it comes, it will be an honorable death. The swarm had formed a tight cluster, and we stood there, facing the Moon Children assembled before us. Roughly 50 of them stood in formation, and given that a number of my own weren't built for combat, I figured we had a fair shot, even though they boasted a few more fighters. Just enough to prove our resolve. Then, 2 more groups of about 50 Moon Children each emerged silently from the tree line, sealing our flanks. Are they here to watch? Hardly. They're part of your trial. I felt my jaw tighten involuntarily, and I fought to suppress the fury rising inside me. Growls escaped my throat without my permission, and Anna chuckled as she moved to the far edge of the clearing. I thought I'd help you find that desperation you need. Good luck, she called out, taking her position behind the distant pack of Moon Children. I was convinced she was mocking me, but even if I could prove it, Anna wouldn't budge. My eager anticipation for battle had morphed into a consuming rage so overwhelming that I felt combatants' bloodlust kick in on its own. Still clenching my teeth, I briefed the swarm on the new situation and couldn't help but notice the shift in their posture, from cautious confidence to wary, fearful, and undeniably desperate. May her goddess forsake her, but Blood Priestess Anna's move had genuinely worked in our favor. Behind me, Sybil spoke up. This complicates the plan, but only slightly. You and Took will anchor the second row, and will follow your push straight ahead. There will almost certainly be losses in the rear. Move fast enough, and that might not happen. I muttered a curse under my breath. She was right, of course, but the weight of knowing it all hinged on my speed made my chest tighten with desperation. I kept forcing my thoughts back to that feeling, stoking the fire within me, and I couldn't stay still. I paced relentlessly, my tail lashing back and forth, tossing my stone from hand to hand. I could sense my nervous energy spreading to my followers, so I forced myself to freeze and lock eyes with our target group across the field. Anna's voice cut through the tension. On my count, begin. 1, begin. The abrupt start caught the swarm off guard, but the Moon Children were ready. They charged without hesitation, screeching their avian cries. The noise thundered through the air, and their pounding footsteps rattled my tremor sense. I shoved magic into my throat and let out a wordless roar to rally my forces. The power of Conqueror's rebuke and innovating address surged through me with unprecedented intensity, and as one the swarm lunged forward, driving straight at the first wave of Moon Children. Screams tore from every throat, claws flashed in the dim light, and Took and I positioned ourselves just behind the leading row of charging Keelish. The moment stretched like rubber, then snapped, as scaly bodies collided with leathery ones in a cacophony of impact. Blood sprayed from shallow but stinging wounds on the Moon Children in front of me. They seemed stunned that we'd barreled headlong into them, seemingly leaving our flanks exposed to their allies, but we were desperate. Oddly, we'd kept our stones in hand until that point, and a hail of rocks smacked into Moon Children faces with dull, wet thuds. With my hands finally free, I drove forward in a frenzy, stabbed 2, 3, slashing wildly at any crimson flicker that combatant's bloodlust flagged as a weak point on the nearest Moon Children. They were so much smaller than me that I only managed to catch one square in the hamstring, and she crumpled instantly, swallowed up beneath the relentless tide of our advance. I didn't waste a second thought on her or the others tumbling behind us. The cold truth was simple. Hesitation, mercy, or even a flicker of doubt would get every last one of us slaughtered. So I kept moving. Ahead of me, Brutus was a storm of fury, his scale mane bristling like a war banner as he tore through the enemy ranks with reckless glee. He'd never faced anything humanoid or this small before, so his strategy was brutally straightforward. Snap his jaws around whatever limb or torso he could latch onto, then hurl the lightweight Moonchild into its own comrades. They toppled like wheat before a scythe, tangled in the chaos of their own fallen. Blood, both theirs and his, streamed down his neck, matting his scales as he pressed on without an ounce of restraint. The Moon Children scrambled to their feet quickly, but we blew past them, leaving them to crash against the heavier flanks of our spear-tight formation. On my other side, Jorrel charged alongside the wolf stags, Awa and her pack lunging at knees, shredding and snapping with claw, fang, and raw shoulder power. Jorrel, though, seemed to have zero regard for his own well-being, more reckless than Brutus and Awa combined. I caught sight of a deep gash stretching across the back of his neck, from one shoulder blade to the other, and with every strike he threw, his own blood sprayed forward. He used it to blind his next victim mid-charge, then let out a wild, unhinged cackle, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Bow before the swarm." I echoed him, pouring magic into my voice as I kicked off debilitating diatribe against the Moon Children. "Bow before the swarm, bow, bow!" They didn't bow, of course, but the nearest one staggered backward, involuntarily, tripping up their allies and carving out just enough breathing room for us to keep slamming forward. With that extra space, we built momentum and plowed into more bodies, leaving a trail of wounded, stunned, and utterly confused enemies in our wake. We were closing in on the end of their lines, the spot where Took and I were supposed to trigger the desperate part of our scheme. Brutus and Jorrel hit the tail end of the enemy defenses and peeled off to either side, opening a narrow corridor for the rest of us to surge through. Took and I led the charge, barreling ahead while the swarm fanned out behind us, locking into a defensive line of our own as we entered the most uncertain stretch of the plan. Blood Priestess Anna's face shifted from surprise to a sly smirk, then bloomed into a wide, predatory grin as she pieced it all together. She threw her head back and laughed, the sound sharp and delighted. "Come, Sahaliad. You've chosen your own rules." She dropped into an easy stance, all 10 fingers spread wide, radiating menace. Not a single red mark flickered on her as we closed the distance. Took and I hit her at the same instant. Took lunged high, her frills flared to their absolute max, while I dove low. Anna's thick fourth finger whipped out at a speed that barely registered and cracked into the side of Took's head, sending her sprawling sideways, while her left hand shot up in an uppercut, the scythe-like fifth finger aimed straight for my chin. I yanked back hard, but my left arm kept driving forward, quaking claw-enhanced talons, slashing toward her belly, exactly as I'd hoped. She twisted her arm with an almost unnatural fluidity, deflecting my strike at the last second, and my claws only managed to carve shallow, ragged lines across her side instead of burying themselves in her guts. I had to abandon the attack to avoid stumbling into her reach, and she capitalized instantly. A foot snapped up, clipping my snout and sending me reeling backward. The disbelieving, furious shouts of the Moon Children rang in my ears as Took and I pressed the assault, trading one of our hits for every 3 of Anna's. We'd lunge forward, both of us, trying to lock her down, but she'd only allow the faintest grazes while delivering bone-jarring impacts and deep, painful cuts into our flesh. I bellowed at her, hoping to daze her, flaring the scales along my arms as I pushed the offensive with everything I had, even though my combatant's bloodlust wasn't revealing any openings. Blood was flowing, but I sensed that with just another minute, we could finish this. Behind me, Sybil's voice rang out, barking orders for a controlled withdrawal. Then came the sound of flames sputtering to life, and a sharp cry. "Alpha, get down!" I dropped instantly, feeling my scales singy under the intense heat sweeping over my back as a torrent of fire roared past me toward Anna. That had to be Solia, and then Perkral's voice cut in, "Stay low." I had no clue what this new twist in the plan was as thunderous cracks joined the blaze, and a bolt of lightning merged with the flames, erupting right at Anna's feet. She stumbled back from the blast, and a squeaky voice shouted, "Victory!" What does that mean? Sybil's voice suddenly wavered. "Try!" Behind me, I felt light footsteps approaching through the smoldering brush, and then Try burst into the fight. Whistle would have been impressed. She was the most fearless fighter I'd ever witnessed. Almost by instinct, Try ducked, weaved, and struck in perfect rhythm with me and took. Foix, refusing to let his daughter face danger alone, sprinted to join us. With the extra fighters, I was certain we'd turn the tide fast, but the Blood Priestess's smile only widened as she picked up the pace, and, with her unnaturally strong, club-like fingers, slammed all three of us adults to the ground before reaching for Try. "No!" Foix screamed as he scrambled to his feet, desperate to block Anna's move. It was too late. With a swift scoop, she lifted the child and gently pinched her jaws shut with thumb and forefinger, then pressed what looked like a kiss onto Try's forehead. "Well done, Ashlani, and little one. By my authority as Blood Priestess, I name you both Favalo, granting you a name among the celestial peoples. That name, with the skies as my witness, shall be Indramaf. Ashlani and Try Indramaf." At her words, the moon children all around trilled their odd call and instantly pulled back from the brutal melee. It was over. Chapter Shest, I would have loved to have been standing tall to accept the news gracefully, but instead, Blood Priestess, Anna's surprise announcement, caught me flat on the ground, trying to shake off the heavy blow she'd landed on my head. My swarm was still pushing the attack, and I rolled onto my side, yelling, "It's over! Stand down!" The swarm retreated, still growling threats at the moon children in front of them. It took me a moment more to get up and get my bearings, but I was nowhere near as quick as Foix, who staggered over to Anna, pleading desperately for Try's life, while the rest of the swarm looked at me with anxious hope. "We've done it. We're going to make it," I shouted, and once the news finally sank in, the swarm sagged into one another with relief, some dropping to their knees, lungs heaving as they tried to catch their breath. In front of me, Foix managed to pull his daughter from the Blood Priestess's grasp, and as he carried her back, he whispered, "Thank you, Try. You did amazing. What a brave little girl you are." A bright smile spread across her face as her father held her, but after affectionately nuzzling into the curve of his neck, Try squirmed to be set down. Once on her feet, she wobbled, unsteady, as she made her way over to me, then leaned into my side the moment she reached me. Lucky for me, I'd recovered enough to keep my footing, catching her in my arms instead of tumbling over. "Victory, Alpha." Try pressed into my side, and I gave her back a gentle pat while glancing at Sybil, who, along with Vefir, was signaling that, against all odds, not a single one of our swarm had been lost. A smile tugged at my face as I spotted Anna approaching, having just wrapped up a quick chat with a few of her lieutenants who'd drifted over after the fight wrapped. "This is your child, Favalo? And that one, their mother." She flicked her tongue, gesturing toward Foix. "No, that's her father. She's the only hatchling left in our swarm." Her eyes shimmered, shifting between purple and green. "She's recently come of age, though, isn't she? We aren't sure. We're the first of our kind." She let out a low, ambiguous trill. "And her name? Try. Well, Try carries herself with the confidence of someone who hasn't known many losses, but her stance started to falter the longer I held my ground. She's Voni Nahitra, the embodiment of desperation. This hatchling was the weight that tipped the blood-soaked mother's scales in your favor. Only the desperate would send their children into battle, would leave their comrades behind for a shot at victory, would try to command dozens of enemies to bow mid-fight. Then I suppose I owe her reckless approach a thank you. Anna blinked slowly, a flash of green crossing her eyes. She joined our fight without your instruction? No. She just screamed victory and threw herself at you. That sly vulpine grin spread across her face again. Your people's offspring is something else. I wish there were more like her to witness. I couldn't stop the grimace from creeping onto my face. Maybe we'll get the chance to show ourselves again another time, as Fahvalo. Anna gave a slight bow in acknowledgement, and I pressed on. Speaking of which, were there unacceptable losses among your people? Anna shook her head. The few who won't rise again have died in the proving of Fahvalo. They're welcomed immediately into the eternal battle against the empty heavens. Then, her grin turning more wry than predatory, she added, Your spawn is talented. Your people's potential for growth is varied and remarkable. Her smile faded into a serious stare as she continued, But beware. Don't become like the warlocks, never satisfied with what you have. Their magic comes from a compulsion forced upon the gods themselves, and the Pantheon won't tolerate the tower's continued influence through them. Your magic comes from your own bodies, blessed by the Pantheon. Don't lust for power beyond what the gods have given you. That didn't add up. System? The Vushtan people's magic stems from their callings. A speaker can command the laws that govern the universe and try to seize that authority from the ruling gods. Your power comes from your sonilphon, your magic manipulation organ, and it comes from you. That was enough for me to steer the conversation forward. Sure, I sometimes want more power, but even if I did, I wouldn't have a clue where to start taking it. Would you? That's not a question I'd answer for anyone, let alone a Fahvalo. You're an honorable foe, and I respect you. I don't intend to strengthen you for the day you finally bare your fangs at me in earnest. Those last words could have been delivered with any kind of emotion, but Blood Priestess Anna said them as plainly as stating a fact. I am a moonchild. There are 4 minor suns orbiting the major sun above. You and I will eventually fight to the death. No malice, no fear, no rage, nothing at all. She kept walking, utterly unbothered by her declaration of this apparent inevitability, and I stumbled to keep pace. You called me. Indramaf. What does that mean? I pressed. It means that you, as the voice of your people, are the Voninahitra of the desperate. She turned her gaze to Try and added, and so is she. So Indramaf translates to desperation? Not exactly. The word is a full phrase in my language, literally meaning wallback. It describes someone who pushes themselves to the edge, plants their back against the wall, and allows no outcome other than complete triumph or utter ruin. I'd say it suits you well. At least, Anna said with a sly grin, with the little one's help. You can call me Indramaf if you like, but I'll take any advantage I can get, without hesitation or regret. And once again, you prove yourself deserving of the title. So, what happens now? Where do we go? Since you are Fahvalo, we'll escort you to a secure border from which you can lead your people to safer lands. Of course, since you're outsiders, we won't hand over any of our territory without a fair price. Agreed. Thank you, Blood Priestess Anna. But first, could we rest? It's been a brutal stretch. Of course, Fahvalo Ashlani Indramaf. Shall we settle here for the rest of the day and into the early night? That would be perfect, Fahvalo Anna, the Blood Priestess. I had one more question burning in my throat, though I wasn't sure how it would land. After an awkward silence stretched far too long, I finally steeled myself. What do you do with your dead? Anna's eyes didn't flicker as she locked her gaze on me. I sensed she was doing something soothsighting, she called it, but I had no clue what that entailed. My thoughts began to blur as I sank into her stare, the grey expanding until my entire world dissolved into that hazy mist-like. I bit down hard on my tongue, the sharp taste of iron snapping me back. Anna finally spoke. "If you wish to eat, you'll have to hunt it yourselves." "We did," I replied. "Favalo indeed," she murmured, and that slow, almost hungry smile crept across her face once more before she turned and walked away. After waiting for anything else, I signaled for the swarm to gather the 5 Moonchild bodies. Then we finally settled in to rest. As the meal wound down, I decided to check the flashing system notifications at the edge of my vision. Quest completed. Growth achieved. Title earned. Quest board updated. Status updated. Chapter 7. I was about to sift through everything when something caught my eye. It took me a while to recognize it, but once I did, I practically stumbled toward the sandy pit and collapsed into it. The twin suns, still blazing overhead, had baked the sand into a welcoming warmth that had me melting into it instantly. Without moving, I channeled my magic to loosen the grains around my feet and tail, slowly sinking as I guided the sonic vibrations until only my head remained above the surface. It wasn't the fancy baths back at the den, but it was plenty for me to soak in the heat and enjoy the moment. I felt drowsiness creep in, but I still wanted to check my status. When I woke, the suns were dipping behind the tree line. Most of the swarm was still asleep, though Awa lingered near my bath, ears perked and twitching at every sound. I groaned as I stood, sand cascading off my body. I'd passed out rather than slept, and my entire spine, from tail tip to skull, screamed with every movement. As I creaked and stretched, trying to loosen up enough to walk without wincing, Awa lifted her head, tilted it, and let her tongue loll out in a goofy grin. I groaned again, dragging myself out of the sand to scratch behind her ears. "Keeping tabs on me while I slept, huh?" I muttered, but she stayed silent. I finished stretching, then finally took a proper look at my notifications and status screen. Asterisk status name, Ashlani race, Sonic Catif Swarm Alpha titles, Disciple of Neftala, Killer of Red Ale, Favalo of the Moon Children asterisk current quests, Hunt Get New Species. Reward varies based on Prey's evolutionary level. Base reward, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plus tree. Progress, Greater Marsh Crocodile, Perfected Albatross. Partially Awakened Moonchild. Attain victory in political maneuvering against a foe of nearly equal social standing. Reward, Constitution, Strength, Agility plus tree, Intelligence plus Magic plus pet, complete. New quest, subjugate or conquer a community of at least Jedna Nula individuals. Base reward, Constitution plus Edom, Strength, Agility plus Intelligence plus Deset, Magic plus Deviate. Additional rewards possible for higher difficulty. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Rewards, title upgrade to Disciple of Neftala, skill acquisition, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plus awesome. Asterisk stats Constitution, 109 Strength, 121 Agility, 120 Intelligence, Magic, 126 asterisk skills Adversary, 6 D-set Competence Bloodlust. 1-4 Imperial Bearing, Conqueror's Rebuke, 1-5 Evolutionary Exemplar, cannot evolve, Exceptional Individual, cannot evolve, Fanatic's Fortitude, Unqualified Fathomless Sonilphon, Unqualified Nulla Dva Crippling Cry, Nulla Piet Debilitating Diatribe, Nulla Stjedna Innovating Address, Nulla Stjedna Nurturing Enunciation, Nulla Padisat Quaking Claw, Nulla Stjedna Imperial Bearing, cannot evolve, Improved Vision, Shesnacht Osmnacht Innate Leadership, cannot evolve, Pack Tactics, Piet Deset Pain Tolerance, cannot evolve, Tremor Sense, cannot evolve, True Dominance, Nulla Piet asterisk Evolutionary Possibilities, Sonic Keel Zactal. Requirements, speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Progress, Nulla Stjedna. Have a swarm leader level race, completed. Catif Heretic. Requirements, learn to bend the world's governing laws and compel the divine to follow your will. Other evolutions possible, but not currently foreseen. Progress further, and such possibilities will be revealed. With everything that had gone down during our escape from the old territory, I hadn't really sat down to review my status. So it caught me off guard how little had actually shifted. I'd always known that reaching adulthood would put the brakes on most of my growth, but seeing it laid out so bluntly stung more than I expected. Still, after the chaos of the last few days, and today in particular, I'd hoped for bigger jumps in my skills. Yet here I was, reminded that a lot of them demanded at least padasat or stow underlings just to tick upward. As a keelish, and from what I understood, a keel, my path forward wasn't about bulking up solo. It was about growing as the head of a people. Then the weight of our losses hit me all over again. I let myself sit with that grief for a moment, thinking about the hundreds we'd lost in just a few days. A colder, more calculating part of me only felt frustration that I'd have to rebuild a larger swarm before my skills could advance again, and I couldn't pretend otherwise. Shaking that off, I zeroed in on what had actually changed. I never expected that becoming Favalo would come with a title. The system spelled it out for me. The title Favalo of the Moon Children grants +6 to Constitution, Strength, Agility, and Intelligence, plus bet to magic, plus better social instincts with the locals of the untamable wilds. More perks, and honestly, after everything I'd survived to earn it, I wasn't about to complain. The new quest was another story, something I wouldn't be tackling for a long stretch. My more primal side snarled at the artificial ceiling on my progress, at how other people's failures were dragging me down, and I had to force my gaze to the very bottom of my status, where the strangest addition sat. Catif Heretic. I'd heard that term tossed around a few times, but I couldn't pin down what it actually meant. The system, as always, had an answer ready. Catif Heretic. An evolution born from learning to follow a divine being's will, then deliberately turning away from that path. In exchange for severing the long-term bond with the goddess who had blessed me, I'd gain greater magical flexibility and immediate boosts to my stats. But this choice would make evolving into Keel, the chosen race of Nieftala, nearly impossible. I craved that versatility, remembering the thrill of summoning flames while commanding water to bend to my will. Everything I'd learned as a sonic catif, and everything I still could learn, would pale in comparison to the heretic's power. Yet that word nearly gnawed at me. Would I lose the blessings I'd earned as a disciple of Nieftala? Could I still guide my people to Nieftra? Would the Keelish even accept me if I turned my back on their goddess? These questions swirled endlessly as I dismissed the evolution prompt, clinging to Blood Priestess Anna's warning. Do not become like the warlocks, never satisfied with what you have. Their magic is stolen through compulsion, and the Pantheon will not tolerate the tower's influence through them much longer. Chapter OSSM. By the time the twin suns dipped below the tree line, the swarm around me was stirring, their groggy complaints filling the darkening air. A part of me was tempted to switch to thermal vision as the shadows deepened, but I talked myself out of it quickly. I was only 2 days away from that evolution, and I refused to let a simple night hike through the woods become another setback. Sybil padded up beside me, leaning her weight gently into my shoulder. "Did you sleep?" I asked. "A little," she replied. "Not enough, but I'll recover with time." "And how were the sands?" I laughed softly. "Good. Not nearly enough, but good. Once we find our new home, I'll build you the most luxurious sandbaths you've ever imagined, heated, deep, and all yours." "That sounds wonderful." We lingered in comfortable silence until Sybil suddenly straightened. "I almost forgot. Come with me." "What's wrong?" I asked, falling into step beside her. "The Blood Priestess," she said, the title coming out slow and mangled in her unfamiliar mouth. "She's asking for you. None of us can understand her language well enough to communicate. We thought it best to follow your lead, since you speak it." I chuckled and, without thinking, reached for her hands, pulling her toward me. She held her ground, and I reluctantly leaned into her neck, sleepy and warm. Sybil stiffened at first, then melted into me, her teeth grazing my neck softly while her tail tapped against my leg before she pulled away. My inner catif roared with a hunger I'd never felt so intensely, but I managed to shove the urge down. Sybil laughed quietly at my heavy breath, then continued walking. I followed, lengthening my stride until we moved side by side. "How's the swarm holding up?" I asked. No casualties on our side, though Jorel came close. Vefi exhausted himself, keeping our count at 0. Everyone's wounds have been patched up well enough to no longer pose a real threat. Of their 5 dead, all seem to have broken spines. We suspect the charge did them in. The rest of the swarm is awake now, except Vefir. He's still resting, and he'll be the last to rise. Good to hear. And morale? Better than expected. Eating our fill and finally resting, even if not as long as we'd like, has pushed away the worst of the despair. Only the strongest made it through, and we're stronger for having survived. Even with victory in hand, the Blood Priestess has the swarm on edge. "Can't blame them," I said, half to myself. We threw everything we had at her and barely scratched the surface. Whistle might have stood a chance, could have gone toe-to-toe with Anna, especially with Rulak backing her up. We were closing in on where the Blood Priestess waited for me, and I was ready to wrap things up with Sybil and shift focus to Anna. But Sybil stepped ahead of me, planting herself in my path and locking her eyes on mine until I had no choice but to meet her gaze. Maybe they could have, or maybe not. She held the pause, making sure I wasn't looking anywhere else. But they're gone. The wilds and our enemies didn't leave room for survivors, and they paid the price so we could keep breathing. We both know they'd have wanted it that way, gladly traded their last moments for our shot at tomorrow. But in the end, it wasn't them who made the difference, it was you. You're our alpha. You always will be. I trust you, I follow your lead, and I'll keep doing it without question. Her voice softened into something almost reverent as she finished, and I could see it plain as day. The trust finally starting to outweigh, or at least share space with, all that cold logic she usually ran on. For the first time, there was something warmer steering her thoughts. I bumped my head gently against hers as we came to a stop in front of Blood Priestess Anna. "Rest well, Favalo?" I did. "Thank you for granting me that. I only did what was right. No thanks needed." Anna shook her head, a smile playing at her lips. "If I were in your care as a guest, I'd expect the same honor returned to me." I nodded, starting to get a feel for what an honorable foe really meant, and asked, "So what do I call you? Favalo Anna? Blood Priestess Anna?" "Informally, just Anna. In front of our people, Blood Priestess Anna. And if we're being fully formal, Favalo Blood Priestess Anna. I doubt you'll ever need to go that far, but it's good to know." Her face broke into an easy grin, those sharp canines at the front of her snout gleaming bright white against her dark fur and hair. "It's been a while since a fight actually pushed me like today did. Feels good to stretch the old muscles against someone like you. Once you've fully grown, I imagine we'll be a fairer match. Appreciate the workout." The smile she gave was sincere, and for a split second, her eyes flickered with that same hypnotic glow from earlier. It didn't grip me as hard this time, and after a heartbeat, the silvery shimmer faded. "You've got a strong mind for someone untrained. The soothsight doesn't read you clearly, but I'd bet you've lived more than your body's age suggests. A god has touched you." There was respect in her voice as her eyes flashed gold. I flinched, trying to play it off, but failed miserably. Anna let out a quiet, amused laugh, and I gave up on hiding it. "Yeah, you could say that. How do you know? What's this soothsight?" Anna spread her hands out in front of me, those unnervingly long fingers curling one by one from thumb to pinky as she explained. Nashat's phrases are 6, one for each finger, each one more significant than the last. That's Nashat's blade. As a moonchild grows stronger, they can actually speak the next phrase instead of just saying it, and that earns them Nashat's blessing. Each finger transforms into a divine form, like you see here. But there are 6 total. The 6th is what opens your eyes to see. I've spoken it and received the 3rd baptism, so I see more than most. And what exactly do you see? What people try to hide? Her voice and expression gave away nothing, stone cold and unreadable. I'm guessing that's all I'm getting out of you, huh? I do appreciate how straightforward you are. No, you won't. I let out a heavy sigh. Then why exactly did you bring me here? Because the night is ours, and the moon smiles upon our path. You need safe passage to the border, and we leave tonight. Your kind has adapted well to the dark, almost as well as we have. So we'll travel by night, and just before dawn each day, you and your swarm may hunt. I give you my word that you'll have everything you need as long as you carry yourselves with honor. As she spoke, a quiet gravity settled over Anna, and I felt compelled to match her tone. I swear that me and mine will act as Farfalo, every last one of us, for as long as we walk through your lands. She gave a slow, approving nod. It should take 10 days to reach Dunbuck. We'll rest there for a day, and another group will escort you to the far border. Does that work for you? Yes, Blood Priestess Anna. You speak the title well. Now show me you mean it. I intend to. But before we go, do you happen to know where I might find a nest of my lesser kin? My swarm could use the numbers. For nearly 2 centuries, we've abandoned all attempts at peaceful conversion after so many failures. Instead, the Holy State has poured its energy into warfare as the only means of spreading influence. The Veritocracy's military is unmatched on the continent. True, but if we keep making enemies of every nation on Elioloi, we'll be wide open to attack from the Savage Lands to the northwest or the far east. So the progressive body urges the Synod to bring back softer methods, missionaries, teachings, non-violent persuasion. That way, we can bring all the lesser races under the Gran Virat's wing and lift them to a better existence. From an address to the progressive body of the Synod by High Varen Jalma Anna had both good and bad news for me. The good news, she knew of another Keelish nest. The bad news, it sat far outside the territory she usually roamed. So my hopes of quickly reinforcing the swarm were put on hold. As we started moving, I was struck by how relaxed the Moon Children seemed, especially considering we'd just fought them to the death. The swarm had killed 5 of their people and eaten them, and yet every single Moonchild. They called their group a Camry, or pool of blood in their tongue, was eager to talk with us. I was baffled when they initiated conversations, and when I asked why, the answer was always the same. You are Farfalo. Sometimes that means blood is spilled. Sometimes it means words are shared. But even with all that willingness, communication was a struggle. Only 2 of the Keelish besides myself, Sybil and Shamira, knew any of the common tongue. I never thought of myself as a teacher, and my attempts to instruct the swarm were mostly futile. Sybil, unsurprisingly, picked it up fastest, but Shamira and Tri threw themselves into the lessons with real enthusiasm. The rest of the swarm fumbled through their studies, and I found myself muttering curses as I pushed through the final night without thermal vision, desperate to evolve improved vision. The Moon Children, true to their name, lived for the dark, and did most of their traveling after sunset, just as Anna had promised before we set out. That night, I must have tripped, staggered, and hit the ground at least a dozen times, stubbornly relying only on my ordinary limited sight. My tremor sense worked overtime, feeding me just enough information to keep moving, and I could feel my night vision sharpening with every painful step. That first evening marked the only real exception to our otherwise easygoing trek eastward. A stubborn, almost obsessive push to evolve my skill. Anna finally caught up to me, her face invisible in the pitch black, only her eyes catching the faint glimmer of starlight. Her voice carried a mix of confusion and amusement. Why are you being so clumsy? Because I can't see, Anna. That's why. And why aren't you using your ability to see better in the dark? To improve my vision. I didn't feel like explaining further, and my mood only soured, but Anna didn't seem to care. She burst into laughter, more of a giggle, really. Like a little girl, at my expense. I clenched my jaw so hard I thought my fangs might crack as she finally composed herself enough to respond. So, to improve your vision, you're making yourself blind on purpose. I couldn't bring myself to answer out loud, so I just nodded. The humiliation was starting to boil into anger, and for a second, I considered snapping at her. But desperate as I wasn't stupid enough to lash out. I must be getting old, she said, because that logic escapes me. I let out a heavy sigh. I have an instinctive understanding of myself. I know what I need to do to grow, and I do it. This will make my eyesight stronger. As soon as the words left my mouth, Anna's laughter died. She stood perfectly still, right in front of me. I wasn't paying attention, and my tremor sense didn't warn me in time. I stumbled straight into her. Before I could even ask what was wrong, she bowed low, her voice soft and serious. I apologize. I didn't realize you were walking under the inspiration of the gods. I knew you were touched by them, but my ignorance shames me. I demand that you take a blood price from me as penance. I nearly fell over again, this time from sheer shock at her sincerity. I don't understand. Anna remained bowed, completely submissive, while Sybil, hovering nearby, hissed a warning. The others are closing in. Be careful. Still bowed, Anna spoke again, and I barely registered the sound of twigs snapping around us. You're acting under divine inspiration, and I mocked your efforts. Nashat requires that my blood be spilled to make amends for my disrespect. The moon children gathered closer than I'd realized, no more than a dozen feet away, and their worried murmurs fell silent, as if they all understood what was coming. I don't want to kill you, I said, but I also don't want to insult you or your people. What does tradition say I should do? Spill my blood. If you deem it insufficient, I will inflict a second wound upon myself, one that will end my life. As she spoke, Anna stayed hunched over, crossing her curved, blade-like fifth fingers behind her neck. I had no doubt she would follow through. She'd sever her own head if she thought the price wasn't enough. My mind raced, desperate for a way out. I couldn't let her die here. Not just because I'd lose my Favolo status, but because, strange as she was, I actually liked her. After a long, tense silence, I finally spoke. Your sins were 3, so I give you 3 cuts. First, your tongue. Anna extended her tongue without hesitation. It was longer than a human's, even longer than a Keelish's, jutting out nearly 3 inches. I reached out with a claw and sliced off the tip in one quick motion. Her blood dripped steadily onto the ground as she kept her tongue exposed, the sound of each drop punctuating my words. You spoke rashly and disrespectfully, so I offer the flesh and blood of your offending tongue to the gods. The second cut was for your knee. I dragged 3 claws across the thin skin just below Anna's left kneecap, slicing shallowly but deep enough to scrape the bone. Blood poured freely, pooling into the mud beneath her feet until the ground turned into a thick, crimson slurry. Still, she made no sound. You forgot that the gods stand above you, and you block their blessing. So I offer the blood of your knee forever bowed before them. Anna knelt as I pressed on. And finally, your head. Muffled anger stirred in the trees, and I silently hoped I knew what I was doing as I ran a single, long claw down the full length of her lupine face, from her hairline to just above her snout. The cut was shallow but deliberate, and it bled heavily, tears of red streaking down her fur. Your last sin was undervaluing yourself to the gods. You are a blood priestess, and your life carries more weight than a simple slight born of ignorance toward a Favalo. I am meant to teach you, so I invite you to learn and to continue on your path. Anna lowered her head, tongue still out, and the blood from her face, tongue, and knee mingled into a thick, iron-scented muck at my feet. After what felt like an eternity but was only a minute, she lifted her gaze and stood tall before me. "Thank you, Favalo Ashlani Indremov. You have helped me along my way." I recalled her earlier words and replied, "I only did what is honorable." "No thanks needed." Anna let out a soft laugh. "You speak well. Let us keep moving." 10 days passed with little trouble, and we soon stood at the edge of Dunbach, the capital of the wilds. Chapter 17. How do we act in Dunbach? I asked, my nerves spiking as I stared at the massive wooden walls that marked the halfway point of our trek. With my upgraded vision, now called Raptor's Eyes, I could spot the narrow slits where defenders would fire on attackers. I wasn't sure how my eyes could focus like that now, but I thanked Nieftala for the upgrade anyway. Prayer had gotten me skills before, so I figured it couldn't hurt. The city hadn't cleared the forest around it. Instead, trees grew thick within the walls, and massive trunks sprouted right up through the streets. As I scanned the canopy, dozens of moon children, hidden and visible, came into view. Anna's voice pulled me back. "Just follow me. You are Favalo to me, and anyone who respects the blood priesthood will respect my choice." I let the mantle of being a disciple of Nieftala settle over my shoulders, and the anxiety melted away. I nodded and fell in step beside her as the swarm flanked me, a mix of worry, nervousness, and trust in their eyes. Sybil, Took, and Foy stayed close, while Tri chattered in broken human speech beside her father. Took kept sizing up anything that moved, and Jorel and Shemira guided the wolf stags to stay quiet and orderly. Sybil muttered conversational phrases under her breath, rehearsing for whatever came next. Around us, moon children walked as escorts, leading us forward into the unknown. We were as prepared as we'd ever be, and without a word exchanged, I matched Anna's stride toward the towering walls. When we reached the gates of Dunbach, the all-too-familiar shriek of the moon children split the air, coming from a sentry hidden somewhere in the shadows. Anna called back in the common tongue, "Blood Priestess Anna, here with Favalo Ashlani Indremov, Sahaliad." A brief pause hung in the air before a raspy voice, hard to tell if it was a woman's or a man's, replied, "You claim this one as your Favalo." The tone was thick with doubt. "Yes." Anna answered firmly and kept walking toward the sealed gate. She got within a few steps before it creaked open on its own. Glancing back, she gave a small nod, signaling me to follow. As we passed through and entered the city itself, I quickly realized this place defied every expectation I'd built. I'd never seen a city before, but I'd imagined the essentials for thousands of humans to thrive. Wide roads for animals, bustling markets, farms, and sturdy stone buildings. Instead, I found treehouses and crude shelters, tents and winding dirt trails. The dense forest I'd spotted from outside was no illusion. There were no straight paths, just narrow lanes that twisted lazily around the massive trunks. Scattered between the thick trees were dug-out homes, earthen domes with doorways so broad they nearly matched their height. I couldn't help but admire that Dunbach's residents had chosen to live in harmony with the land. The trees themselves were unlike anything I'd ever encountered. They shot up straight and bare for about 20 feet before bursting into a bushy canopy. Their trunks were unusually thick, smooth, and free of bark or lower branches, with all the foliage concentrated at the top. Nestled among those high branches were subtle tree houses, woven so seamlessly into the natural growth that they seemed to sprout from the wood itself. I caught faint movement up there, but when I tried to focus, my limited peripheral vision wouldn't let me make out any details. As we pressed deeper toward what I guessed was the city's heart, the moon children around us peeled off one by one or in pairs. I finally watched one scale a tree and slip into its aerial home, where more indistinct motion greeted them. "It's an unexpected journey home," Blood Priestess Anna's voice cut through my thoughts. Since I'm here, it's an honorable visit, and their families will be thrilled. So they head to their family's hazoma. So those are your homes up in the trees? I asked. The hazoma are sacred, holy to Nashat, she explained. A moonchild can only truly rest within the boughs of a hazoma. I frowned. I don't recall ever seeing a hazoma anywhere else. And you never will, Anna said with a sly grin. How long has it been since you've had a decent night's sleep? I shook my head. Almost a year. Anna let out a laugh, an unsettling sound that always reminded me of a hawk's cry as it locks onto its prey. We joke that sleeping away from a hazoma is what made our kind night dwellers. Why bother sleeping if there's no hazoma to do it in? I tucked that thought away and shifted the topic. So, Anna, do you have a husband? Her laugh rang out again, full and bright, though still that odd, predatory melody. We don't marry like the warlocks do, but even if we did, I'm an old, stubborn female, Ashlani. What man would ever take me? I'm bound to be more irritable than he'd like, too stubborn to bend to his ways, and too occupied to serve as a warm body in his bed. Any man strong enough to stand beside me as an equal rather than a mere bed warmer has long since found his mate elsewhere, and as a blood priestess, I'm bound to monogamy, unlike others of my kind. So my ambitious younger years have left me without a fitting companion in my later days. Anna's voice was laced with barely suppressed amusement, and she clearly couldn't care less about finding a partner at this stage. You call yourself old, but you don't strike me as aged at all. I've witnessed many seasons, but in your tongue, I'd say I'm roughly 50 years old, I think. The common way of tracking age feels foreign to me, but let's just say I'm well past the years of bearing children. That's quite a revelation. You show no signs of aging. To your eyes, perhaps. I'm not as quick as I used to be. You should have seen me in my prime, blood priestess Anna. This calls for a full explanation. Anna was cut off by a creature I'd never encountered before, a male figure far hairier than the moon children, so much so that furry seemed more fitting than hairy. He wasn't particularly tall, standing about 5.5 feet excluding his horns, but his shoulders spanned a solid 3 feet. The fur across his face and torso shifted in a gradient from near charcoal to the soft grey of morning fog, and his face was distinctly bovine in its structure. His horns twisted sharply above his head, and he wore only a crude loincloth, leaving the rest of his fur-covered, humanoid frame exposed. 2 stone-headed hatchets hung at his hips, clean yet unmistakably stained with a rusty tinge of old blood. Noonbright take-home. What a pleasure. Anna tensed beside me while subtly signaling for me to step back. The furry face of the so-called Noonbright contorted with barely restrained fury. His jaw clenched tight and he spat out his words. Explain why you've dared to bring the scaled menace into our sacred ground. Take-Home's teeth audibly ground together, and his massive hands twitched toward his hatchets. Anna let out a sigh. I owe you no explanation, you stubborn old goat. He and his swarm are favolo to me. Just as she had at the city gates, Anna said her piece and kept walking. But unlike the gate guards, the Noonbright sidestepped directly into her path. His shoulders rolled forward as his bullish face twisted into a snarl, low moose rambling like a threat. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're the only authority in Dunbach, blood priestess. Take-Home's voice rasped through his lips, but what might have sounded like the silly noises of prey carried the weight of a true leader, and a dangerous one at that. You may be the sole blood priestess in this city, but there are 2 of us Noonbrights. You've brought the failed conqueror's kin into our homes and expect us to simply accept it. Your arrogance knows no limits, and you won't be so fortunate as to wander freely through our lands without a thought for the safety of our young. I blinked, taken aback. I hadn't anticipated such eloquence from a brute like Take-Home, and though I couldn't see it, I felt his trembling rage through my tremor sense. I started to step forward to defend my swarm's presence when Anna moved ahead of me, her hair bristling into a sharp ridge down her spine as she spread her arms wide in a show of defiance. She halted just out of his reach, and for the first time I noticed how long his arms truly were, dangling nearly to his knees like a moonchild's. But Take-Home's limbs weren't the slender, wiry sort. They bulged with raw strength in every motion, and he drew his hatchets as Anna spoke. "Don't presume to dictate who I call my favolo, Take-Home. If you dare to tarnish my honor, I'll offer your heart's blood to the blood-soaked mother before Hultar reaches his peak. There will be no glory for you or your sun-kindred kin, and the brightest beams of noon will shine only on your rotting carcass." Anna eased into her combat stance, her voice dropping to a low, gravelly warning. "Do not doubt me." I glanced at Take-Home, expecting him to flinch, to lash out, or at least to shift his grip on his weapons. Instead, he stood utterly still, his eyes locked on hers without a flicker. "You would threaten Hultar's glory? In front of a Noonbright? Only if you challenge the honor of Nasha-Art's blood priestess words. You'd bet the reputation of a blood priestess on the word of a Keelish. I've publicly called him favolo to me before my people, my city, and now you, my equal. Would you call me a liar?" Anna's voice was calm, almost icy, with none of the fire her words suggested. Take-Home let out a throaty sigh and gave a reluctant nod. "No, you honor yourself too much to deceive deliberately. Then accept my declaration of favolo." Anna didn't budge. With a grunt, Take-Home turned and stalked off without another word. I hadn't seen him arrive, so I only now noticed his slight limp, his careful, deliberate steps. Was he old, worn down by time? Or had some old wound slowed him? I let the questions drift away as I watched, unsure whether to speak, but after a long moment, Anna straightened up, as if she hadn't just threatened to kill someone. The way she shifted between moods so completely was unsettling, almost eerie. I wondered if she really felt anything, or if her emotions were just a mask she put on. "You should have seen me 300 moons ago. I could move at a speed that left people speechless. Now I'm just fast, nothing like before. We're not going to talk about that. He'll go mate with one of his women and cool off soon enough. Hultar's children are quick to every passion, and once he's had his release, he'll be more reasonable. That doesn't really answer my questions." "Then ask Ashlani, who is he?" "Noonbright Take-Home, a leader of the Sun-Kindred, about as influential as I am, setting aside the All-Mother. And why does he hate the Keelish? Frankly, your people are a plague. Those who aren't Sahaliard devour anything they can get their hands on, and the Sahaliard are often honorless warmongers. He has every reason to distrust your kind. But no reason," Anna's voice turned bitter, edged with a rare anger, "to distrust my word. I might still have to spill his blood to clear my name." I could see her point. I nodded slowly. "Then are we safe while he's around?" Anna nodded. "He's usually stationed at the southern border with the warlocks, and rarely gets back to his herd. Take-Home felt threatened by your presence near his young and weak, but with my word, he'll leave you alone. He won't feel any warmth or goodwill toward you, and if you give him and his people an honorable excuse, they'll spill your blood. But he won't attack you without provocation. Fair enough." I was about to ask another question when Sybil cut in from behind me. I guess all my practice of the common tongue was useless. She'd come a long way in understanding the human language, and it seemed she'd caught most of our exchange. I couldn't help but chuckle, gently pressing my forehead against hers while Anna watched with her usual stoic expression. "What's so funny?" she asked. I shared the punchline, and a fleeting smile crossed Anna's face before she responded in careful, measured words so Sybil could follow along. "It might come in handy. The All-Mother resides here in Dunbuck, and I suspect she'd enjoy meeting some of you. Even if she doesn't, knowing the language will ease your travels toward the border and beyond. You'll be journeying with more of my kin, And clear communication makes for smoother company and fewer misunderstandings. Who exactly is this All-Mother? I pressed as Anna kept walking. You'll find out soon enough. Come, let me show you where you'll spend the rest of the day. Chapter 12. The so-called divine's meddling in foreign lands shouldn't be mistaken for a blessing, and if you think I'd be thrilled to hear about it, that says more about your lack of sense than anything else. Have you forgotten what my people are called? We don't view ourselves as your kin the way you assume. Every word you utter is a portent of doom. Excerpt from Lord Ferrar of Harandal's reply to the Veritocracy's Continental Proclamation. The swarm gathered in the small clearing Anna had led us to, a spot tucked away from the main paths. We'd been pacing ourselves with daily rests, so we weren't on the verge of collapse like before, but the constant travel, hunting, and foraging had taken their toll. Needless to say, no one grumbled about the unexpected downtime. Arwa's offspring had nearly reached full size, already towering over the wave wolf stags. Jorrel had given each of them names, though I hadn't bothered to learn any beyond that. When Jorrel wasn't commanding them, the wolf stags gravitated towards Sybil, always leaving at least one to keep watch near her. Surprisingly, she seemed to relish their attention and teamed up with Jorrel to keep refining their training. He might have been their alpha, but as far as I could tell, they all regarded her as some kind of queen. She'd reached the point where she could issue surprisingly intricate orders. Hunt deer, scout that way, protect me. That final command triggered all 12 surviving wolf stags to encircle her, forming a living shield from every direction. It was quite the sight. How'd you pull that off? I asked. They're straightforward beasts. Give them a task, and they throw themselves into it. Far easier to work with than you stubborn reptiles. Sybil shot back with a smirk. I didn't even have to promise them a roll in the hay. That came after we'd already started working together, as I recall. And it's been a while now. I grinned, leaning in closer. Might need a refresher. Well, I'd rather not end up pregnant and stuck guarding eggs before we've had a chance to raise them properly. Sybil leaned forward, brushing her snout against my shoulder near my neck, and a primal jolt of memory shot through me. How long it had truly been. I nearly gave in right there. I doubted she'd object, given how openly she kept flirting. Sure, it was likely her way of staking a claim in front of anyone wondering if they could slip into my bed, but I didn't care about that. I just wanted her, though I wasn't foolish enough to surrender to base instincts. Just as I gathered my thoughts for a clever retort, Sybil slipped away, the wolf stags falling into step behind her. I'd still like to have some, though, I called after her, and she paused to glance back. Like try? Like try, I confirmed. She's been a good addition to the group. She brings me joy, and I can't help but envy what Foix shares with her. I agree. Once we settle into a home again, I'm eager for the hope of raising new life, and all that comes with it. Sybil gave a playful flick of her tail before drifting off to confer with Shamira. I watched her go, scanning for Foix, but ultimately chose to use the quiet moment to rest. Stretching out on the earth, I caught myself missing the wolfstack pelts we'd cured and chuckled at the absurdity. Days ago, I was fighting to survive, and now I'm complaining about bedding. I nestled my head into a patch of tall grass and surrendered to sleep once more. For the first time in what felt like ages, dreams came. Battle noise erupted in my mind. The dying shrieks of Keelish, the wet tear of claws and teeth sinking into flesh, the explosive crack of clashing magics. Yet around me stunning mountains rose, herds roamed, and Keelish lived peacefully. The chaos in my ears contradicted the serenity before my eyes, and the dissonance left me frozen, watching the perfect scene while my thoughts raced with questions. Sybil strolled up, her tail intertwining with mine, but the usual comfort of that gesture felt hollow. All I could sense was dread, my blood simmering. Tri's soft whimpers yanked me awake. She lay nearby, twitching in the grip of a restless sleep with foie curled close. I moved over and pressed my palm to the child's trembling frame. She calmed, then blinked up at me with drowsy confusion. I forced a smile, and she dropped her head back to the ground, murmuring in a half-sleeping voice, "But Alpha, how can we live?" Her words dissolved into unconsciousness. Still, the weight of what I'd heard settled heavy in my gut. Before I could dwell further, Anna appeared, and my thoughts scattered. Up to now, every moonchild I'd seen wore little more than loincloths or short leather skirts, Anna included, not anymore. For the first time, Blood Priestess Anna struck me as a true emissary of something divine. She wore a ceremonial robe, the moon's phases circling the collar, with silver and red fabric flowing around her. The cut drew subtle attention to her bare chest, the lapels curving in a way that felt deliberate. Embroidered scenes of birth and nursing mothers shimmered faintly as the robe rippled in the breeze. She looked otherworldly, and I straightened, stepping away from the sleeping Keelish to address her. "Can I help you?" I thought we were taking a break. "Favalo Ashlani Indramaf," she intoned. "I apologize for the disturbance. The All-Mother is prepared to receive you. Come now to witness her and serve at her pleasure. Do not make me resort to force." Chapter Trinacht Anna carried herself differently than ever before as she led me to the All-Mother. In every prior encounter she'd been prideful, even arrogant. When she'd mocked the Vushtan and the Veritocracy, it came from a place of superiority. When she'd accepted me as Favalo, she'd raised my standing to match her own, a rare honor for a worthy opponent. When she'd demanded punishment, it was because her pride had been wounded by her own words, and she needed to reclaim her unyielding self-regard. Now, though, that consuming pride was nowhere to be seen. She'd apologized simply for interrupting. In all our time, she'd only ever said sorry once before, when she believed she'd committed blasphemy. And as she bowed to me, I realized I'd never once seen her lower her head to anyone. This Anna wasn't the Blood Priestess, not the warrior, not the commander. No, this was Anna, servant to the All-Mother, and she played the part of the perfect, humble devotee. Every motion she made was steeped in reverence, and while her body remained strong and perfectly disciplined, the coiled, predatory tension was gone. Okay, let's go." I gave a small nod to Anna, then leaned down to gently brush the sleeping child's head. From the corner of my eye, I caught Took's tension and waved her over. "I'm heading to meet the All-Mother, the one in charge here. Let Sybil know what's happening." Took gave me a quick nod. "Anything you need from me?" I shook my head. "Just stay sharp. I'll fill you in on hunting spots when I'm back." Another nod, and Took slipped off to break up Sybil and Shamira's conversation. These three women, along with Foy and Vefia, were now the heart of my swarm. But the ones who survived would be the foundation of something far bigger, a stronger, larger force. I made that vow to myself and to the heavens above, and I could feel Nievtala's approval wrapping around me like a heavy cloak. Pushing aside any further hesitation, I fell into step beside Anna, whose pace was calm and deliberate. As we walked, I studied her ceremonial robes again. Earlier, she'd worn nothing but a thick loincloth, her dark skin and coarse body hair fully exposed. Like all moon children, she was lean and athletic, the females distinguished mainly by their modest chests. With so little physical difference between the sexes, just a slight softness to the women. This robe was the first time she truly read as a woman to me. The garment covered the crown of her head, draping down and splitting at the back, then curving over her shoulders to wrap around each breast. The blood-red fabric was adorned with silver moon motifs in every phase, starting as a dark sliver at the hem just below her ribs and blooming into Nasha'at's full radiance at her head. The headdress left the thick mane running down her spine bare, and the skirt around her waist was a deep black, more of a sheet than something tailored. You must heed the All-Mother's words, Anna said, her gaze fixed straight ahead as she continued her measured stride. She may speak to you at length or say little, but everything she utters comes from what she sees. As an outsider, you might underestimate its weight, but it is divine and far-reaching. The All-Mother is patient, yet she demands reverence. Show no disrespect in your words or actions, for I cannot tolerate any slight against the blood-soaked mother's voice. I nodded as we pressed on, the trees and underground hovels thinning around us. Eventually, we stepped into a clearing in the Hazoma forest, where a shorter, thicker Hazoma stood at the center. A well-worn path led straight to this lone tree, with smaller, wilder trails branching out across the clearing from the single entry point. I had questions burning on my tongue, but I knew better than to ask anything that might come off as rude. As we neared what seemed to be the All-Mother's dwelling, a bright, youthful voice rang out, "That's enough, Anna. Send him forward." I glanced toward the source of the voice, but saw no one. Instead, I noticed the Hazoma's trunk had been hollowed out, revealing a narrow opening within. Anna gave a slight bow to the voice and stepped back without a word. Could the All-Mother see us even from inside? Swallowing my hesitation, I walked toward the carved entrance, stopping a few strides short. "I was told you were ready to see me, All-Mother, so I came as quickly as I could." The lively voice called back, "Please come inside. Let's talk this through together." A knot of unease tightened in my chest as my cartif instincts flared, pushing me forward into the All-Mother's den. Thermal vision felt like an intrusion here, so I let my eyes adjust to the dim instead. There, hunched in a chair buried under cushions, sat an old, sun-kindred woman. Her fur had faded to silver, and every small movement left a faint, glowing trail behind her. When our gazes met, she smiled warmly, and I halted at a respectful distance. Then my tremor sense buzzed. Something was moving behind me. I spun, catching a figure closing a door I hadn't noticed, then stepping up to stand beside the elder. It was a moonchild, small in stature, with eyes that practically glowed in the filtered sunlight. Those eyes were wrong. After a second, I realized why. No pupils. Moon children always had oversized irises, nearly swallowing the eye, but there was always a dark center, except here. This one's eyes radiated their own faint light, empty of any pupil at all. Her fingers bore the telltale marks of the phrases, and I could feel the pull of the sixth phrase from her gaze. Oddly, her skin was taut, firm over lean muscle with none of the looseness of age. Aside from those unsettling, luminous eyes, she could have passed for any young moonchild. She returned my stare with a sharp grin, canines bared. "Hello, Ashlani," the All-Mother said, her voice creaky but kind. "Thank you for coming. Forgive the young one her boldness. She hasn't grown into her role yet." The words carried a quiet command aimed at both of us. To my surprise, the moonchild just nodded, accepting the scolding without a word. The All-Mother continued. "You expected the All-Mother to be a moonchild, didn't you?" "I suppose I did. In a few years, you might meet one, if you earn the trust to enter our inner sanctums again, Favalo Ashlani Indramov. But that's not what I wanted to discuss." She leaned forward, a streak of light trailing her motion. "Favalo Ashlani Indramov, chosen of the Gso." She paused, letting the words hang. My throat went dry. "What do you mean, chosen of the gods?" "Exactly that. Our stories speak of the chosen, those who grow at an explosive pace, lifting others up with them. You're what, 6 months old? And yet, you've advanced further than anyone could have predicted. You understand evolution well enough to cripple your own sense, for days, even among enemies, all for the sake of future gain. Does that answer your question?" I swallowed hard, then again. "How do you know all this?" "Where Hultar burns bright, I see." She shrugged, then her voice sharpened like a blade as she settled back. "Now, I've seen 2 things I need to tell you before you return to your children. First, the answer to your question for Anna, where to find more of your kind. 2 days travel north by northeast. You'll find them. They're far less advanced than your people ever were, but they'll serve your purpose well enough. She tried to rise, but the Moonchild held up a hand, silently commanding the elder to stay seated before gliding over to a wall built into the chamber. I finally managed to pull my gaze from the All-Mother, who had turned away to watch her assistant rummage through the shelves. The room struck me as strange. 3 tiers of shelving wrapped around the entire circular space, with nothing else inside except the chair where the All-Mother had been sitting. The shelves were cluttered with all sorts of oddities: stones, feathers, twigs, dolls, bones, coils of rope, rolled parchment, and countless other trinkets. The assistant selected a rock, roughly a foot wide and half that in height and depth, then carried it over to me. When I took it, I couldn't help but grunt. She'd moved it effortlessly, but it must have weighed well over 100 pounds. "The second," she repeated as I struggled to hold the stone steady, "is this. Bring it to Yit and tell her to examine it. She'll figure out what to do with it in time." The All-Mother gave a brief nod and concluded, "That's all. May your journey treat you well, for it's only just begun." With that, I was dismissed, and the assistant hurried me to the door, ushering me out before closing it behind me. So ended my audience with the All-Mother. Chapter 8. She just told you to hand me this rock? Yeah, and said you'd eventually know what to do with it. Yit shrugged. Not right now, though. All I can tell is it's way heavier than it looks. I don't know much about rocks in general, let alone some special one. No bloodstains or anything interesting on it, so I can't say what I'll find. I sighed, not surprised. Yeah, I figured it was heavy, but I was hoping for more. Keep at it, I guess. Try using your magic to sense it, as much as you can. Oh, and try not to break it, Yeet chuckled. That goes without saying. I'll keep it safe. I nodded and walked off, leaving my first follower from outside the brood to her task. She muttered under her breath, and I heard the faint clicking of her claws against the stone as she tried to get a read on it. Hopefully she'd crack the mystery sooner, rather than later. The twin suns had started their slow descent, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and crimson. Since improved vision had upgraded to raptor's eyes, I hadn't bothered using thermal sight except at night. My eyes rivaled, and even surpassed, what I'd had as a human, letting me make out distant clouds, individual leaves on trees, and, with a squint, zoom in on a tiny area. As I scanned my surroundings, I noticed a few Sunkindred stepping out of their homes, but they seemed to want nothing to do with us Keelish, instead focusing on the fading glow as it dipped below the horizon. They moved with obvious reverence for the celestial bodies, bowing as the last light vanished. With the suns gone, I could see that many of them left faint afterimages trailing their movements, much like the All-Mother, though none shone as brightly as hers. I glanced around, hoping to spot Takom, thinking his afterimages might be more pronounced, but he was nowhere to be found. You seem excited, Alpha. Sybil's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Good news? Actually, yes. I've found out where another swarm is, and I'm confident we can get them to join us on our path. So, while I'd rather have the rest of our numbers back, I trailed off and Sybil quickly filled the gap. We can start becoming a swarm again. Exactly. Fen fought every instinct to keep her fear hidden. Varali had been simmering with frustration ever since she and Fen stumbled upon the ruins of her family. But Fen held on to the hope that things would settle once they took down the Keelish. Maybe it was the ones that slipped away? Perhaps Varali was just having a rough moment? Or maybe Fen simply wasn't cutting it. She tried to push that nagging doubt aside. She was giving it everything she had. She missed her mom and dad dearly, but they were gone, so it was back to grinding. Working harder than she ever had as a human. She was leveling up, tackling quests, paying attention, chatting with Varali, being a solid friend. Yet it never felt like enough. These days, Virali only seemed to have time for that so-called High Lord, when he wasn't tinkering with his latest project and pushing herself relentlessly to master speaking. Whenever Fen tried to reach out, Virali wouldn't even acknowledge her. That guy's words were warping her friend's mind. Fen felt like she was losing it. Virali stayed silent, but there was this bubbling, fiery anger pressing against the back of Fen's mind. She tried to keep her usual cheerful vibe, but it was tough to feel anything besides that constant heat. Right now, though, the two of them were slightly less on edge because Leolt was running a speaking lesson. Fen couldn't use that kind of magic herself, but she figured some pointers might translate to her own abilities, so she tuned in. Like all speaking, funneling emotion, whether it's rage, grief, or happiness, into your phrasing is key. A grounded earth speaker connects better with the land, a lively wind speaker shapes the air with ease, and a fluid wave speaker rides the tides effortlessly. So weaker soul speakers think they need to constantly absorb new phrases to grow. They're mistaken. A true high soul speaker knows those tricks work, but soul speaking is a whole different game. That's what makes us unique. He went on, a soul speaker is a guide, not a shaper of words like the others. You're wiser than those you influence, closer to the divine, above the masses. Why chase a burning emotion to gain power? Instead, embrace the truth that you're the leader of your bound. Their simple minds can't grasp your vision, nor match a human's intellect. It's your job to be their thoughts and moral compass, freeing them to focus on serving you. But why should I swap my soul companionship for a binding? Fen is my companion, even my friend. Fen nodded along and bleated in agreement at that insufferable man. He just waved a hand, and Fen's mind went hazy, every protest fading from her thoughts and her lips. The old ways of soul companionship gave companions more freedom. They could voice opinions and take charge, but why would a servant need independence? Why would a follower need to lead? You're the head of the companionship, so why water down your authority? Does that make sense, Virali? Fen watched her bond slowly nod, and that blazing, helpless rage inside Virali started to cool, replaced by a flood of bitter memories, and then a hardened determination. Fen couldn't see what Virali was recalling, but as a wave of belonging and warmth washed over her, it yanked Fen's scattered mind back to the only time she'd felt that kind of love. Those fleeting moments with her parents, those nameless scaled deer. She'd hoped to find that again with Virali, but these past weeks had twisted her companion from the joyful kid she'd been into a cold, relentless machine of vengeance. Fen's body trembled violently as silent sobs overtook her, swept away by a crushing wave of grief and emptiness. She ached for the only two souls who had ever truly loved her. Her mother, butchered by Keelish raiders just a month prior. Then Virali reached out, and a soothing haze washed over her mind. Through the fog of Virali's speaking, a system notification flickered in the corner of her vision. Evolution requirements met. Would you like to evolve to scale dear surrender? Chapter Patnacht outsiders will never grasp our unwavering devotion to the Zaktif. They haven't felt his presence, that intoxicating blend of power, submission, and belonging. They are blind fools. Once you've heard the call to serve, the Alkat will be waiting. If the burn already courses through you, step forward and join our ranks. Excerpt from a recruitment address delivered to 3 assembled schools within the new empire. After a full night's rest, Anna stopped by with news. A fresh squad of moon children had been assigned to escort us to the other Keelish den. Tri overheard that Anna and her crew wouldn't be coming along, and the little one dashed straight to the blood priestess. To my astonishment, she leaped into Anna's arms, whimpering softly, while Anna cradled the 4-foot-long catif like a human infant. Anna crooned a melodic tune in her people's bird-like language as Tri snuggled close. After a lullaby or two, Tri slipped down and padded back to her father. Foi, to his credit, managed a stuttering, halting human thanks to Anna for her kindness toward his daughter. Had I not started to understand the Moon Children's ways, I might have questioned their bond, but Anna clearly respected the girl's courage and grit. We rested another full day and night before finally hitting the road. 2 days into the journey, this new cadre proved cold and distant, though they never crossed into outright disrespect. There were 11 of them, including their leader, a surly male whose name I never caught. He was young, with taut, scarred skin stretched over lean muscle. His vulpine face bore none of Anna's warmth or the All-Mother's worry lines, and not a single grey hair marked the mane running down his spine. For someone so young, he must have been formidable, given that all but his 5th fingers showed the marks of speaking the phrases to earn Nasha'at's blessing. The nameless male went by Mempitar, apparently his rank within the squad. All in all, he was a young buck with a chip on his shoulder, and I couldn't really hold that against him, since I was the same. Still, I had questions that needed answers, and this kid was such an insufferable, arrogant prick that I couldn't muster the patience to stroke his ego. "If your people are so powerful, why haven't you wiped out this Keelish den?" he scoffed. "You pests are no threat. We see you coming, hear you coming. You're weak and slow, no danger. But in your dens you show a certain desperation. You're too feeble to be called Favalo." He spat the word like venom, and I think Blood Priestess Anna made a mistake in her judgment. I honor her words, though, so I'll do nothing but speak plainly. That smug smirk spread across his face again as he finished. "So you've got nothing to fear." I couldn't help it. I laughed right in his face. Mpitar bristled instantly, hackles rising down his spine. Before he could launch into another tirade about how superior he was, I stepped up close, towering over the slight moonchild. "Look, I don't give a damn what you say or think. You look down on Keelish, fine. But I've got questions, and you're going to answer them. Or we're going to have a problem that your precious Anna won't be able to smooth over." His smirk faltered for a split second, and I knew I had his attention. "If you're so convinced you're better than me, then prove it when we reach our destination. Until then, drop it." I turned and kept moving, leaving Mpitar sputtering in frustration. I hadn't gone far before Yete caught up, dragging the massive stone behind her on a makeshift sled the All-Mother had arranged for us. She'd been hauling that thing since I handed it off, never once complaining, through days of forests and hills. She scanned the area as she spoke. "Alpha, look around. What do you notice?" I took a quick look. A few shallow scratches on the tree trunks, some worn game trails, nothing out of the ordinary. But the more I paid attention, the more I realized the woods had gone dead quiet. No birds, no small prey scurrying, no reptiles croaking. Just the wind rustling leaves and the sounds of our own group. The breeze carried a mix of smells, rot, fresh dirt, and something else. Faint, buried under the forest scents, but unmistakable, Keelish in rut nearby. I raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yit. She pointed to the marks on the trees. "Territory markers. A swarm's been here. You were too young to learn this back then, but we're close now." I nodded and called out to Mpitar, not bothering to wait for him to acknowledge me. "We're almost there. Stay put until a few hours after sunrise. We should be back by then." I walked off without waiting for a reply, the rest of the swarm falling in around me. Excited chatter rippled through them as they realized we were stepping into another swarm's land. I caught snippets, how fast I'd take over, whether this might become home. I kept my sigh internal, not wanting to dampen their hopes, even though our journey was far from done. Took and Sybil walked beside me, steady and confident, while Sylph and Jorrel flanked the other side. The swarm pressed forward into unfamiliar territory, the air carrying the faint musk of Keelish, tracks scattered along the trails, and somewhere ahead raised voices. We followed the noise and found a hunting party of about 15 returning. Their leader was a big male, though nothing compared to our own, about the size of a moonchild, maybe 5 feet tall. He spotted us and shrieked, his voice like nails on stone. "Who are yous?" I didn't bother with pleasantries. "Are you the alpha of this swarm?" "No." He turned to Shamira instead, his tone dismissive. "Follow me, Rut." Her lip curled, and she lunged. The little alpha didn't stand a chance. Shamira, Sylph, and Jorel hit him with everything. Tails, jaws, claws, sheer weight, and a few others joined in. He called for his pack to fight, but 15 against our 5 crumbled fast, and they submitted in defeat. Jorel and Sylph were the most brutal of the bunch. Jorel used his thick, low-slung frame to hurl the smaller Keelish into the air, sending them crashing into one another and the surrounding trunks, while Sylph pounced on their backs, driving the weaker fighters into the dirt, slamming their skulls down once, then bounding off to the next target. Shamira, to her credit, kept her cool, delivering sharp tail strikes to the knees of anyone foolish enough to get between her and her real objective. That horny male. He didn't last a single hit before folding. Sorry. He whimpered, begging for mercy. Shamira shot me a look of pure exasperation and confusion, and I gave her a small nod as I moved forward. "Now that we've got your attention, take us to your swarm's alpha." Chapter Shestnacht, the pack alpha, whose name I still hadn't bothered to learn, led us toward a modest clearing. With every step, I studied the 15 Keelish and grew less and less impressed. They were smaller than even the weakest members of my own swarm had ever been. These scrawny, almost delicate creatures didn't deserve the title, and every one of my catif radiated contempt as we walked among them. When we reached the clearing, a gaping hole in the earth marked their den, and the stench of rotting, neglected meat hit me like a wall. Had I still had human sensibilities, I might have gagged, but instead I just sneered, forcing myself to take this pack seriously as a potential threat. Though they were clearly unremarkable, their swarm alpha could still be something else, maybe even stronger than Red Ale. I'd wondered why the Moon Children hesitated to enter this den, but the moment I saw the entrance, it all made sense. At nearly 7 feet tall now, I'd have to crouch just to get into my old den. This one was barely 3 feet high, forcing even the smallest of my swarm to double over. Took Brutus, and I would had to crawl on hands and knees just to squeeze through, and with a quick glance exchanged between us, we reached the same silent conclusion. "What's your name?" I turned to the pitiful Keelish we'd just dismantled. The more I looked at him, the more he resembled a beaten dog, hoping for a scrap of kindness, not a proud warrior. "Creech," he muttered, head still lowered. "All right, Creech. Here's how this goes. You'll go find your swarm's alpha and tell them to come up here. If they want, they can try to take me on one-on-one. If they win, I submit. When I win, your swarm answers to me." I waved a hand dismissively. "Now go." Creech didn't hesitate, flaring his frills before leading his pack back into the darkness. It was a surprisingly long 5 minutes before I heard movement, and the familiar screeches of Keelish echoing from the den's mouth. In low rhythmic undertones, the name repeated, "Lia Farhalia, Farhalia, Farhalia." A distinctly feminine voice rang out from within, stretching each word like a song. "I hear there is new challenger." As the last melodic note faded into the open air, a Keelish, practically drowning in mating pheromones, strolled out into the clearing. She, Faralia, I assumed, radiated raw sexual allure in a way I'd never encountered in any being, human or otherwise, even Shamira at her most seductive. Her hips never stopped swaying as she approached, her tongue constantly gliding over her teeth. Her tail lashed behind her, beckoning to every male in sight, and her eyes burned with a smolder I'd only heard described in drunken campfire tales. And yet she was clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. As a swarm alpha, she should be the smartest, the strongest, the pinnacle of her kind. But she was just a pretty face. barely 4 feet tall, hunched and slight compared to the more upright frames of the catif, though she tried to pour every ounce of her being into that look of seduction. Feralia came off more like a kid playing dress-up, undeveloped, clumsy, and nowhere near as alluring as she clearly thought she was. Her gaze slithered up and down my frame, and then she spoke, her voice dripping with misplaced confidence. "You're Alpha? I win. We have fun. I do that before." She let her eyes wander toward a couple of males in the crowd of Keelish that came spilling out of the den's mouth, and as she did, I took a closer look at them. And let me tell you, these weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. To put it kindly, they were drooling, twitching messes, their bodies trembling with raw, desperate hunger for any female within arm's reach. It was unsettling, alien, like something had been tinkered with deep inside them. Outside, Keelish were nothing more than pests, and their chaotic, brutal pecking order was the only thing that kept an alpha in charge. But once that order was locked in, they weren't so different from the Vushtan I'd grown up around. Twisted, sure, but still recognizable. They had jobs, they hunted, some settled down with one partner, others played the field. They had personalities, quirks, desires. Those males, though, all of that had been stripped away, leaving only a single pathetic impulse: lust. I tuned out Ferahlia's little performance and kept scanning the swarm, watching as the trickle of Keelish turned into a flood, dozens becoming hundreds until a solid ring of them surrounded the ruined remains of my pack. At least 300 bodies pressed in close, and the air grew thick with pheromones, so heavy they drowned out the stench of rotting carcasses piled near the den's entrance. And that's when the anger hit me, not a simmer, but a blazing, white-hot fury that surged straight from my catif pride. I stepped forward, stopping just out of Feralia's reach, and let my voice cut through the chaos. "I'm taking over your swarm. You're a disgrace to your kind, and you'll follow me to learn what you could actually become. I'll prove it in battle. Any questions?" Feralia arched her back, tilting her head with a flirty little smirk. "Just one. You like it rough." The growl that tore from my throat was barely restrained as I backed up, exchanged a quick glance with Tuk, Sib, and Shamira, and dropped into a fighting stance. A system notification blinked in the corner of my vision, but I brushed it off, too focused on putting this arrogant brat in her place. I was going to crush her, conquer her, make her understand exactly where she stood, beneath me. That knowing smirk on her face was about to become a mask of fear and defeat, and I relished the thought. But then, just as I was about to lunge, something clicked. My mind snapped into clarity, and I finally let myself glance at those system messages. Instinct controlling magic detected. Influence greater than initial estimates. Mutualistic relationship with catif-based genetic tendencies detected. Surge in influence detected. System taking action. Full control unable to be achieved. Partial recollection granted. User is granted greater self-control. And just like that, the haze lifted. I no longer felt that burning need to dominate Feralia herself, just the swarm. And with that clarity came a cold, sharp realization. She'd tried to mess with my head. The anger I felt now was purely my own, and it was aimed squarely at her audacity. Once I knew what to look for, I could feel how flimsy her magic was next to Sybil's or Shamira's, and I nearly laughed at the idea that she'd even managed to nudge me for a second. With a snarl, I lunged and I caught it, that flicker of fear in her eyes when she realized her little trick wasn't working anymore. She let out a cry and tried to fight back, but it was hopeless. I swung, she ducked, and then my tail swept into her midsection, sending her crashing to the ground. I'd only meant to knock her off balance, but my tail, thick as her whole body, sent her flying instead. She hit the dirt hard, the breath knocked out of her in a painful gasp. Struggling to inhale, she finally managed a few words between wheezes, her eyelids heavy with something far too suggestive for the moment. You so strong. Can I follow you forever? I serve you however you like. Before I could even process that, Shamira stepped up, her own magic surging as she forced the other female's head down. Silence, bow to your alpha. The wave of power rolled over for the hundreds of foreign Keelish gathered there, and they dropped in unconscious unison. A new system notification blinked at the edge of my vision. Skill evolution progress, true dominance, Yednapiet. Chapter 7 Act. When you dream, dream of the heavens, for they are your destiny. When you cry, lament your weakness, for it is the root of your suffering. When you cheer, cheer for the Grand Virat, for he is the source of every triumph. When you mourn, mourn for the others, for they do not know the truth. From the ideals of Ardaliana, I set aside both the notification and Feralia's crumpled form on the ground. The assembled Keelish needed to hear from me now. I channeled my true dominance, letting the pulsing magic travel from my sonilphon to my throat as I addressed the kneeling crowd. The swarm had gone dead silent, stunned by their leader's defeat and Shamira's command. Your swarm's alpha has submitted to me. Follow me as your true alpha. The restless stirring among the foreign Keelish stopped completely. I pulsed my magic again, speaking while channeling my skills, and somehow felt the submission of those nearest me ripple outward like a stone dropped into still water. Only then did I bother to acknowledge Feralia, still prostrate and trembling. I raised my voice so every Keelish in the clearing could hear. Do you submit to me, Ashlani? I give myself. I cut her off, reaching down and lifting her by the shoulder, claws digging into her flesh. Her tail dragged along the ground as she tried to muffle her whimpers. I held her up until she was at eye level with me, then asked again, calm and cold. Do you submit to me, Ashlani? Through stifled cries of pain, she finally broke. Yes, yes, let me go. I dropped her without ceremony. She yelped again, scrambling away from me as I continued. Now follow me, Keelish of what was Feralia's swarm. You belong to me now, and I will show you heights you've never imagined. As I spoke, I gestured to Vefa, who stepped forward without hesitation. The small injuries scattered across Feralia's body and the open wounds on her shoulder knitted shut in moments. We are greater than you, and we can raise you to our level. We can show you what a Keelish truly is, and we can lead you to becoming Keel. A small part of me felt a pang of disappointment that I didn't sense the reverence of speaking the words of power, but I couldn't expect that every time. As I addressed the awestruck swarm, I noticed my inner circle moving into place behind me. Took and Brutus, with their massive frames, Jorrel flanked by the ever-growing wolf stags, Foire, Sybil, and the rest of my swarm stood tall. The contrast was impossible to ignore. Even Jorrel, who was stockier and less imposing than the others, towered over the foreign Keelish. Every single Katif we had was at least twice as tall and broad as anyone in that gathered swarm. I could feel true dominance spreading across them all, and the system message about my skill's progress kept flashing insistently at the corner of my vision. I gave Sybil a quick nod, and she closed the distance between us in an instant, abandoning her usual spot at my side. With a look of pure disdain aimed at the gathered Keelish, I gave my orders. Get the new swarm sorted out. Flag any issues, Beta. Her response was crisp, yes, Alpha. Vefer weaved through the crowd, tending to the scrapes and anxieties of my new followers, while I turned my attention to Tuk and Shamira. Back up Sybil, however she needs it. Shamira let out a dramatic sigh, rolling her hips in a mocking salute that was pure Feralia. Just as I started to turn away, her voice dropped the theatrics and got serious. That magic's still messing with you? You lost your cool before that whole thing started. She shot a wary glance at Feralia, and Tuk mirrored the suspicion, closing in on the so-called Alpha, who was trying to look as small as possible. I'll make sure she never tries that again, Tuk rumbled, her massive frame casting a long shadow over our newest arrival. Her intention was clear, and Feralia's cowering became a whole lot more genuine. I let out a low chuckle and gave her flank a sharp flick with my tail, the crack of my scales silencing the chatter that had started to pick up. Relax, I shook that off before it even took hold. I appreciate the concern, but we need to get moving, so let's get to it. Took and Shamira gave me a curt nod and split off to their respective tasks. Took, with her size and proven track record, had a small crowd of hunters forming around her in no time, eager to follow her lead as she started organizing them into packs. Every one of the survivors was stepping up, and I liked what I was seeing. These Katif would push the Keelish forward, make them into something more. A smile touched my face as I crouched down next to the trembling Feralia. So, are you the only one with a working brain in that swarm? The rest seem utterly devoted to you. She just shrugged. Males think if they get to mate, they're in charge. I let them believe that. Others think having eggs makes them important. I'm still the true alpha. Thank you for the healing. You're kind. Her magic started to seep out again, and I felt the subtle pull. I didn't need a system prompt to flush that garbage from my head, though. I brought my bare claws up, right in front of her eyes, and she flinched back, pressing herself into the dirt as her influence evaporated. Try that again, and you won't get a healer after I'm done with you. Understood? She was trembling, maybe from excitement, mostly from fear, and nodded vigorously. I not think. It habit. I'm sorry. Please, Mercy. I submit. Someone like you is special. I try not to do it. Just don't hurt me. Don't kill me. I raised an eyebrow. Someone like me? What does that mean? Her snout curled into a crooked smile. A male so strong he makes me obey. I will obey, always. I will follow, always. I gave a short nod. Good. Prove it from here on out. Work with Sybil to get the swarm ready to move before sundown. She bowed deeply, arching her back in a display of submission before stalking off, leaving me alone to finally pull up my status. Skill, true dominance. A passive ability granted to those who have demonstrated and are perfecting the art of forcing others to submit. This skill marks the beginning of the tyrant's path, and it assists the holder in walking it. It grants an enhanced aura that breeds loyalty, obedience, and fear in those around you. This aura gradually wears down even the most stubborn wills, making it easier to dominate others without lifting a finger. This skill can evolve. To evolve my next skill, I needed to assert dominance over 5 leaders of groups with at least 100 followers each. I was already one down with 4 to go. With a bit of luck, this wouldn't be the last skill to evolve on this trip. The long road ahead was shaping up to be the perfect training ground for pushing my abilities to their limits. I wanted to dive headfirst into my skill list and map out my next evolution target, but I couldn't just ignore the new swarm members. As much as I would've loved to skip the formalities, I squared my shoulders, switched on Imperial bearing and true dominance, and made my rounds to meet the latest recruits. Everywhere I walked, the scrawny Keelish froze mid-conversation, staring up at me like I was some kind of god. When our eyes locked, their jaws practically hit the floor. I laughed, genuinely confident, and told them, "You're part of my swarm now." They bowed low, and I caught a few eyes glinting with real excitement. It wasn't just about the numbers, though. Having a proper swarm again felt right. I mourned the hundreds of Keelish we'd lost, but I was eager to see what my new inner circle could pull off. These Katif had fought through marshes, climbed mountains, and crossed rivers just to escape with me. Sylph, the quiet scout, was already puffing himself up in front of some interested females. Foy, the reserved dad, was giving lessons on staying hidden. And Brutus, bless his simple heart, was already rallying a group to shadow the experienced hunters from our new recruits. I used to judge my Katif by what they were before, but now, through evolutionary exemplar, I could finally see their real potential. I had 24 elites and hundreds of newcomers to mold, and according to Impetar, we had 10 days of travel ahead. Plenty of time. As I moved through the camp, I caught wind of a fresh clutch of spawnlings, barely a week old. That hit me like a memory out of nowhere. I was thinking about my own brood from when we hunted our first toothy bullfrogs, half a year ago. The rainforest's rainy season was kicking in, but I knew enough about the world to realize weather was a wild card depending on where you were. I made a mental note to grill Empitar about it when we met up again. The journey was long, and I wasn't sure how much our travel plans would shift once the weather turned less forgiving. Some of the oldest Viatali tribe members had mentioned something called winter in distant lands, and I vaguely recalled it coming after the wet season. I'd have to track down someone who actually knew, though I had a hunch Sybil had already figured out what climates we'd face. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my thoughts. Feralia's magic had left my mind wandering more than usual, even if I'd managed to shake off the worst of it. I called over Tri and Foix, and after a quick chat, one of the new swarm members agreed to lead us down to the spawnling's den. The moment we stepped inside, the air hit me like a wall, stale, putrid, and thick with the smell of rotting. It was so bad I nearly gagged. These Keelish weren't trying to breed. They were just indulging in each other every chance they got. It was jarring, seeing how foreign this swarm really was. I'd gotten used to the order and structure of Redale's group, and this felt like a glimpse of what I'd once assumed all Keelish were, just animals. I didn't like the feeling, and as we crawled deeper into the den, I found myself losing even more respect for Feralia and her so-called rule. Our guide cut through my growing unease, gesturing toward a small opening tucked near the floor of the den. Inside, the hatchlings were packed together in the darkest corner of their cramped tunnel, whispering frantically among themselves. Their terrified squeaks carried snippets of conversation. "Don't understand. The alpha is a male." They spun around as I stepped in with my elites, their tiny bodies trembling. "Hatchlings," I announced. "I'm the new alpha of this swarm, and things are about to change around here." One of the spawnlings, noticeably larger than the rest and clearly their leader, stepped forward with a defiant stance. "What want? You let any us live?" His voice was sharp, laced with a bitter edge that caught me off guard. "Why would I kill you?" I asked, genuinely puzzled. He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Because others' babies get in way. Get in way of be alpha. Get in way of be strongest. Get in way of rutting mother." He practically spat the last word, and I could feel the tension spike in the room. I shook my head, suppressing a laugh. "You can be my second in command if you prove you can surpass this one here." I nodded toward Tri, who strode forward with a proud swagger, puffing herself up despite being barely past toddler age. She was already bigger than all of them, and it showed. "Also, you've got it wrong," I continued. "She's your new alpha. She's sharp and capable, and honestly, looking at this swarm, you're all far below my standards. She'll whip you into shape and bring you up to par with our original group." Then, out of curiosity, I added, "Have there been slaughters of spawnlings here?" The male blinked at me, matching my confusion. "Yes." When new male conquerors mother, he think he's new real alpha. They're always killing off the surviving hatchlings that not his own. Adults stupid, think with dicks. His blunt, matter-of-fact delivery left me torn between fury and laughter. After a beat, I turned to my niece, a warm sense of trust swelling in my chest. "I'm counting on all of you to work together. You're in charge now, so lead with purpose. Fail me, and you won't get another chance." Tri chirped enthusiastically. "I'll be the best leader, you'll see," I smirked. "I want them near your level in a month. Clear?" She nodded eagerly. "Yes, Alpha. I will make them strong." Then, without missing a beat, she barked orders at the hatchlings. "Now, follow me. We need to go into the light. Wait, no, Alpha. Sing to them." Give them the magic song, then we'll go up to the light. A grin spread across my face, pride warming my heart. Good choice. The spawnlings exchanged bewildered glances, but I simply started humming, letting the melody of nurturing enunciation fill the den. The strain hit me fast. My sonilphon drained quicker than I expected, with so many little ones absorbing the skill at once. As the hatchlings scrambled to compose themselves, Tri didn't waste a second. She grabbed the little alpha by the hand and started dragging him up the slope toward the surface light. "There's so much I need to teach you. Come on," she shouted, while Foire shot daggers at the newcomers. I laughed, struggling to breathe in the cramped space, and began the slow, agonizing climb out of the den. Chapter Devatanakt, as the sounds of Tri's tender care drifted down to me, I finally let my mind wander to what skills I'd tackle next. Crippling Cry was the obvious candidate. I'd experimented with it before on a swarm of insects, but that had been a dead end. This time, though, I had a feeling things would be different. The system's reply had been blunt yet maddeningly non-specific. For the skill to edge closer to evolution, the creatures I took down needed to hit a certain evolutionary benchmark and present a genuine threat to me. When I pushed for more details, silence was all I got. Scanning through my other abilities, nothing else seemed ripe for active progression, at least not yet. Letting out a sigh, I kept crawling forward, slipping out of the den and rejoining the swarm to keep smoothing over tensions between the two groups. Turns out I wasted my effort, since the Keelish, despite being nudged along by Feralia's magic, naturally bowed to the caitiff's authority. As the twin suns dipped low and shadows stretched across the terrain, the swarm stood ready. Sybil gave me the final head count, 436 Keelish in total, and my only real job was making sure nobody bolted. Stay on our trail. No hunting until you're told. If you take down anything before I give the word, you're out of this swarm. My words hung in the air, and a tense quiet settled over the group, but before the newcomers could sink into dread, Jorrel shattered the silence with a roar. "Victory by fang and blood. We follow." The others picked up the chant as we trudged back to the waiting moon children. Mpitar tried to play it cool as we emerged, but his composure cracked when the Keelish kept pouring out of the tree line, past 100, then 2. By the time we hit the 300 mark, he was visibly scrambling to mask his unease, and when nearly all 500 of us stood before him, he'd finally locked his expression down tight. His cadre behind him, though, couldn't stop fidgeting, barely restraining themselves from charging headfirst into a fight. With my subordinates flanking me, I strolled up to Mpitar and asked, "Got a specific spot you want us to start the hunt?" I caught the faint grind of his teeth before he shot back. "We're heading that way. Send the hunters out once we start tonight's trek." I offered a polite smile, my fangs catching the last gleam of light. "Sounds good," I replied, then pivoted to Took and Brutus. Split into 2 full hunting packs each, led by different caitiff. Make sure the Keelish are enough to get the job done. Hunt as much as you can in that direction. The bigger the prey, the better. Took's frills flared wide, while Brutus let out a booming laugh and grabbed Sylph and Jorrel. Seeing Brutus's sheer excitement, Took blasted a call to arms and cracked a grin as she dove into organizing her squads. I caught snippets of Sylph and Jorrel barking orders at the rookies, tearing into them for every slip-up and sluggish move. It was chaotic, sure, but I figured we'd be fine. We had the next week for Sybil to weave her magic and undo the lingering effects of Feralia's influence. The march toward the wild's edge, a spot the moon children called the Sheer Pass, dragged on longer than the 10 days we'd planned. With the hatchlings in tow, who were eager but needed extra care given their size and stamina, the trip stretched to 12. During that stretch, I still hadn't stumbled on a creature worthy of pushing Crippling Cry toward its next stage. Took, though, was thriving, bonding with the swarm's newest members, and leading at least one hunt every single day. She and Brutus had become practically legendary among the recruits, who'd started nicknaming the fresh, keelish gummies and the proven ones fangs. The gummies were dead set on earning their place among the fangs, while the fangs fought just as hard to prove they still had what it took. Sybil and Shamira were burning through every waking hour trying to scrub Feralia's magical residue from the Keelish mines, and their combined strength, sharpened by seamless teamwork, was dragging the swarm's collective intelligence back toward something almost understandable. The workload had grown so heavy on those two that Feralia finally got pulled into the actual running of the swarm, and she turned out to be a shockingly competent and tireless administrator. Tri, meanwhile, had planted herself squarely in the middle of the spawnling chaos, and the little creatures, who started out bristling with distrust and resentment, were slowly melting into a workable order. At first they fought every command, every assignment, but Tri, all lanky limbs and easy laughter, had a core of steel, and she demanded and got respect and obedience. She was thriving, and every day she'd carve out a few minutes to give me a report on her pack's progress, and under her steady hand, those hatchlings were actually coming along, and I could feel that nurturing enunciation was right around the corner. As they soaked in my song day after day, the little ones were getting genuinely excited about the idea of having magic of their own. Etra, who usually stuck to Sybil's side, had started hanging around a couple of the Moon Children. And she was basically trilingual now, picking up enough of the common tongue to get by and a handful of phrases in Fitendra, their own language. She'd laugh with them and then tell me the real reason Mimpitar had such a chip on his shoulder. One of his old friends had died during our fight for Favolo status, and he couldn't let it go. A few of the other Moon Children were quietly annoyed with him for clinging to old grudges when the ancient ways demanded better. But most of the group was more forward-thinking, so those traditionalists kept their mouths shut. When I heard all this, I walked up to Impetar a day out of the sheer pass and said, "You still want that fight?" He didn't even bother to glance at me. I never did. "There's no upside. If I win, nothing changes, except maybe you lose some pull, and you seem like the least bad option for your peoples." The words seemed to stick in his throat. "Leader. If I lose face and standing. Either way, I get nothing." That's a surprisingly calculated answer. I let the silence hang for a few steps, but just as he started to pick up the pace to put some distance between us, I called out, "Do you acknowledge me as Favolo?" Mpitar froze mid-step, his fur literally standing on end, though he still wouldn't face me. "You don't want the answer to that," I grinned. "I think I do. Do you accept Blood Priestess Anna's word? Should I be recognized as Favolo to you and the Moon Children?" He turned slowly, and for a second I wondered if I'd finally pushed him too far. There was a dangerous glint in those oversized eyes as he hissed, "Blood Priestess Anna says you're Favolo, the embodiment of desperation. Right now, you're embodying pride, and pride is something you need to shed if you're desperate. Still want your answer?" My smirk only widened. "I'm desperate for validation, desperate to know the rest of the Moon Children back the one who vouched for me. Isn't that just another face of the same concept?" His reply came as an angry, choked whisper. "I acknowledge you as Favolo." A sharp, barking call rang out, and his Camry closed ranks around him, before they all scrambled up into the trees, staying arboreal for the rest of the day. Sybil's voice drifted from behind me. "I don't see why that was necessary. Strictly speaking, it wasn't. I just couldn't take his attitude." She gave a slow nod. "Maybe wise, maybe not. Only time will tell." I nodded grudgingly. One more day, they say. A day later, the trees began to thin out around us, and off in the distance, I spotted two long mountain ridges stretching parallel to each other. Impitar's voice drifted down from above. "We've brought you to the edge of our territory. If we catch you here without an invitation again, there will be serious repercussions." Then, without another word, the soft rustle of the cadre retreating was the only sign that the Moon Children had ever been there. This new place, known as the Sheer Pass, felt foreign yet oddly familiar to the Keelish of the swarm, myself included. It was strange, because these rocky crags were nothing like the ones I had grown to adore when I first laid eyes on them just a month ago. Yet somehow these mountains felt like home, like we truly belonged here. My home, in both my lives, had always been the jungles ruled by burl-rises, a damp, mostly flat expanse with thick foliage and even thicker wildlife, alive with the cries of birds, the shrieks of monkeys, the croaks of frogs, and the constant rush of water. The Sheer Pass was none of that. It was a desolate stretch wedged between two mountain ranges, dry and warm, with only patchy, low-lying scrub dotting the empty landscape. No frog calls echoed through the air, no trees lined the horizon, and the breeze carried the scent of dirt and wind. The mountains themselves were a stark contrast to what I'd seen before. The previous, unnamed stretch of stone cliffs had been draped in green, with moisture cascading down their sides in streams and waterfalls, and thick clouds hovering over their summits. But these peaks were rocky, parched, and uninviting. Red rock and brown brush clung to the rugged slopes, where an occasional creature could be spotted. The Sheer Pass didn't offer a warm welcome, nor did it seem to care. And that prickly, irritable vibe that hung over the place smelled like home in a way I had never experienced before. I had the urge to charge up those slopes, to scream challenges from the peaks and let them bounce through the valley we were about to cross. These mountains, more than the forests we had left behind, felt like they belonged to all of us. The spawnlings and Tri were the quickest and loudest to show their excitement, while the wave wolf stags grumbled in protest. Awa and her offspring, now nearly matching her 5.5-foot frame, didn't seem to mind, their antlers trailing through the air and sparking with electricity at every step. Tri and her pack somehow took the crackling lightning as a signal to run wild. Tri's pack had grown to just over 50 young ones, and the littlest among them were the survivors of a brutal culling that had occurred only days before we arrived. With so many looking to her as their leader, Tri had clearly become a brood alpha of sorts, growing larger and towering over the Keelish like a catif. With eager screeches and a burst of energy, under Tri's flighty and excitable nature, these youngest members of my swarm couldn't hold back from dashing up the rocky slopes that seemed to call out to them. I didn't have the heart to stop them, so I just whistled and signed for Foire and Sylph to keep watch. Of course, Foire didn't need any prompting. He was already giving his daughter to a safe distance of about 100 feet before trailing behind. As I chuckled at Foire's antics, Sybil stepped up beside me. "This feels strangely familiar. Do you know why?" Her voice was cautious but carried a hint of trust. My first instinct was to ask her why I would possibly know that, but then it hit me. Most of the time, I did have insights into things I had no right to understand. I posted Sybil's question to the system. Why would that be? The old Keel Empire had been built around their original home in the Shandice Mountains. The Shandice environment and climate mirrored this area almost perfectly, so it felt like a natural fit from the start. According to this little guide, our ancestors called these mountains home. Sorry, Syb, that's all I've got. I'd rather you use my actual name. Oh, but isn't a nickname so much more fun? I couldn't hold back my grin. Ashlani, address me by my name, my title, or invite me to your bed. Anything else is just unnecessary. Sybil shot back with a smirk of her own. You keep tossing out those dirty jokes. Getting a little restless, are we? Maybe a bit. But don't think I missed how you looked at Feralia. Smile faded slightly. If you want to find someone else to carry your offspring, I won't stand in your way. For your own sanity, though, I'd pick anyone but her. Took or Shamira would be solid choices. I bet your hatchlings would turn out fierce. Maybe yet, too. I moved in front of Sybil, a surge of impulsiveness and stubborn pride swelling in my chest. I locked eyes with her as I spoke. Listen, you, Sybil, are my mate. There's no reason for me to look elsewhere, especially since we couldn't even incubate eggs from such a fling. And if I started building a harem, it would bring a whole host of problems into the swarm, giving Feralia more excuses to keep testing her luck, or inspiring some other ambitious newcomer to try the same angle. No, that's not happening. I was arguing fervently about something I'd never fully considered before, and the more I spoke, the more certain I became. Well, what about later, once we're settled? Wouldn't more of your offspring benefit the swarm in the long run? You could mate with whoever you wanted then. Sybil seemed almost eager to push me toward polygamy, but she wouldn't meet my gaze. Sybil, I want to stay with you. You back me up. You're my closest friend, my most reliable lieutenant, the future mother of my children, and I intend to be with only you. There are plenty of practical reasons for that, but at the heart of it, I want to be there for you just as you've been for me, and I want you, no one else. Ah, okay then. Sybil seemed at a loss for words, and honestly, so was I. The confession had caught me off guard, but it felt true, like it had been brewing in my mind for a while. Well, I guess we should keep moving, right? Sybil nodded and started walking, for once not immediately diving into some plan or task. Instead, she took slow steps and glanced back at me, not with calculation or teasing, but with something genuine. I wasn't sure how to handle that, so I gave the order to advance, hoping to burn off the nervous energy by staying busy. After an hour of trekking, I still felt unsettled. I let out a sigh and decided to shake things up. Jorel let me borrow the hounds for a hunt. I want to see what this new land has to offer. Yes, Alpha. His tone was as reverent as ever, his devotion growing with every so-called miracle I pulled off. But was his loyalty misplaced? Not at all. I flared my frills and stood tall, whistling to gather the wolf stags, then set off on a wide-ranging search for fresh, exotic quarry. Chapter 21. It had been ages since I'd truly led a hunt. Since the journey began, I'd been stuck with the duller side of leadership, teaching the swarm the common tongue, plotting our course, managing the increasingly divided groups, and handling whatever else filled my days. The closest I'd come to real hunting was taking down those crocodiles, and while they were a threat, it didn't feel like a true pursuit. There was no thrill in the chase. No triumphant glory. I found myself content simply guiding the wolf stags forward on their hunt. Unlike us Keelish, these wave wolf stags weren't built for mountain life, especially since Awa and her pups had chosen to linger near Sybil for reasons I couldn't quite grasp. Their broad paws and stunted frames made them stumble awkwardly over jagged rocks, tiptoe through thorny brush, and constantly fight to keep formation through dry creek beds. In those thickets, their forward-sweeping horns, each a set of dagger-like points, several inches long, would snag on vines in ways that seemed almost impossible to untangle. Even Awa and her pups, who were far more at home in the high country than their ocean-bred kin, often found their dense antler clusters caught in the undergrowth. Watching the wave wolf stags flounder, I couldn't help but wonder if I could somehow nudge their evolution the way I had with much of the swarm. I hadn't yet felt the pull of evolutionary guide take hold of them, though I couldn't tell if that was because they were a separate species, or simply because they hadn't fully trusted me. Maybe they were just too stuck in their old ways to be reshaped by my will, but I held on to hope that enough time under my skills and magic would push them towards something greater. With that thought, I hummed a low melody, channeling the essence of innovating address and nurturing enunciation, and felt the pack perk up behind me. Singing some grand anthem about growing stronger felt ridiculous, so I just kept up a steady, reassuring hum as I took the lead and quickened the pace. The passive weight of innate leadership and imperial bearing swelled within me, and suddenly I could read their movements and intentions far more clearly, making our hunt glide along with ease. Before long, my sharpened vision, sharpened further by raptor's eyes, caught sight of a herd of mountain goats, perched on the near vertical cliffs above. A grin spread across my face as I turned to my furry allies. Think you can hit them with your water? It took a few minutes to get the plan across, but eventually we were all on the same page. The wolf stags fanned out below and to the sides, forming a loose ring around a flock of about 20 goats. I let out a sharp whistle, and all 8 of them readied their magic orbs and lances of water, materializing between the tips of their horns, right between their eyes. I held still, watching the more skittish goats that had caught on to something suspicious, but by the time they had any clue what was coming, it was already over. In a stunning show of teamwork, 11 streams of water shot forward all at once, hammering the goats on the flock's outer edge. The strikes didn't kill any of them outright, but they wounded the stragglers and sent the whole herd into chaos. At the edges of the stampede, the wolf stags made their move, snarling, howling, and charging in, driving the terrified goats up the cliff face, away from the visible threats below and straight toward my hidden perch. The first goat stumbled over the ridge onto the flatter kill zone, and I lunged, one hand clamping down as my claws tore into its throat. It had been ages since I'd relied purely on my bare hands and teeth to bring down prey, and I didn't slip into the cold numbness of combatant's bloodlust this time. Instead, I savored every second of it, feeling the hot blood on my fingers as I ripped the life out of that massive beast. Niamhtala's approval surged through me as the warm lifeblood of my prey splattered across my face and arms. Up close, I realized these creatures were far bigger than I'd imagined. This one stood about 3 feet at the shoulder, easily 200 pounds, and wasn't even the largest of the bunch. I couldn't afford to dwell on that, so I buried my claws deeper, feeling the scrape of spine as my fingers vanished into the gushing wound at the goat's neck. The thick bone slowed my work, but I didn't bother with quaking claw. Raw strength alone tore through sinew and tissue. Without a second thought, I hurled the carcass into the goat behind it, sending both tumbling off the jagged cliff. Somewhere below, I caught the sickening thud of 2 bodies hitting the ground stow-padasat feet down as I lunged toward the next target. A quick snap of my jaws removed a 5-inch chunk of its throat, and the animal crumpled, twitching, as I swallowed the tender, bloody meat and pressed on while crimson streaks blurred my vision. The herd bleated in sheer terror, their panic fueling my advance. I didn't bother with the ones scrambling away behind me. Instead, I whipped my tail at a nearby goat, sending it staggering into another, and then I struck with lethal efficiency across arms, tail, and jaws. It had been ages since I'd known a hunt like this. The foes I'd faced lately were worthy challengers, but these goats were nothing more than prey, their horns useless ornaments against me. They fled at the mere scent of my approach, and with my scales painted in their kin's blood and corpses scattered around, they descended into utter chaos. The carnage, the bodies, the gore, the crimson pooling at my feet, sent a shudder through me that bordered on ecstasy as Niamhtala whispered her approval once more. Each strike left another goat crippled or dead, and when the last survivors bolted for safety, I let out a primal screech of triumph. 5 carcasses lay strewn around me, with 3 more broken on the rocks below. Blood splattered the pale stone, pooling beneath my feet, and I was consumed by a single undeniable thought. Yes, this is how it should be. Chapter 22. I rolled my neck, the unnatural thrill slowly fading into neutrality as Niamhtala's influence receded. Over the course of 4 hunts, the wolf stags and I refined our tactics, eventually positioning 2 of them to hide alongside me and hamstring the goats, rather than relying solely on my throws off the mountain face. The hunts themselves went off without a hitch, though a couple of my companions tweaked their ankles, scrambling up the steep terrain, forcing us to head back to the swarm earlier than planned, hauling the kills as best we could. But despite the bounty, I hadn't found the peace I was searching for. Instead, I found Nieftala, and while I'd always welcomed her before, this time it felt like an intrusion. She had made me revel in the slaughter in a way I might have done anyway, but she stole the choice from me. Don't worry, child. You are my voice, and I rejoice with you. That's not the point. I snapped, my fury boiling over. I trust you, and you've saved my people more times than I can count, and for that, I'm endlessly thankful. But I'm not just a tool. I can speak for you, yet I'm still Ashlani. I deserve to feel my own emotions, whether that's joy, anger, sorrow, or even emptiness. I can't be your puppet and still be myself. You're nothing but a child, throwing a tantrum in the face of divine approval. Stop this foolishness and accept your purpose. No. I barely forced the word out as her presence shook me to my core. For the first time in ages, Nieftala's power genuinely hurt. Her fury and disappointment pressed down on me, trying to crush me into the dirt, but I refused to break. You do not own me. I gasped as the weight lifted slightly. You don't want a broken voice. I can be your greatest follower or a shattered doll. Your call. Her presence slowly withdrew, leaving behind a trace of something like regret, or maybe loneliness. I finally turned to the wolf stags around me, their anxious whines reaching my ears as my mind settled back into some semblance of order. With a heavy sigh, I pushed myself upright and gazed at the sky. Thank you. For your guidance. She said nothing in return, so I went back to hauling the carcasses to the swarm. I grabbed several of the creatures and finally got a good look at them. They were covered in long, straight white fur, had black horns and thick, muscular bodies. The goats were surprisingly hefty, especially given how barren the lower slopes looked, but I'd noticed patches of greenery higher up the mountains, tucked behind the rocky ledges that dotted the entire range. I couldn't help but wonder why they'd leave safer pastures for this exposed, unprotected area, but I decided to just be grateful and keep moving with the meat. When I got back, the rest of the swarm had been hard at work, advancing slowly while gathering the kills from the other hunting groups. Took had led a squad with a 3-to-1 ratio of gummies to fangs, and they'd done well, bringing back nearly as many goats as my team. Try and the newest spawnlings were off on some creative project, spearheaded by the overly enthusiastic Katif kids' so-called wisdom. I shrugged it off and kept dragging the ridiculous amount of meat back to the swarm when it hit me. I'd actually found a bit of distance from the constant stress of thinking about Sybil and everything between us. Funny how nearly having a goddess try to erase my own mind puts things into perspective. I dropped the food in the center of the swarm, carved the hides off, and ate until I was full. With a smirk, I tossed the pelts aside, already dreaming of sleeping on something soft again, before throwing myself into managing the swarm, using true dominance to keep the stubborn Keelish in line, the ones who'd resisted Sybil and Shamira's so-called ministrations, organizing food distribution, and anything else that kept my brain occupied. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, Faria was one of the most defiant and least affected by Sybil's magic, which worried everyone and deeply annoyed Sybil. I couldn't tell if it was the type of magic she used or just Faralia's sheer stubbornness, but either way, we stayed on guard. The silver lining, though, was that Faralia was completely under the sway of my true dominance. My word was absolute to her, no matter the time or place. She obeyed without question, which was also kind of irritating. But it did keep me distracted from the unsettling thoughts swirling in my head about what was happening to me. And before long, the swarm was on the move again, heading back east. Our travel strategy shifted once we split from the Moon Children's group. Instead of a small scouting party ranging ahead while everyone else stuck to their directives, we let most of the swarm fan out to hunt as they pleased, with one rule: bring a share of the kill back to camp before nightfall. The camp itself crawled forward about 20 miles each day, with Sybil and what I privately called the support crew forming its heart. On the second day, we looped around a massive salt flat we dubbed Mumhal, and I chose to sit out the hunting entirely, deciding that only something truly remarkable would earn a spot in my final quest hunts. Along the lake's edge, we spotted odd flightless birds with beaks shaped like crude axes. When cornered, they either charged forward, swinging their heads like hatchets, or bolted for the water and paddled away. For the ones that attacked, we handed out newly forged poleaxes, sharper and sturdier than the rough versions we'd carried weeks earlier, and the Keelish simply beheaded the birds before they could get close. For those that fled to the lake, we sent in the Sibilant Guard, a name I coined much to Sybil's irritation. In the shallows, the axebeaks couldn't generate enough force to hurt the wave wolf stags, so the wolves harried them into submission, dragged the carcasses to shore, and piled them up for the swarm. By the third day, we'd left the lake behind, and the goats that usually grazed beneath the rocky bluffs were gone. The axebeaks, it turned out, only lived around Mumhal, so there was nothing left to chase. After nearly a full day of scanning empty terrain, we finally set our sights on the peaks above. I pulled together the swiftest and toughest of the swarm, Tuk, Foy, Sylph, Jorel, It, and a handful of others, and we spent most of the fourth day clawing up a sheer crumbling rock shelf. When we finally crested the edge and stepped into the hidden land beyond, we stopped dead, stunned by what lay before us. Chapter 23: For your failure to wipe out the Keelish threat, you are hereby punished. The Sun-Kindred bastion on the Tufir must fall. You have 12 days. Use every resource at your disposal, including the high speakers still stationed at Fort Dit Nufir. You speak with my authority so long as you speak to destroy the cows. Missive from the Grand Virat to High Colonel Mualtir Deeth Nufir. The land above the clouds opened up like a secret waiting to be found. No towering trees or massive flora here, just dense shrubs, tall grasses, and strange gnarled trees that barely reached 10 feet high, their branches heavy with clusters of bright red berries. The trunks were thick, the leaves so dense they painted the horizon in shades I'd never seen so boldly. I tried one of the berries and immediately regretted it, but the few hatchlings with us went wild, stripping an entire tree clean in minutes, while one volunteered to scramble up and toss fruit down to her alpha. And it wasn't just the greenery, life was everywhere. Birds chimed from every branch, and far off, a massive herd of goats milled like a slow-moving sea. The air smelled fresh and alive, and it reminded me of the jungles we'd left behind, but without the claustrophobic tangle of vines blocking your view. Everything was wide open, visible, and strangely familiar. It felt like home again. This place, safely above the reach of clumsy predators, was a paradise for prey. At least, it was, until the swarm arrived. This picturesque plateau offered none of the treacherous footing we'd battled on the lower slopes, so our strategy didn't need to extend beyond a simple directive: chase the goats down and kill them. In a strange way, the hunt felt like an intense game of tag. We crept close enough to guarantee a solid kill count, then erupted from cover just as our prey started shifting nervously at our presence. What followed was a bloody game of pursuit. The pack I'd brought along was sharp enough to know exactly how to maximize the hunt. Every one of us tore through the herd at full speed, landing crippling blows to legs, gutting bellies, and delivering swift death to anything within reach. Behind us, the frantic bleating of our victims didn't inspire pity or slow our pace. If anything, it fueled us, pushing us to move faster, hit harder, and strike with more lethal precision. Yet, despite the thrill of the violence and my own successes, the moment felt tainted by Neophtala's earlier intrusion into my mind. She didn't return. We chased the herd for several minutes, driving them to the edge of their little paradise, where the vegetation thickened and gave way to another steep, rocky incline leading toward the mountain summit. There we regrouped and began our trek back through the carnage, finishing off any stragglers and collecting the corpses we passed along the way. As we walked, one of the hatchlings turned to me with a beaming grin. "Did you see me?" I took down 7 before they even had a chance to run. Before I could respond, the larger male jumped in with a scoff. "Then you're slow." I got over 10. I lost count after that. I was so taken aback by their fluent speech that I let their bickering continue without interruption. That's only because I couldn't just cook them all. If we weren't going to eat them, I would have burned them down to ash. That doesn't matter. This is a hunt, not a mindless pile of bodies, and you still don't know how to use magic, even if you've talked to Solia about it. Then why would you even keep track of your kills? Because I knew you would, and I wanted to put you in your place. I was rolling my eyes, about to shut down their squabble, when a sudden shiver raced down my spine. I glanced around but saw nothing unusual, and while the air was crisp, it wasn't the cold that unsettled me. I looked ahead and then it hit me. My subconscious had already noticed what my conscious mind hadn't. There were no sounds of suffering mountain goats in front of us. It wasn't that I wanted to witness their agony, but I knew with certainty that there should have been survivors trying to escape death before we returned, unless something else had gotten to them first. I let out a low whistle, and the pack instantly fell silent around me as I peered through the branches, stretching my tremor sense to its absolute limit. Even with nerves beginning to fray, I couldn't help but crack a fierce grin, admiring the discipline of my team, even the youngest. Unseasoned ones fell into step beside their elders, without a word. I signaled for everyone to stay alert and gather together as we approached the clearing where the goats had been grazing. The silence was beyond eerie. The once lively, noise-filled space had gone completely dead. I could still detect the heat signatures of birds perched in the trees, but they sat frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror and the instinct to stay hidden. Taking in all of this, my swarm moved with extra caution, matching my own careful steps. It was just as we all slowed down that we spotted the first sign of whatever had beaten us to the kill. A massive paw print sat pressed into the ground, the entire skull of a goat crushed beneath it, horns and all slammed unforgivingly into the dirt. The paw print itself was sunk deep into the earth. Whatever had made it boasted paws larger than the entire head of a 200-pound goat. Even more unsettling, the thing had moved with remarkable stealth when it chose to, since that single print, the one that had caved in the goat's skull, was the only mark visible in the fertile, muddy soil surrounding us. As we pressed on, it became clear that this creature, whatever it was, had been systematically putting the surviving goats out of their misery. Every blow had been clean, decisive, and final, no attempts to wound, only to kill. The method of execution was always the same: crushed skulls. No flesh had been bitten, no lingering or cruel wounds beyond what the pack had inflicted. It almost felt like mercy, and we left the bodies behind as we closed in on the site of our original ambush. Foix spotted the creature first and urgently signaled its position to me. With his guidance and my tremor sense, I finally locked onto the monster. There, hunched over a goat's carcass, stood a true behemoth of a beast. I had only heard of them by name from the Moon Children, and had never encountered one firsthand. Even without prior knowledge, one glance made it obvious this was a predator, a creature whose raw strength demanded respect. The furry giant was colossal, its head reaching 14 feet high when it rose on its hind legs. As we approached, it dropped to all 6 limbs, lowering itself to about 5 feet tall, but it raised its head high and watched our pack with a somber, knowing gaze. Its face was like a more feral version of a moonchild's, a long snout, protruding canines, a wet nose, and bear-like ears, yet the visage still carried an eerie, haunting resemblance to something human. Around me, the pack bristled, readying for battle. It was deeply unsettling, but as the Nanook regarded us, seemingly mourning the loss of the goats, it let out an angry, challenging roar. Behind me, the bulk of the pack fanned out while Jorrel, Took, and Sylph took point alongside me. With my support team ready to follow my lead, I scanned the surroundings for any additional Nanooks lurking nearby. Both Foix and Sylph shook their heads, confirming no reinforcements, and the signal registered as a blazing hotspot in my thermal vision. With no backup for the beast in sight, I returned my attention to the creature before us. The Nanook threw itself upright again, standing on its hind legs, with all four arms spread wide in a threatening display, roaring another challenge. My Hatif pride swelled, not out of disdain for the Nanook, but out of recognition that this was a worthy opponent, an equal, something to conquer. That said, I had no intention of fighting fair. I channeled my magic to my throat and screamed my own challenge at the beast. My shrieking war cry washed over the Nanook almost visibly, and it seemed momentarily stunned. I began to lead the charge, and I was wrong to. With a deep swell of its chest, the Nanook inhaled, then released what could only be described as an explosion of sound. My joints vibrated under the relentless pressure of the roar, my eardrums threatening to burst as my stomach clenched and heaved, desperate to empty itself under the sheer physical force, pressing and rattling every part of my body. Gritting my teeth, I tried to push my magic from my sonilphon to my throat, but the Nanook's vibrations made it impossible to produce any sound. For the first time, I truly understood what it felt like to be on the receiving end of a crippling cry. Before I could steady myself and begin the fight in earnest, something burst inside my ears, and I staggered, my sense of balance completely failing me. The nausea hit me like a wave, and before I could stop it, I was vomiting, the blood of the slaughtered goats surging up my throat and spilling between my teeth, dripping slowly onto the earth beneath me. I glanced up just in time to see the Nanook charging straight into our staggered front line. Barely managing to rise, I threw myself into Took beside me, shoving us both clear of the massive paws that slammed down where we'd been standing. I swung out with one hand, my fingers scraping into its grounded forearm, but the effect was minimal. Only a shallow inch dug in, nowhere near the full depth of my claws, and the trivial wound only seemed to enrage the beast further. I scrambled forward, trying to drag my other hand and claws into its flanks or sides, but I was forced to roll away as its second arm came crashing down in a crushing blow. Panic surged as I kept rolling, desperate to evade the next strike, but I saw the Nanook brace all four arms to smash down on my position. A cold certainty settled in. I wasn't going to make it out of the way. I forced my magic into my throat, ready to fend off the attack, but before either of us could finish our preparations, a thin spear of flame lanced into its face, followed by a much larger stone arrow that knocked it back onto its heel. The small female, whose name I still didn't know, stepped forward, pushing what flames she could summon into the beast. Her magic sputtered out quickly, but she sank to the ground with a proud, exhausted slump at her success. Blood was trickling freely from my ears as I staggered upright, fighting to steady myself and only barely managing as I tried to get our bearings. Scanning the pack, only the four of us in the front had blood seeping down the sides of our heads. The others stood far more solidly than we did. Foix was using his arms like a second pair of legs, already coiling to launch himself at the towering beast before him. Yit wasn't far behind, the frills around her head flaring wide and her mouth open in a wordless hiss as she channeled her magic to pull another stone spear from the ground beneath her feet. Took was already in the thick of it, weaving back and forth in front of the Nanook, while the hatchling alpha darted around the monster, snapping with claw and fang whenever it got distracted by Took, Foie, who'd rushed in, the female's weak flames, or the rest of the pack. Finally, I managed to gather my magic to my throat, drawing on Innovating Address and Conqueror's Rebuke, and shouted the simple command. Kill it! The pack erupted around me, chanting victory by fang and blood, and I dove back into the fray myself. Every step was a battle against my shattered balance, but I refused to let it hold me back. I whistled for all 3 frontliners to focus on one side, and they obeyed without hesitation, trusting me completely. Took was first, catching a glancing blow from the monster's second set of arms, but she still hurled herself into its side, latching onto its upper shoulder with fang and claw. She ripped and tore with everything she had, while the quicker, smaller Sylph and Jorel shredded the flesh just below the Nanook's ribs. The beast screamed in rage and agony, swatting at the pests tormenting it, and that gave me the opening I'd been waiting for. The female sent one final, desperate gout of flame into the Nanook's face, blinding and searing it, though not enough to stop it from lashing out at my companions. I slipped under its claws and reached its exposed belly. It had been a long time since I'd faced something big enough for this tactic, and a grim smile crept across my face as I started tunneling into the soft flesh of the beast. I struck out with both hands, claws fully extended and driving with all my strength, trying to disembowel the Nanook. My claws sank deep enough to cut through muscle, but not quite into the viscera, so I shoved my head forward, jaws snapping as the beast reared back in pure, unrelenting torment. I refused to let my prey escape. With quaking claw surging at maximum output, I buried my face deep into the beast's yielding flesh, tearing through layer after layer as I carved a path toward its core. Every bite I ripped free was hurled aside into the open air before I dove back in for more, desperate to cripple this colossal threat before it could mount another attack. My hands kept slashing forward with wild abandon, carving a dozen deep wounds in rapid succession. The creature's roar shifted from defiance to pure agony. It swatted me away, but my jaws were still locked onto its innards, and I tore what looked like a length of intestine free as I went tumbling through the air. The Nanook bolted, moving faster than I expected, but I wasn't about to let it escape. My mind finally sharpened enough to trigger combatant's bloodlust, and the clarity that followed revealed a crucial detail. The monster couldn't reach its own back. I gave chase, launched myself skyward in a powerful leap, and landed squarely on its spine. Glowing red weak points dotted the length of its back, but I locked onto the largest, most intense crimson mark at the base of its skull. With claws and fangs fully extended, I tore into that vulnerable spot, while the bear thrashed and swiped uselessly at me with its massive paws. I exposed the spinal column, and with one crushing final bite, I snapped through the bone. The enormous body went limp beneath me. I threw my head back and screamed in triumph, only to look around and find myself completely alone. No pack members in sight. "Alpha, come here!" A trembling voice called out from behind me, one of the younger Keelish, his words shaking with barely contained terror. I spun around. Took lay sprawled on the ground, a massive gash carved into her side that I hadn't noticed before, blood pouring from the wound at an alarming rate. The earth beneath her had turned into a muddy crimson sludge. My subordinates stared at me, their eyes brimming with desperate hope, while my own heart plummeted into darkness. Chapter 25. Nieftala devour that bastard's soul. May every hunt end in failure for him. May Nashat poison his blood. May Hultar burn his eyes from his skull. I hurled every curse I knew at that Nanook, in every language I could summon, as I sprinted toward my fallen companion. Took was shuddering, fighting for each ragged breath, still clinging to life by a thread. "Victory. Bye. I'll knock you out cold myself before you finish that sentence," I snapped, cutting her off. I turned to the hatchlings and Foie. "Run down to the swarm. Get Vafir moving up here while we descend." The young one stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, but Foix took off without a second thought. "Go!" I bellowed at the paralyzed children, and they finally jolted into motion, scrambling down the slope after Foix toward the valley below. "You stay," I commanded the unsteady female who'd barely managed to stand after her magical outburst. Okay. Sylph pressed down hard on the wound. The entire wound. "Keep the blood inside. Jorel et, clear a path so we can move fast and smooth. You cut the thickest, longest, cleanest fur you can find from the nearest goat. Now, little one, you've got the most critical job." The hatchling blinked at me in confusion. "I need you to sear the wound closed." She didn't get it. She tried to understand, but the concept was beyond her grasp. No, I can't do that. I'll kill her." "No, you'll save her. The heat will stop the bleeding so we can carry her down." I'll hurt her. I can't control my flames like that. I'll burn everything. I've never used them before today, and I'm too exhausted. I can't do what you're asking." "You'll be fine. Now do it and save her life." With a shaky breath, the child summoned a small flame, far too weak to seal Took's wound. "Hotter!" The flame grew slightly, but still not enough. "Hotter, or I swear I'll throw you off this cliff." A massive gout of fire erupted into the air, completely uncontrolled, then died just as quickly as the girl gasped and crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. I hissed through my teeth, and for a moment I nearly followed through on my threat. The little girl began hyperventilating, panic consuming her as I stepped closer, and then Nieftala's voice washed over me. Calm. The barest whisper of the goddess's presence was enough to shove the panic aside. Nieftala pulled back with a quiet, sure confidence, and I locked myself down. My decision was made, no more second-guessing. I extended the claws on my right hand as far as they'd go, my scales snapping together into a solid plate. "What's your name, little one?" I asked. "Hala," she whimpered. "Hala, keep that flame as steady and as hot as you can." "Don't worry about aiming it, just keep it going," I said, weaving innovating address into my voice. To her credit, she took a deep breath and let loose a sharp, focused pillar of fire. Without waiting another beat, I shoved my prepared hand straight into the inferno. I knew it would hurt, but my vague, formless prayers had hoped my claws would withstand the heat and do a decent job of sealing the wounds. My flesh began to bubble and hiss under the flames, and Hala, panicking, started to snuff the fire out. "No!" I barked before the flames could die completely. "Keep it up. Concentrate it." My petty hopes were quickly drowned in pure, overwhelming agony. My fingertips held at first, but as the claws themselves became superheated, the heat sank deeper, right into my bones. This wasn't like my shoulder being ripped apart. That was a throbbing, dull ache that numbed everything else. This pain kept climbing, escalating long after I was sure it had peaked. I felt my skin crackle beneath my scales, my blood starting to boil and bubble even where it wasn't directly exposed. My bones ached, and my mind was a white-hot void of nothing but the burning hell that used to be my hand. Then the feeling in my fingers vanished, the agony crawling relentlessly up my arm. I couldn't take it anymore. I yanked my hand from the flames and called for Sylph to move so I could see the damage. He scrambled out of the way and I saw it. Torn flesh, a deep gouge cutting through 3 of Took's ribs, her lung exposed and shuddering with every breath. The moment pressure was released, blood started pooling in the cavity, flowing freely from a torn, exposed artery. Without a second thought, I pressed a claw against the artery. Took jerked violently at the searing sensation. Took, the ever-stoic, never-complaining Took, whimpered. I thought I caught her whispering something about onclich as I gestured for Sylph and a couple of others to hold her down and keep her from writhing away from the pain that might just save her life. My second claw pressed into the artery, and again she jerked, but 4 bodies held her fast, keeping her from moving enough to stop the cauterization. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and Took cried out again. She was fading, and in her delirium, her usual iron control slipped. With my other 2 claws, I seared the worst of the damage, though I knew it wasn't enough. The nameless male appeared, his arms full of long white goat fur. Sylph, pack the wounds tight with that fur and keep pressure on it. We're moving now. The rest of you help him carry Took. Keep her from twisting around. Keep her from bleeding out. Now go. Scout the best route. After that, the journey was a blur. My mind was too consumed by the agony in my hand and the constant battle to keep my balance with my burst eardrums. Hala kept mumbling apologies, and I just nodded, trying to keep moving down the mountain. Sylph was quietly telling Took that Triel had died this way, so she didn't need to. It didn't make much sense to me, but maybe my mental state was just shot. The rest of the pack moved in tense, hurried silence, doing their best to keep pace with Jorel and Yit, while Took's pained mumbles turned into incoherent nonsense. I strained to track her condition, and my heart dropped when she went quiet halfway down the slope. Took, stay with me. Talk to me. Nothing. Took. Say something. Silence. Took. Victory. Then nothing more. No. Wake up. I wanted to stop to try anything, but every second counted. I had to get her to our 2 healers as fast as possible. Hurry! It felt like an eternity, 10 agonizing minutes that stretched on forever before we finally reached Vefir and Etra. Vefir was clearly panicked, being guided by Jorel and Foire, while Etra came up just behind them, breathless but pushing herself hard. We laid Took out on the ground as both healers immediately poured their magic into her still form. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, nothing. I could feel the sting of tears building at the corners of my eyes. Another packmate, another friend, gone. I forced myself to summon magic to my throat, ready to scream my fury to the heavens when Victory, by Fang and Blood. Chapter 26. That hour was pure stress, but in the end, Took finally regained consciousness just long enough to complain about how hungry she was, and I let myself breathe again. Once I shook off the fog of worry that had clouded my mind, the full agony of my scorched hand hit me like a freight train, even with pain tolerance doing its best to dull the edge. I wanted to lose myself in some deep philosophical reflection about the constant abuse my right arm seemed to endure. But honestly, all I could focus on was the relentless, mind-numbing waves of pain shooting up my limb. A blinking system notification kept trying to grab my attention, but it was completely useless against the throbbing ache that had me groaning involuntarily. Ashlani? What's wrong? Vefir looked at me with a puzzled expression, then his eyes landed on my hand. Niafdala still hasn't blessed you with wisdom. You're always doing something reckless like this. With a soft whistle, he called over the resting Etra, and the 2 of them gave my hand a disapproving once-over. Etra didn't say a word, but her narrowed eyes said everything. The judgment was so thick it almost numbed the pain. A small part of my catif pride bristled at the treatment, and I wanted to fire back some snarky retort, but the searing burn made it impossible. Now, let's take care of the results of your foolishness, Vefir said. With a grunt of effort, the 2 healers gathered the last of their magic to start mending my injury. I watched the faint, shimmering light travel from their hands into mine, and the moment it touched, it rushed through me like a cool wave, soothing and restoring my damaged flesh. I shuddered, then slowly let the healing wash over me, settling more comfortably into the keelish squat my legs were built for. So what brilliant decision led to this potential disfigurement? Vefir's disapproving stare never wavered during the healing, and now he turned it fully on me, with Etra's quiet presence adding weight to his scolding. Before I could say anything defensive, Sybil's head appeared over Vefir's shoulder, and seeing my injury, she padded over and leaned against me. My mind was clear enough now to start crafting excuses, justifications, and righteous indignation, but I recognized the truth in their concern and chose humility instead. I wanted to make sure Took survived. Tried to seal her worst wounds with my own hand. I should have grabbed a tool, but I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry for that mistake. Vafia's jaw dropped in surprise, while Sybil let out a sharp hiss of disapproval. As Sybil and Etra struggled to regain their composure, Vafia finally closed his mouth and let out a rueful chuckle. If that's how you feel about it, then I've got nothing more to say. You're a strong leader, and your swarm knows you genuinely care about each member, not just the group as a whole. So don't forget to look after yourself too, because if you burn out, the whole hive feels it. I was caught off guard by how blunt and thoughtful he was about it, but I nodded, accepting the truth in his words. I pushed myself up, rolled my shoulders, and cracked my neck. All right then. Let's move. We've got a few more runs to make, and I want this wrapped up before the sun dips. Vafia let out a low chuckle. And just where do you think you're headed? The hunt went well, and I'll be a toothless fool if I let that beast's meat go to waste before every member of the swarm gets their share. You must have been hurting more than I realized. Vafia tilted his head, gesturing up the slope. Jorel was already making his way down, his wolf stags loaded with the goats they'd taken down, hauling the spoils back to the group. How many more loads, Jorel? This is the last one, Alpha. His voice was steady, but a barely suppressed grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Anything else you need from up there? You took down the Nanook? I couldn't keep the shock out of my voice. That grin broke loose, spreading across his face and warming his tone. Took 6 of us, but yeah. It's waiting down there with the rest of the swarm for you to start the feast. Nice work, Jorel. You're really coming into your own. I clapped him on the shoulder. He grunted, smiled, and practically radiated pride under my praise before bounding off with a new energy in his step. And I realized I actually meant it. Jorel had shed the awkward uncertainty of youth and stepped fully into his role as a Qatif, leading a deadly pack of hunters. He'd grown into everything I'd hoped for when I first saw him guiding his brood. But that pride came with a creeping worry. Years from now, when my own children came of age, would the old guard accept them the way they'd accepted me? Would Jorel and the others who joined this budding nation of Keelish, or Keel, demand that leadership be won through blood and conquest, the way Qatif always did? Would Keel itself become twisted by arrogance, turning into a fractured mess of ambitious rivals instead of something lasting? My mind started to spiral, exhaustion feeding the doubt, but I forced myself to snap out of it. There was nothing I could do about that future right now. So I focused on the present, walking back with my pack, helping Took along the way, and letting myself look forward to the taste of that peak predator, the Nanook. The trek back took about 10 minutes, and even though most of my injuries had healed, every step sent a sharp jolt through my hand. I leaned into the pain, letting it ground me. As we approached, Took straightened up, shrugged off my help, and marched herself back into the camp, for lack of a better word. It wasn't organized enough to truly call it that, but there was no other way to describe the chaotic gathering before me. On the edges lurked the least civilized, the ones who hadn't changed much under Took, Shamira, and Sybil's care over the past weeks. There were about 100 of them, which was actually a solid drop given how many of those slavering beasts we'd absorbed into our ranks. These fringe members kept to themselves but followed orders when it came time to hunt. They were mostly sulky, probably because we'd banned rutting. We couldn't bring eggs along, and abandoning them wasn't an option. Interestingly, even though some of Faralia's swarm had evolved into Qatif, including her, none of these outsiders had made that leap. Further in, the rest of Faralia's original Keelish had settled, forming the core of what was slowly becoming something more. A couple dozen fledgling Katif milled about the clearing, mostly from the Kartal civilian and Siktal hunter castes, though one lone Haktal warrior towered over the rest. How my elite squad and I knew these caste distinctions by name I couldn't explain. The titles just surfaced in our minds like second nature. The Katif moved with ease among each other, yet they'd already formed tight-knit packs, whether for hunting expeditions or daily chores. At the heart of it all sat the literal inner circle, where the original swarm lingered. Fwa, Sylph, Sybil, Shamira, and the others drifted around that space, waiting for Tuk, Vefir, and me to make our grand entrance. Piles of goat carcasses from our successful hunts were stacked high, with wolf stags circling them like sentinels, keeping the more impatient members of the swarm at bay until the proper moment arrived. When Tuk walked in under her own steam, the inner circle straightened up, and the broader crowd erupted in cheers, some with more enthusiasm than others. She raised a hand, soaking in the praise, then gestured toward me. Smiling, I stepped forward and addressed them all. "I'll keep this short. We ran into a serious threat, we fought it, and we took it down. Feast for our victory. Feast for the blood spilled on both sides. Feast to Nieftala." The swarm roared its approval, and the celebration kicked off. As I finally sat down to my portion of Nanook meat, a system notification blinked at the edge of my vision. Skill, pain tolerance advanced. Quest complete. New quest acquired. Chapter 27. Curiosity tugged at me, but I pushed it aside, choosing to savor the moment with my swarm first. I watched them revel in the triumph of survival, their joy infectious. Tuk, still sluggish from her ordeal, ate until her belly bulged and she passed out cold. Her unexpected recovery seemed to signal the feast's end, and most of the swarm drifted off to rest. Wrapped in fresh goat pelts, I settled into my new bedding for the night. The searing pain in my hand had dulled over the evening, thanks to Etra and Vefer stopping by every 15 minutes to pump me full of healing magic. I'd tried to wave them off, but Vefir shut me down hard. "You need this more than she does. Her body's tougher than yours. Her wounds were scarier, sure, but they were straightforward. You burned the feeling out of your fingers, boiled your blood, and turned your bones to charcoal. Don't touch that hand until I say so." His tone left no room for argument, so I just flared my frills in acknowledgement. Satisfied, he kept working until I finally shooed them both away, desperate for sleep and a chance to dig into my status. The first thing that jumped out was my quest to hunt, kill, and devour pet new species, the completed and refreshed with the same objective. But the real gem was my skills advancement. I pulled it up and dove in. Skill, pain tolerance. Allows the user to ignore pain up to certain thresholds. Note: ignoring the agony doesn't mean ignoring the damage causing it. Yet the description read exactly as before. Same name, same text, nothing new. Then the administrator chimed in. Many skills can't evolve, but they can progress. Your tremor sense, for instance, won't evolve, but it can advance. Or, under rare circumstances, merge with something else. The voice cut off abruptly, then returned with a heavy sigh. I get it. The other old-timers don't want me oversharing. That's why I've kept my distance, but that insufferable Dul Yulvrok has his own agenda. Once again, the administrator's message got sliced off mid-sentence, and after a solid minute of silence, the system's cold, mechanical voice returned. Skills can grow. The pain tolerance skill has increased. I tried poking and prodding for more answers, but both the system and the administrator had gone quiet for good. Then, out of nowhere, Nieftala's presence washed over me. "I'm relieved your friend pulled through." That was all she offered before pulling back, but I could feel her genuine warmth for me. It took me back to that moment after Onkli died, when the administrator showed zero care, and the contrast hit me hard. Nieftala's kindness actually made me crack a smile, and I let myself sink into the bedding, ready to drift off. I rolled over, and there was Sybil, staring right back at me. She was on the edge of sleep, her belly just as stuffed from devouring Nanook as Tux had been. Though honestly, that meat was way better than it had any right to be. She tilted her head, picking up on my thoughtful gaze. I gave my tail a flick, letting it thump against the ground, and kept my eyes on her, the way the frills around her face fanned out, the soft glimmer of her scales catching the moonlight, the way her eyes turned into deep, dark pools in the night. She smelled incredible, that earthy scent like fresh rain on open fields, and a sly little smile crept onto her lips that she couldn't quite suppress. Seriously, you're going to stare at me like that and have nothing to say? Sybil had softened a lot over the past few months, but that sharp tongue of hers was still very much intact, just a little less venomous. I didn't have anything planned. Just turned over, saw you, and wanted to keep looking. So here we are. I'm just another drone in the swarm. Nothing worth staring at. I let out a sigh. Are we really doing this again? I don't see you that way, no matter what you think. You're attractive to me. And yet, it took you days to figure out I was coming on to you. Clearly my irresistible charm is just overwhelming. Her smirk faded as her tone slipped into something more self-deprecating. And you only decided to mate with me once you realized how clueless you were, so do you really have room to complain? I gave a dramatic sigh, maybe not. Then a real one. Speaking of mates, I can't shake this guarded, uneasy feeling around that fork-tongued menace. Feralia, I said, knowing exactly who she meant. Hard as it is to believe, I'm pretty sure she doesn't wish harm on me, the swarm, or you. And that's what drives me crazy. If she had any bad intentions, I'd crush her without a second thought. But no, she genuinely wants the swarm to thrive, even if it's in ways we're not comfortable with. So you're hesitating, yes. It was flat, matter of fact, completely devoid of emotion. Just a simple acknowledgement. If any swarm member threatened the collective, they'd be dealt with, plain and simple. Anyway, how's your new intelligence network coming along? I really feel Kree's absence. She was such a rock, calm, steady, and her reach was surprisingly extensive. I miss her, and I haven't found anyone who can step into her role yet. Why not Etra? She's just as sharp and capable. She doesn't have Octavi's finesse. Plus, her priorities have changed. Etra's devoted herself to healing following Vefir now. Which is good, we always need more healers. What about that little one? What was her name? Hala. She's fast, eager. Sybil's tail twitched with irritation. But her wit is a blade she hasn't learned to sheath yet. She's far too impulsive, too easily swept up in the heat of the moment, always diving headfirst into any discussion before she's even been invited. That child has an insatiable hunger to uncover every secret, every scrap of significance, and she lacks the patience to let revelations come to her naturally. Her own restless curiosity drags her forward at every turn. No, she's a valuable piece, but she's no spymaster. I flicked my tail once more. I trust your instincts without question. And you should. Sybil's tail gave a lazy tap against my leg, and we curled into our familiar, comfortable position, settling in for the night. Sleep didn't waste a moment before flooding my mind with visions. I found myself in an endless, chaotic battlefield where Keelish fought and died in droves. The terrain morphed without warning. Scorched grasslands giving way to torrential jungles, then to blood-slicked city streets, and finally to jagged peaks crawling with Nanook. The enemies never stayed the same. Moonchildren, Sunken Dread, Vyoshtan, armored giants, and even other Keelish, alongside creatures I couldn't name. But one thing remained constant. Our kind fell by the hundreds, bodies piling into grim mounds, blood soaking the earth until it became a thick, crimson sludge. My companions stacked the dead into makeshift barricades, fighting from behind those gory walls, but their own twitching forms soon joined the heap. As the nightmare wore on, I began to recognize the faces scattered across that horrific fortress. Took's skin had been flayed from half his skull, his expression frozen in a silent scream. Foi's arms ended in jagged stumps below the elbows, his neck bent at a sickening angle, and between his legs lay the broken body of his daughter. Brutus's legs were snapped outward, pale bone jutting through torn flesh. Yeat's throat was a mangled ruin, her face twisted into a mask of terror. And Sybil, her chest had been torn wide open, ribs gleaming wetly, insides exposed to the cold air. As I stared, sickened, Jorrel buried his face into her open cavity and pulled back just enough for me to see him start swallowing the unhatched eggs from inside my mate. I wanted to scream, to lunge, to do something, but I was rooted in place as that thing wearing my friend's face turned its hollow gaze on me. Its features had collapsed into something grotesque, eyes reduced to empty black pits, the familiar lines of its face stretched into cruel parodies. It swallowed the last of my mate's legacy, then faced me fully. Its teeth were long, thin needles, crafted purely to wound, never to tear, only to mime and torment. Its mouth gaped open, and a hissing voice slithered up my spine, echoing in my skull as its tongue split and writhed between those awful teeth. Beware the forked tongue. The skeptical are the eternal enemies of the forward-thinking. We all have forked tongues. You mean the liars? Beware the ancient foe. The hunted return to their old stomping grounds. Who is that? Beware the gods. They are fickle, and they have been since the dawn of their existence. With a sharp gasp, I jolted awake. Chapter 28. I took a shaky breath and scanned my surroundings, my heart still pounding. Sybil lay beside me, her tail still wrapped around mine, stirring slightly at my sudden movement. Around us, members of the swarm were beginning to rouse, their hisses and shrieks forming a familiar, almost comforting chorus. I looked around, counting heads, making sure no one had vanished overnight, that my friends were still close, that the nightmare was just that, a nightmare. Once my pulse slowed enough to think clearly, I turned the dream over in my mind. Was it a warning? A glimpse of something real? Or just the product of months of relentless pressure finally cracking my resolve? I'd had anxiety-driven nightmares before, but this felt different, sharper. In my previous life, I'd known speakers who could predict storms or seismic shifts, even a few who claimed to sense impending disasters, but that was always deliberate work, complex phrases woven with intent, never something that arrived unbidden in sleep. That said, there was no harm in trying to decode the warnings tacked onto the end of that bizarre nightmare. Beware the forked tongue. The incredulous are the eternal foe of the progressives. A forked tongue, a liar, a deceiver. In the dream, my thoughts had been muddled, but now, fully awake, Sybil's words from the previous night came back with clarity. A fork-tongued menace. Could Feralia be the very threat the dream had tried to warn me about? Or was it someone else entirely? Perhaps a moonchild had been spinning lies for us all along, someone like Anna or even the All-Mother herself. And this incredulous one, who could that be? It might have been arrogant of me, but I naturally cast myself as the progressive in this scenario, which left me wondering who my eternal enemy truly was. I turned it over in my head for a while, found no satisfying answer, and moved on to the next line. Beware the primordial adversary. The prey returned to the ancient hunting grounds. I assumed this pointed to a long-standing enemy of the Keelish, or maybe the Keel as a whole. Could it be an enslaved race that had once risen against the old empire? Or was it something completely outside my knowledge, a force I couldn't even begin to name? Since the two phrases were linked, did that mean the prey was tied to this ancient adversary? What exactly was the prey? Could it be the Keelish? We were certainly troublesome and dangerous, but we were far from being prey, even when considering creatures whose evolution had specifically crafted them to dominate us. If that weren't the case, then what kind of being actively hunted us? The thought left me stumped yet again, and before long I arrived at the final warning. beware the gods. They are inconstant and have been since their inception. If these prophecies held any weight, this last one was the most unsettling, even more so than betrayal, eternal foes, or ancient enemies. As a human, I'd never spent much time worrying about gods or what they thought of me. The Vyoshtyn belief was simple. If gods existed, they did their jobs and paid little attention to the creatures crawling across the worlds they'd made. Before I'd earned my title as a chosen, and later a disciple of Neftala, I'd embraced that same detached mindset in this second life. When the title came, I'd quickly fallen into the belief that following the goddess who'd picked me could only be a good thing, and she had proven me right. Her blessings had lifted me to new heights and kept 24 of my swarm alive when we had no business surviving. Yet that stark warning that Neftala herself was inconstant lingered in my mind. And hadn't I already seen evidence of that? Fragments of the last few days flickered through my thoughts, but I refused to dwell on them too long. Instead, I turned inward and asked, "System Administrator, do you have anything to add or any way to help me with this? There's a lot here I can't discuss openly. You know I'm usually willing to bend the rules, so you should realize how serious it is that I'm staying quiet. You're asking the right questions, ones I'd love to help you with, but not like this, not here. I'll have to ask you during evolution." "Exactly. What I can tell you is that every god and goddess has their own desires and schemes. Every administrator does, just as every system user and thinking creature has hopes and dreams. Neftala has her own hopes for what you might do or become for her, just as I'm your assigned administrator and generally wish for your well-being and success. I also have my own biases and expectations of you. Just take the advancement of your title as an apology from the goddess." "Wait, my title?" "Title, chosen of Neftala advanced. Status updated." Well, that cleared that up. Status name, Ashlani race, Sonic Katif Swarm Alpha titles, Disciple of Neftala advanced, Killer of Red Ale, Favalo of the Moon Children current quests, Hunt Piet new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic Plus Tree, Progress. Greater Marsh Crocodile Perfected Albatross, Partially Awakened Moonchild, Sheer Pass Longhair, Sheer Pass Nanook. Quest complete. New quest, Hunt Piet new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic Plus Piet. Subjugate or otherwise conquer a community of at least 10 individuals. Base reward, Constitution Sem, Strength, Agility plus M, Intelligence plus D7, Magic plus Deviet. Possibility of additional rewards for greater difficulty. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Rewards, upgrade to title, Disciple of Neftala, acquisition of skill, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plus Osum. Stats Constitution, 141 Strength, 154 Agility, 147 Intelligence, 144 Magic, 151 Skills and Adversary, 6, 10 Combatants Bloodlust, 1-4 Imperial Bearing, Conqueror's Rebuke, 1-5 Evolutionary Exemplar, Cannot Evolve, Exceptional Individual, Cannot Evolve, Fanatic's Fortitude, Unqualified Fathomless Sonilphon, Unqualified, 0-2 Crippling Cry, 0-5 Debilitating Diatribe, 0-1 Innovating Address, 0-1 Nurturing Enunciation, 0-5 Quaking Claw, 0-1 Imperial Bearing, Cannot Evolve, Innate Leadership, Cannot Evolve, Pack Tactics, 5 Pain Tolerance, Cannot Evolve, Raptor's Eyes, Cannot Evolve, Tremor Sense, Cannot Evolve, True Dominance, 1-5 Evolutionary Possibilities Sonic Keel Zak Tutal. Requirements. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Progress, 0-1. Have a swarm leader level race. Completed. Khatif Heretic. Requirements. Learn how to bend the world's governing laws and compel the divine to follow your will. Other evolutions possible, but not currently foreseen. Progress further, and such possibilities will be presented to you. Though I'd known it was going to be the case, I couldn't help the pang of disappointment, seeing that adversary hadn't progressed. It was a consolation that each of my stats had increased by at least Dvaset, though I supposed that would be to the detriment of adversary's evolution. Looking at the individual numbers, I couldn't figure out where that final plus jedna to each stat came from. Effects of advancement of title, Disciple of Neftala, are plus jedna to all stats. I supposed I could call that an adequate apology from Neftala for now. Before I could ask the system or administrator any follow-up questions, though, I was distracted by a searing not-quite pain in my chest, as if the sun's heat had concentrated into the broadest section of my breast. I reared back, trying to see what was causing this discomfort, and could barely make out something emblazoning itself on my chest. It tingled and burned in the way that standing too close to a fire did, uncomfortable and unpleasant, but nowhere near approaching the scorching, all-consuming agony from the day before. At my disconcerted movements and noises, Sybil roused and looked up at me, her eyes quickly going wide. "What is happening to you?" I responded, still patting at my chest confusedly. "I wish I knew." "Can you see something?" I worried about the discomfort escalating into pain and agony, but I was happy to realize that there was no increase in the sensation. In fact, it was slowly decreasing. "There is a spear-shaped marking glowing on your chest." "What?" Looking down as best as I could, I recognized the head of a spear pointing up at my head upon my chest. Chapter Dvaset Deviet, with more time and a little assistance from one of the wave wolfstags Jorel had named Childra, I finally got to see my new brand, as I decided to call it. The mark was a pure white spear, pointed upward and onward, while at the base of the spear's haft was a strange little wiggly bit. Something I couldn't understand until the system, unprompted, had informed me. The marking on your chest is the divine mark of the goddess Neftala's domains, victory and conquest. The spear points ever onwards, towards the next conquest. Beneath the spear hung a banner bearing the marks of the nations and powers that had crumbled before the relentless march of Neftala's cause. The design was hard to make out, but I could tell it was a tattoo inked beneath my scales. Stark white against my dull grey hide, hardly a palette that lent itself to intricate artistry. In a flash of what might have been madness or clarity, I decided to grab one of our spears in response to my new decoration. The moment the weapon was back in my grip, it settled into my hands as if it had always belonged there, and I found myself slipping into a battle stance without thinking. Nothing felt different, and a nagging thought crept in that maybe this was just a self-fulfilling trick of the mind. That because I expected to feel more at ease with the spear, I actually did. I'd spent some time in this life wielding poleaxes, and while they'd done the job, slicing through the crocodile's thick armor, I'd never quite clicked with them. Back when I was human, the spear and bow were my tools, while a keelish relied on fangs and claws. I couldn't say for sure what the keel would bring, though I had my hunches, and perhaps that would shift over time. But when it came to killing, my own body had always been my most reliable asset. Yet the spear now felt like an extension of me, a natural and instinctive fit. I wasn't ready to fully embrace every twist of Neftala's schemes, but I could at least put her gifts to work for my people. As I started to walk off into the swarm, Sybil's voice cut through the noise. "Is there something you need to do, Alpha?" I feel like I need to check on Feralia, see if she's working something behind the scenes." "Didn't you say just last night that you mostly trust her and her motives?" "Yeah, but something you said, plus a gut feeling, I suppose." Sybil gave a shrug. "Fair enough. I'll round up whoever I can to make sure you've got the backup you need. Expect me or Shemara to reach out soon." I smiled and turned to leave, brushing Sybil with my tail as I moved. She playfully snapped at it as I walked away, and that little gesture dragged me back to months ago, when she'd carved into her own flesh just to win Took's approval. Without thinking, I spun around until I towered over her, then dipped down and gave a soft, gentle nip at her tail, where the scars still lingered, the bite melting into a nuzzle. Sybil went rigid under my focus, her eyes searching for mine before I even realized what I was doing. After a beat of silence, I finally met the gaze of my beta, my friend, my mate. "What were you thinking when you did that?" A casual shrug. "To join your pack and keep myself safe from Tiran, I needed your blessing, and that depended on Tux. She brought up shedding blood, so I did it. From what I recall, you didn't pause for even a second. You remember right. How? I'm willing to do whatever it takes to reach my goals." Sybil said it so plainly, as if permanently scarring yourself for a slim chance at approval was just another Tuesday. A part of me, one I wasn't sure was entirely Katif. Got it. Be ruthless to whatever stands in your way, even if that obstacle is a piece of yourself. Her next question yanked me out of my thoughts. If Faralia is actually plotting something dangerous, what's your move? Can you stop her without killing her? Or, if it comes down to it, are you prepared to end her? If she's rejected my leniency, then she dies. The words came out with a chilling ease, and I couldn't help but laugh. You're still rubbing off on me, Sybil. As any good relationship should. For the next day, the three of us, Sybil, Shemira, and I, threw ourselves into digging up everything we could on Faralia, who she hunted alongside, who shared her meals, the lives of her children, her usual routines, every last detail we could scrape together. I wished I possessed even a sliver of cunning during my own probing, but I found comfort in the notion that my actions served as a diversion for Sybil's work. Shemira simply charmed a few of the males, and once they were putty in her grasp, she relayed, "She seems happy to stick with you. The guys are all bitter because she won't mate with them anymore. She's following that order and doesn't look like she'd let them near her anyway. She's got her sights locked on you." My irritated tail thrashed behind me. "That's not going to happen. She doesn't think the odds are zero. She became Katif, and none of the Kar-Sik or Huk castes. She's like many of your elites." Shemira wasn't pushing back, but her points were solid, points I chose to ignore. Amidst all this, it felt like the whole swarm had questions for me, ranging from our exact destination to breakfast options, to hunting pairings and beyond. Shemira approached me again, saying, "You ought to tell Jorel you're proud of him and that you trust him. He's been walking on eggshells since the last few times he took charge, and you were hard on him." I couldn't argue with her, so once I wasn't so consumed with confirming whether Faralia was the traitor I sought, I planned to let Jorel know how much I appreciated his growth into a capable leader. But before I could act on my own schedule, Jorel came to me directly. Shemira mentioned she talked to you. I need to ask for your forgiveness." "Yes, she did, and she's correct. I trust you, and you need to hear that." "Really? You agree with her? About what?" "That it wasn't just luck I survived. Rulak, Whistle, Histy, and all the rest, they're gone. Of course it wasn't luck. You've shown you're smart, proactive, and able. I've always believed you'd make a great alpha once you had more refinement. Now you've got it. I'm proud of you and what you've accomplished. I'm excited to see what you'll do next." Jorel straightened up as I spoke, then nodded, his pride unmistakable. "I'll do my best to make you proud. I won't forget this." I mentally groaned at the drama, then nodded to send him off as I resumed my digging. After a full day of uncovering nothing new, just that she was endlessly flirty and seemingly lustful while lacking any real leadership chops on her own, I was fed up enough to confront Faralia directly. "What do you want?" She immediately sidled up to me, trying to flick her tail at me playfully. "I want you to dominate me, Alpha." I snapped my tail out, smacking her across the face, not hard enough to stagger her, but enough to break her out of that seductive routine. My expression stayed stony as I repeated myself. "What do you want?" "What do you mean?" Feralia's voice turned sullen, stripped of the coy charm that usually dripped from her. I mean, what do you want? I can't believe your only goal in life is mating. It's fun, sure, but that's hardly all there is to living. So, what do you hope to achieve, to have? You didn't have to slap me to ask that. Could this be some kind of game you're into? The flirtatious edge was creeping back into her tone, but when I raised my tail in warning, it vanished. She sighed, then said, I think at the heart of it, your Sybil and I want the same things. To feel safe, to be shielded, and not to be owned by some brute with more muscle than sense. I laughed dryly. That sounds pretty different from what you said when I beat you in that duel. She shrugged. Didn't go as I planned. Instead of relying on my magic, I chose to try things the hard way. A male driven by the urge to rut, dominate, and claim you is ridiculously simple to steer. So my whole plan was just to pull your strings that way. That tracks. I've crossed paths with plenty who are chained to that instinct. I paused, then dove into the real interrogation. Any intention of chipping away at my hold over the swarm? Not a chance. And it's not like I could anyway. A sore loser who won't accept they're beaten just gets on everyone's nerves. Everybody bows to something eventually. If they don't, they end up dead or shattered. She gave her tail a flick, shrugging off the harsh reality of the world. So, think having me as your alpha means your everyday needs get handled. I let out a sigh. All right, that's good enough. Though I'd still love it if you'd take me on as at least a submate. Give me a bit more standing, but I'm not holding my breath. You've got your mind on bigger things. A sly grin crept across her face, unless... I raised my tail once more, this time with a faint smirk. Feralia let out a soft laugh, dipped her head and said, Yeah, didn't figure. So I'm no danger to your reign. Please. Her voice caught for a second. Don't end me. Alive nobody beats a dead troublemaker. I couldn't fully buy her words. But I also wasn't convinced Feralia was the snake in the grass. Snake. Chapter Trisset. With my doubts still nagging at me, we pushed further east day after day, winding through the sheer pass. The idea of tracking down more Nanook for their tender, juicy meat crossed my mind, but the payoff didn't stack up against the danger, especially since we had no clue about their hunting, gathering, or migration routines. A single one might have been a manageable kill, but two at once would guaranteed casualties. And that was a price I refused to pay for a slightly better dinner. Unsurprisingly, Feralia stepped up her game in the swarm's daily grind after my pointed conversation with her, especially since I'd made it crystal clear that any sneaky moves to dethrone me as absolute alpha would result in a swift execution. She started actively seeking out the core leadership, trying to win them over however she could, and this time without leaning on her magic. She volunteered to shadow Sybil, joined Took's hunting parties, offered to chat with Hala about magic control, always under Shamira's watchful eye, and generally made herself as useful and indispensable as possible in record time. It looked like a genuine effort, but given that her old position had been built on lies and emotional manipulation, I wasn't about to let my guard down. Took was running at least 2 hunts a day, but had dialed back her aggression since that close call with the Nanook. It was a win for the swarm overall. Fewer hunters limping back with wounds, yet the same amount of prey still hit the camp. The more Took took charge, the more she evolved from a simple coordinator into a true hunt master. Mapping out where each pack would go, what they'd chase, when to circle back, and how to cover each other's backs were just part of her routine, and with every passing day, she grew sharper and more confident. As the swarm settled into the rhythm of our wandering life, it felt like each day was just a carbon copy of the last. But, as always, change had a way of crashing in. Alpha, Foire needs a word with you. Sybil flagged me down one morning, and though she kept her cool, I caught the subtle twitch in her tail. Anything you can fill me in on before I hear him out? Better if you get it straight from him, Sybil replied, and I spread my frills in acknowledgement. Foix and Tri lingered close by, the former standing like a statue, while the little girl bounced on her heels, her energy a jumble of thrill, nerves, or maybe a bit of both. Alpha, Foix started. We pushed ahead to scope out the terrain, check if we needed to adjust our route to keep the hunt on track, and flag any potential trouble, and we spotted a massive wall, huge. It's all stone, and people are walking along the top, and it's gigantic, and. Foix, I cut in, and a quick swish of his tail against her backside silenced Tri, who looked scolded, but still buzzed with excitement. From what I can tell, it's more than a simple village. We can't say what kind of beings dwell inside, but they've got solid fortifications and sit in a deep valley, giving them a clear view of anyone approaching or passing through. I paused to let his words settle, then swallowed the curses itching to break loose. All right, fine. Let's figure out how to handle this. It took a rushed trek of just over an hour before we spotted signs of the settlement Foix had flagged. It was compact, with a trickle of water running through it that barely deserved the name creek. True to his description, the town sat at the heart of the valley, stretching between the towering peaks flanking the sheer pass, though this stretch felt drier and more barren than the deeper parts of the pass. The mountain goats we'd been culling for food were nowhere in sight, and the land didn't look fit for much farming. Given the walled area's size and the lack of fertile ground, I figured no more than Trista folks could scrape by here sustainably. I couldn't fathom living in such a tight, grim spot, packed in like that. My guess settled around 200 residents within those stone barriers. The walls themselves surprised me, cut from precise quarry stone, not called into shape. They rose high and presumably thick, tough enough to repel even the most relentless assaults. A single entrance stood visible, a heavy stone door sealed shut from our view. Along the ramparts ran full palisades with guards patrolling. My sharpened eyes caught glimpses of gleaming armor and movement up there, but I wasn't about to edge closer for a better look. Towers, roughly double the wall's height, anchored each corner of the hexagonal barrier, and I could make out dedicated sentinels taking their posts atop them. Honestly, the more I took in, the more baffled I got. This level of defense outclassed any military stronghold I'd heard of in tales of long-gone warlike tribes, let alone some forgettable speck of a hamlet in the middle of nowhere. My mind cycled through two theories. Either a high earth speaker had holed up here, endlessly reinforcing and improving the fortress while masking the work as natural, or this was an old garrison patched up for its current occupants. I leaned toward the latter, but I wasn't about to wager on it and risk a Wüsten, who might have caught wind of our antics, deciding to drag us all straight into the earth. Would Anna have tipped us off about this fort if they meant to fight? I'd never pressed for much detail about what lay beyond the wilds, and that gap in knowledge stung now. As Favalo, I was still her enemy, so was it naive to think she'd hand over useful intel? The longer I mulled it over, the clearer it became that I had just one path forward. I dispatched Foix to round up Sybil, Shamira, and Took, and he bolted off to fetch them while Tri kept squirming nearby. The little male, whose name I'd come to know as Greel, hovered nearby, watching Tri for some sign of approval. To settle their nerves, I hummed a soft tune of nurturing enunciation for a while, but I cut it off before I could drain myself, and the two little ones went right back to their frantic pacing. I'd been careful to hold back about half my reserves before stopping my skill, keeping enough in the tank to put my plan into motion. When I laid it out, Shamira's lashing tail and Took's shrug weren't exactly glowing endorsements, and Sybil went so far as to call it foolish to the absolute extreme of bull-headed straightforwardness. Still, none of my cabinet could come up with anything better or more workable, so I squared my shoulders and started toward the city, magic already stirring in my throat. Chapter 30, Jedna, people of this city. I am Ashlani, Favalo of Blood Priestess Anna of the Moon Children, Alpha of my swarm, and a friend to those who wish me no harm. I come to speak with your leader, peacefully." A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only when Sybil's voice cut through. "Was there no more diplomatic way to present yourself?" "Well, I thought I did pretty well." "And why didn't you suggest a meeting spot? Mention who you're bringing. Offer any more detail." Sybil wasn't impressed with my attempt at diplomacy, even though she'd signed off on the general approach I'd chosen. I couldn't shake the feeling that she had a point, but speaking again would only betray hesitation and weakness, so I just fixed my gaze on the city walls, waiting to see how my words landed. With my raptor's eyes, I could see a flurry of activity in response to my shout, but I was again stuck squinting at vague shapes and glinting metal, unable to make out the finer details. At least I had it better than the rest of my companions nearby, who depended on me to read the situation, even Foy. I'd found out he could track and sense things far better than I could, but his eyesight, especially out in the open like this, was way more limited than mine. After a moment, seeing there was nothing to react to just yet, I turned to Took. "Go make sure the swarm starts moving this way. If something goes down and we need backup, it's better to have them close." Without a word, she took off to follow my order. Before she could get far, though, Sybil smirked over her shoulder at me. "You already had them moving? At this point, you really should know better." "I suppose I should. Thanks, Sybil." She answered with just a nod, and I couldn't help the chuckle that slipped out. I lowered my head and gave hers a gentle bump. A soft tap of her tail came back as she sent Shemira off to fetch whoever she thought would be most useful for the upcoming talk. "You're not my alpha." Shemira grumbled, then playfully rubbed hips with Sybil, the soft scrape of scales a familiar, comforting sound. "Anything you want me to bring?" Shemira asked me, but I just clicked my teeth in a no. "Fine, I'll grab Vafia since, you know." With another flare of her frills, she jogged off, just barely missing me passing along the next big piece of news. The town's gate was swinging open. It didn't take long to see why. A towering figure in gleaming plate armor stepped through, using a massive poleaxe as a walking stick, each step thumping against the ground. As I walked out onto the open plain to meet them, I swore I could feel the earth tremble with every stride, the sound rolling like distant thunder, and the grass shivering as if charged with static as they closed in. Before the armored stranger could close the distance, I raised a hand and called out a greeting. "Hello again. I'm Ashlani the Katif, a Keelish who only wants to guide my kin safely past your city. Care to introduce yourself?" A surprisingly high-pitched, squeaky voice answered from inside the full suit of armor. "Name's Drolik, head warrior and mayor of Shanda, the town you're looking at. Now, why in the world should I trust a word you say instead of putting you down right here? You gotta understand, even if you can talk, your kind's a nuisance at best and a bloody nightmare at worst. There's been plenty of death on both sides." The voice carried the breathy, halting quality of an older man, but his tone was as unyielding as the steel he wore. It wasn't until a moment later that I noticed his armor wasn't reflecting the twin sun's glow. It was casting its own intricate, glowing patterns, independent of any light source. "There are hundreds of us," I said evenly, "and we'd rather pass through without trouble. If you let us go, we'll stop hunting the prey on this side of the sheer pass and leave your territory without a single quarrel. But if you force our hand, I won't hesitate to spill whatever blood it takes, yours or ours, to get my swarm through." I spoke without emotion, and I could see Drolik flinch inside his helmet, startled that the voice was mine. And even more so at the flat, cold way I stated my willingness to die or kill for passage. He stepped closer, halting just beyond the tip of my spear. He was tall, over 7 feet, towering above me and Took, and the shimmering glyphs on his armor made him look even more imposing up close. You dare threaten my people to my face. Let's drop the theatrics, I drawled, the human words rolling off my tongue more naturally than ever. That's not a threat, it's a simple fact. We both know your people would hunt us if given half a chance. But you can't guarantee every one of your men survives a chase. And I'd rather keep as many of my swarm alive as possible, so if we can slip by peacefully, there's no reason for anyone to die today. A raspy cough rattled from inside the armor, and a small vent near the chest plate hissed open, spitting out a muddy brown glob. By the gods, I ought to kill you where you stand. His voice dripped with bitter resentment. But I've never been one to obey a bunch of self-important so-called deities who think they know better. So fine. Move through tonight when the townsfolk are asleep. I don't want them seeing how many of you there really are. And if I catch any of you out after sunrise, you're just pests to be dealt with. Understood? I smirked. Understood. Anything I should watch out for on the way through? Not a thing I'm willing to share. Welcome to the Badlands, where the bitter and the banished make their home. Don't give us a reason to be angrier than we already are. With a curt nod of his helmet, the faint blue glint of his eyes flashed, and he turned, jogging back toward the walls of Shanda. As he moved, I noticed his armor sounded oddly hollow, like there was something rattling inside, but that wasn't my concern. I flicked my tail, dismissing the thought. The swarm was closing in behind me, and all we had to do was wait for true darkness to fall, then slip past the little city. Simple enough, right? Chapter 32 Drolik fought the urge to stomp as he marched back through the gates of Shanda. That creature was deeply unsettling. The way it moved, as if a Keelish casually conversing, was the most ordinary thing in the world, and the sheer audacity of its demands. Drolik fought to suppress the shudder creeping up his spine as he recalled the hissing, barely coherent words spilling from that massive, fang-lined maw. Summoning his resolve, Drolik funneled extra magical energy through his armor, popped open the discharge flap, and spat out a wad of brownweed. The chew was nearly spent, and the sharp, jittery clarity it provided was fading fast. It had been ages since anyone dared tell him to quit the habit, and he could finally own up to the fact that it had spiraled out of control, but it was the only thing keeping him functioning at this pace, so he considered it a necessary vice. Mayor, what the hell was that? Captain, did you take it down? Was it someone from the wilds? Head warrior, are we safe? Should we fall back to the mines? With a deliberate crack of his neck, Drolik steadied himself before unsealing his mage plate. Inside the breastplate sat a shrunken man, his chest caved in, arms like brittle twigs, a white beard stained with earthy streaks from the brownweed spit dribbling from the corners of his mouth. His legs worked, but just barely, only enough to shuffle him into his wheelchair. Drolik settled back, locking his torso into the power reception module and slowly easing his will into the contraption while deciding how to address the anxious faces manning the walls. With a grunt he spoke, his voice thin and reedy. Short version, we're fine as long as nobody does anything rash. I'll brief the division captains and their seconds, and that's how you'll get your answers. Now get back to your posts and keep an eye out. Nothing gets close. He waved them off dismissively, and though the motley crowd of folk and creatures clearly had burning questions, they'd just received direct orders from their boss's boss's boss, so they swallowed their curiosity and complied. Drolik grunted, satisfied, and willed himself forward as his good right hand fumbled for the small comms device tucked near where his withered hand rested. With a focused push of magic into the module, he felt the crackling hum of a connection and issued a terse command. All captains and subs, war room now. If you're underground, finish your shift and stay put until I call for you. After a chorus of murmured acknowledgements came back, Drolik reached for the hidden brownweed stash in the chair's armrest and lifted another pinch to his lips. He'd need every advantage he could muster for this meeting. Shanda was a modest city, at least. That's what any surface dweller would assume. That was exactly how Drolik liked it. Impossible to gauge how far their tunnels sprawled beneath the earth, or how many survivors were tucked away in the mines. It kept them looking useless, beneath anyone's notice. The ride to his office was quick and uneventful, punctuated only by brief nods to the citizens who greeted him along the way. He was an unmistakable sight, he figured, since no one else would be extravagant enough to engineer a magical wheelchair. But he was the mayor, and he reasoned his brilliance and position earned him that indulgence. As he rolled up the ramp to his office and into the war room, Drolik found Mundir already waiting. She was a deer, an ursine beastkin from the icy archipelago, cast aside by her foolish mother when she admitted she couldn't master their ancestral magic to morphosize. Like every survivor, exile, and misfit, she'd found her way to Shanda. She was a brilliantly sharp magicrafter, well on her way to perfecting a full mage plate, and had become an indispensable chief of state since arriving. "Welcome, Mayor Drolik." A scoff followed. The girl's sole struggle was her inability to shake off that stubborn sense of protocol. She was bent low over the table, her damp snout hovering just above the surface. "Rise, Mundir." She straightened up, her broad shoulders squared, waiting for him to take his spot at the head of the table. Her fur, once a pristine white, had faded into a grimy shade of grey, a telltale sign of countless hours spent hunched over the forge or deep within the mines. Like all beastkin, she was the animal made sentient, towering over 7 feet, paws in place of feet, a dense coat covering her entire frame, hands where paws would be on her arms, and a face that echoed her ursine lineage. Her eyes sparkled with sharp intellect, and the thick leather armor she wore fit her perfectly, revealing the dangerously sculpted muscles of her torso. "Good to see you, Mayor. How did the meeting go?" He let out another grunt. "I'll fill you in when everyone's here." A quiet nod, and she settled into her chair, starting to sketch out her mage plate designs. Drolik quietly dragged his chair closer, trying to peek at the blueprints. He caught a glimpse of a few formulas before a furry arm blocked his view. "I hold you in high regard as a magicrafter and my mentor, but this is going to be my mage plate. No input." A wry grin spread across Drolik's face. This was a familiar argument, mostly because Drolik was an obsessive tinkerer who couldn't resist adding his own spin to anything he laid eyes on. "Fair enough. Let me know if you need anything. I will." A comfortable quiet settled over the room until the door burst open, revealing a sweaty, stocky human. "Hey, Virion." "No, we haven't begun yet. Take a seat." The young sub-captain nodded twice quickly and slid into a chair beside Mundir. He glanced at her blueprints, let out an impressed gasp at a few of the calculations, and was promptly shushed by his superior. Before the door had even stopped moving, it creaked open again, this time admitting Attic. He was a dethroned prince of the Misty Hawa, and he made sure no one ever forgot it. His kind were shorter than the lupine, ursine, and otaried beastkin, and they fiercely denied being beastkin at all, but Drolik couldn't see the difference. Mostly beast, but people, with fur and sharp teeth, whatever. The Misty Hawa were stouter than most of their beastkin cousins, with wide shoulders and waists, and a thicker, darker coat. They refused to use weapons, claiming it dulled the primal edge, and instead leaned on their raw athleticism and natural claws and teeth. Most also shunned armor, but since Attic had been ousted for failing to wield their hereditary magic, he'd chosen to use whatever he could get his hands on. Attic never took off his armor where anyone could see, a rich, mahogany leather covered in shimmering black runes. It had extra scales and straps for better defense against piercing attacks, but its real purpose, inspired by his people's words of power, was to keep him hidden in the shadows. It worked well enough, and while Drolik didn't care much for the fallen prince, he couldn't deny the elegance of the craftsmanship. Trading raw protection for flexibility had been a stroke of genius. Drolic snapped back to attention, realizing everyone he'd expected had arrived. The room was mostly ursine and lupine beastkin, along with a few humans, but there were also a couple of Voshtan and a lone moonchild. All eyes were on him, if not with warmth, at least with focus. I'll get straight to the point. Not many know the word Sahaliard, but the one who said it right. They asked so there are talking Keelish here. Atik cut in, and when do we ride out to wipe them out? A few of the older beastkin bristled, low growls rumbling through the chamber at the blatant disrespect. I was just getting to that, little prince. Atik's fur stood on end at the jab, but Droklik pressed on. They only want to slip around the city under cover of darkness, so nobody panics. No bloodshed, no harm. I'm leaning toward granting them that. You're a fool. Atik's voice sliced through the tension again. The gods themselves have commanded that talking vermin be struck down on sight. Drolic glanced at the hot-headed youth, exhaling a long, weary sigh. Am I wrong? Atik demanded. No, but you're still the bigger idiot. Before the sputtering princeling could respond, Drolic continued, his voice cracking as it rose. Sure, some god said that, but... The squeaky pitch cut through the room like a whistle. You're addressing the leaders of a city the gods themselves abandoned. You, of all people, should know what it's like to be forgotten. So why should we care what they decree? Atik's jaw dropped, his sharp canines catching the light. But, you know what I am. A misty Hawa princeling, yes. An ancient Keelish hunter. Forgotten by those who made you that way, yes. Is there a point to all this? I will hunt them. If you know what's best for you, you. Before he could finish, a grizzled human captain named Linta seized him by the scruff and yanked him upright. If you know what's best, you'll shut that mouth right now. Pup. A ripple of chuckles spread around the table, with muttered echoes of whelp and pup bouncing off the walls. Atik clearly wanted to strike back, but Linta twisted the scruff just enough to expose his throat, then gave a pointed pat to the short sword at his hip. Drolic let the silence hang for a beat before nodding for Linta to release the fuming youth. You're free to do as you please, but Shanda won't back you if you do. And if you're thinking about pulling something stupid with Linta because of how your people settle scores, I suggest you take a good look around this room and think again. Every leader in the chamber fixed the seething young captain with a hard stare. You're a solid leader and a hell of a fighter. Don't throw that away. With a frustrated huff, Atik spun on his heel. You're all a bunch of cowards. He stormed out, the door slamming behind him. Drolic turned to a pair of his most trusted captains, and without a word, they nodded and trailed after the reckless Misty Hawa. Anyone else got questions? Chapter Treatset Tree. The streets feel different now. The air hangs thick with unease and simmering anger. The apotheosis has turned everything upside down, and I know my days here are numbered. This will be my last visit to the glittering, artificial capital of Viertel. The once lively avenues now echo with the rhythmic stomp of soldiers' steel boots, and my favorite bakery has shuttered its windows, now just another grim ration station. Glances that used to be warm are now cold and suspicious, and nearly every face I meet regards me with wariness. Viertel has changed, and I can't say I like it. I'll be gone before the week is out. From the 26th entry of the Epistolary Travel Journal of Kayuktuk the Landlocked, come on, Alpha. Why didn't you call me sooner? Yet, there's no way I could have known the visitor would be wearing that enchanted metal armor. You were already on your way when he showed up, and you didn't make it before he left. I really don't know what else to say. I know, but... This is ridiculous. She huffed, still dragging her enormous boulder along. Maybe he could have told us what to do with this giant pain in the tail. Over the past days, Yeet had gotten better at smoothing the ground beneath her, making it easier to haul the 100-pound weight wherever she went. Yite stormed off, planting herself on her rock in a huff while the rest of us caught our breath. When night finally draped the sky, the swarm got moving again. As irritating as the magical caitiff's whining could be, she was hauling that massive slab of stone, which supposedly held great value, and she'd just blown her chance to stay close to someone who actually seemed to know a thing or two about its metallurgical secrets. Once Yit's rant fizzled out, Sybil made her way over to me, her steps careful and deliberate in the gloom. "That expression means you're mulling something over. Spill it." She flicked her frills in quiet agreement. Most people, and I use that term loosely, are reluctant to call us people at all. And every person we've come across so far shares one thing: clothing. So what's the real point of it? I paused, letting the question hang. Well, it serves two purposes. First, it's practical, like the armor Drolic wore today. That protects him from harm, since metal is tougher and harder to pierce than skin. The humans in the Veritocracy wear those full-body suits because they make them harder to spot. She bobbed her frills in understanding. Second, it's about modesty, I guess. Creatures who wear clothes do it to cover their private parts, because being seen when you're not actively courting feels embarrassing or shameful to those who care about that sort of thing. Sybil tilted her head slowly, almost theatrically. That whole modesty thing sounds ridiculously inefficient. I get the protection angle, but why would anyone care if their reproductive organs are visible any more than, say, their elbow? It's just a body. Honestly, I'd rather look at your broad shoulders and strong hips, or that fierce tail of yours, than your penis any day. I let out a laugh, fumbling for a comeback. Fair enough, but modesty seems to be a universal quirk among the so-called civilized races. The Moon Children, Sun Kindred, Voshtan, take your pick, they all share this sense of shame. Sybil mulled it over for a beat. By their own standards, we should be considered far more civilized than them, just by birth. How do you figure? We're born with protective coverings, our scales, which also give us modesty, since we have our genital folds shielding our reproductive organs. So, by their logic, we're already dressed, and efficiently so. The chuckles I'd barely contained at her earlier remark turned into full-on giggles at her flawlessly rational take. I mean, you're not wrong, but I doubt they'd see it that way. Sybil sighed, already turning away, her mind drifting. Then we'll just have to start making clothes. Would leather work better? I bet Shamira could. As my mate wandered off into her own head, I shifted focus back to the swarm's steady march. Under my direction, we were moving as quietly as possible and making solid progress. I scanned the ranks. No stragglers, no distracted wanderers slowing us down. With the first hints of an autumn chill I'd only ever heard about nipping at us, I figured we had plenty of darkness to slip by unnoticed. But I wanted our camp set at least a couple hours past the city by sunrise. So once we cleared the town, I pushed the swarm to pick up the pace. The terrain stretched wider as we left the cramped sheer pass behind, and even in the pitch black, there was a tangible sense of openness, of release, as we stepped out from the tight valley between the two mountain ridges. The plains unrolled ahead of us, grasses rising tall, taller than your average Keelish, endless and rich, sprawling into the unknown. As the swarm started to feel a little too comfortable, a sudden chorus of guttural growls and snarls erupted from the brush ahead. I shouted, "Hold your ground! Stick together, stay sharp!" Moments later, those growls merged into a single, unified cry, and four shapes came tearing out of the tall grass, slamming straight into the Keelish at the front line. They were ruthless, lashing out with claws and teeth, and bodies started dropping in their wake. It was puzzling, though. Didn't these attackers realize that the element of surprise was gone, and now we could just regroup and chase them down? They're clearly intelligent. Try to capture, not kill. Vefir Etra, you're on triage, stay close but hold back. With those orders, I took off toward the chaos. By the time I reached the fight, 3 of the 4 attackers were already pinned down, buried under a mess of slashing claws, snapping fangs, and heavy poleaxes. They were growling at each other, looking genuinely baffled as they struggled uselessly against the ground. I made my way to the last one, who was still fighting like a cornered animal. It was a stocky, fur-covered creature, standing on 2 legs with arms like a human, but it had a long, thin tail and dense black fur peeking out from under its fancy leather armor. It was furious, snapping its head side to side while swiping at the Keelish, holding it off. Those attempts mostly missed, but the beast had a knack for finding gaps and darting through to cause the most damage. Keelish screamed in pain as it struck again and again, but thankfully they managed to hold together, taking heavy hits instead of losing anyone outright. As I moved in, the defenders parted to let me through. "Tell me," I asked in the common tongue, pretty sure it understood, "how incredibly dumb do you have to be to bring just 4 of you against a group of several hundred?" The beast turned to me, eyes wild with rage. "We are your ancient predators, the Misty Hawa. You should run before our cries, and be mowed down like wheat before a scythe. Guess that answers my question." The deep-voiced creature was absolutely livid at my remark, but I wasn't in the mood to be generous either, so I closed in while it kept ranting. "You pest! You were supposed to flee and smash yourself against the walls of Shandar, so the guards could wipe you out." I stayed quiet and just engaged him. Sure, he was an idiot, but he was a hell of a fighter. Quicker than me, even. His instincts were sharp, the glowing marks under his combatant's bloodlust barely flickering into view, and he moved like a raging storm. Too bad for him, Whistle had a wilder, crazier style than he could ever match, and when one of his wide swings missed, I lunged in, and with one clean strike, sliced his hand clean off at the wrist with my left claws. "Dulvrok, take you, you filth! Cursed, blight-born scum! I'll kill you!" Even angrier, he charged again, and before long, with a quick snap of my jaws, his other hand was gone too. "I don't care who you think you are, you're a fool. You clearly know Shandar, and I told Drolik that violence would be met with blood. I guess we're gonna have a chat with him before the night's over." Chapter 34. After he finally passed out from blood loss, it wasn't too tricky to keep the leader of that little midnight raid as a harmless hostage. We stripped off his fancy-looking armor, tied his wrist stumps together, and bound his snout shut. At that point, he was just a furry piece of luggage, and I slung him over my shoulders as we headed back to Shandar. Beneath all that armor and fur, the prisoner was surprisingly muscular, but weirdly, for someone with his combat record, he didn't have a single scar worth mentioning. The only wounds he appeared to carry were the missing hands he'd given to me. Out of curiosity, I'd checked out another of the Misty Hawa to see if maybe their kind just didn't scar, but all 3 bore twisted white marks from old fights. A sliver of my mind wondered about it, but the bulk of me couldn't be bothered, and the Katif side of me sneered at a warrior so skilled yet so untested. He must have been trained by folks who never dared to lay a real hand on him, leaving him blind to the idea that an enemy would strike to maim. All sorts of thoughts swirled in my head as we marched, but I was way too furious to sort through them. I'd made it crystal clear we just wanted to pass through without trouble, and instead, these 4 idiots had taken my kindness and turned it into an excuse for a pointless night raid. The longer I stewed, the hotter my blood boiled, fists clenched tight, jaw grinding, pulse roaring in my ears. Those bastards. Those Neaftala forgotten, scaleless worms. They were going to regret this. With a sharp, wordless shriek, I unleashed the swarm, my fury spilling over. No, this wasn't just anger. This was pure, unhinged rage. I poured my magic into my throat, a surge of power flowing in a direction I'd never imagined, a searing, burning sensation like flames tearing out of my mouth. It scraped my throat raw, stinging like my own reckless emotions. That familiar flicker in the corner of my eye appeared, but I ignored it and broke into a loping sprint toward the walls of Shandar. You'll go no further, beast. Return Attic and his pack to us and continue on your way. A wolfish figure stepped out from the tree line ahead, a dozen of his kin flanking him, his tone sharp and demanding. The group stood there, weapons drawn and ready, but I didn't slow my pace. Get out of the way or you die. My voice came out surprisingly steady as I hissed in Keelish, slaughter any who don't clear the path. I kept charging forward as we closed the gap, 100 feet, then 50, then 20. It wasn't until my swarm let out their battle cries and I raised my spear to throw that our foes finally grasped the lethal danger they were blocking, and they scattered out of our way. Good. The trip wasn't far, just a half-hour sprint. Normally, pushing my body like this would settle my nerves, but it did nothing to take the edge off my wild, all-consuming fury. I noticed, and couldn't care less, that the pack we'd blown past was now flanking us, howling to each other and clearly signaling ahead. The closer we got to Shandar, the more twitchy our so-called escorts became, until they finally sprinted around us, keeping their distance while planting themselves squarely between the swarm and the city. When we were about 1,000 feet out, I signaled for the swarm to halt, and with a thunder of feet, they stopped. Retreat to the walls, I said flatly to the wolfish leader. Not before, now. I lifted my spear tip to Attic's neck and pressed it hard enough to draw a pained whimper from the half-conscious captive. Clearly bitter, the cadre obeyed, stopping roughly stow-padisat feet from the walls. Once they did, I gestured for the other 3 prisoners to be brought up to my position. Sybil stepped close and whispered, "Show them who we are." "We were doomed the second they let this happen," I replied. She nodded and whistled for the wolf-stag pack to close in. The voltaic responded at once, while the wave wolf-stags circled Jorrel and began quietly weaving their magic. The rest of the swarm instinctively gave me a wide berth, their respect and unease plain to see. The moment I spotted the glint of polished plate armor lining the walls, I knew the time had come. Drawing deep from my sonophone, I let my voice boom across the clearing. "Drolic! It seems your grip on your people is weaker than you claimed." Behind me, Sybil directed a group of Keelish as they hauled forward the fallen from the misty Hawa ambush. 11 bodies were laid out before me, lifeless and pale beneath the moonlight, and the sight only sharpened the fury coiling in my chest. I came here seeking a peaceful passage, no bloodshed, no waste of life. I saw no honor in attacking your people and suffering losses on both sides, so I offered a simple truce. But it appears you value preservation far less than I do. From atop the walls, a thin, trembling voice cut through the night, laced with panic. "What are you doing? There's no need to stretch this suffering further. It's a tragedy, yes, but prolonging it serves no one." "That's where you're mistaken, Drolic. Only I've endured a true tragedy. You've faced nothing more than a mild annoyance. But what you're about to witness, that's the real thing." I thrust my spear forward, commanding Solia and Hala to ignite. Twin pillars of flame roared into the trapped misty Hawa, and Arctic let out a harrowing scream as his fur caught fire. He thrashed and crumpled, his cries tearing through the air, while his 2 conscious companions fought desperately to break free. It was futile. 3 Katif each slammed them into the dirt, pinning them flat. Drolic's voice rang out again, sharp and bitter. "Now we've got no choice but to kill you here. You've made yourself a fool." "You seem pretty convinced of that," I shouted back, my words rolling like thunder toward the walls. "But here's the thing, Attic will live. He'll be returned to you once this circle of suffering is complete. And just in case you're thinking about heroics," I gestured to the wolf-stags, who knocked a volley of watery arrows. "I've made sure no one gets within striking distance of my comfort zone. Fire." The projectiles shot forward. slamming into the ground a mere 50 feet from the crowd gathered outside the gates, kicking up a plume of dust and leaving a cluster of craters in the earth. Drolic, this is the unfortunate price of their foolishness. I dropped my hand again, and the voltaic wolf stags, under Sybil's direction, sent a jolt of lightning straight through the female Misty Hawa. Her body convulsed violently before going still, the electricity snuffing out her life in an instant. At least I'm more merciful than they were. Their deaths are swift, certain, and earned, unlike our own. The last captive was forced to his knees, his face bare and streaked with tears. Sobs racked his frame as the weight of his own mortality pressed down on him. Please, I'm sorry I didn't. I cut him off mid-plea, reaching down with my left hand and tearing a 5-inch strip from his throat before swallowing it whole. Now you understand what it means to lose your own, Drolic, and for reasons you can't even begin to grasp. If you'll excuse us, we're heading to the tree line, where we'll leave Arctic alive. But if you or your hidden scouts so much as twitch toward the forest before we're gone, he dies. If you follow, we'll flee, cut down anyone who gets close, and come back with reinforcements. Let this cycle end here. Chapter 37. We made a quick retreat toward the forest, though my rage refused to cool. Even after everything I'd just done to those 3 Misty Hawa, I gestured for a portion of the swarm to collect the remains of our fallen and their victims, uncertain how readily we'd find our next meal on the road ahead. The revulsion I once would have harbored at the idea of consuming my own kind or another thinking being was utterly absent. Instead, I was still burning with rage over the reckless folly of that self-styled leader, Attic. 11 of my swarm lost to his arrogance. His 3 loyalists dead for nothing. My fury kept building, and a part of me, once I suspected wasn't purely caitiff, etched to tear him limb from limb and prolong his suffering beyond what he'd already endured, but I held myself in check to honor my word to Drolic. So I turned my attention to the blinking system notice I'd been ignoring. Organ. Fathomless Sonilphon has revealed its evolutionary requirements. Current organ. Fathomless Sonilphon, an exceptionally advanced version of the rare magic manipulating organ, Sonilphon. This organ is developed by those who have moved past elementary understanding of what sonic magic can do, and are understanding what sonic magic is. The Fathomless Sonilphon's reserves for magic are expanded greatly from that of the profound Sonilphon, and the Fathomless Sonilphon's rate of ambient magic conversion to sonic-attributed magic within the organ is enhanced beyond that of the profound Sonilphon. Additionally, any development of a new skill related to sonic magic and the Sonilphon will be rewarded with bonus stats. This organ can evolve. Requirements: evolve 2 sonic magic skills beyond their initial tier of power. Progress: Nuladava, at least this was promising. I already had a decent grasp on how to advance every one of my Sonilphon-linked skills, and all I needed was to sharpen my focus on leveling them up to see what fresh avenues might open afterward. With a casual thought, I halted, sending my magic roaring down my arms into my hands, where the vibration hummed to life and set my fingers trembling. A more deliberate use of Quaking Claw. This was one of the few skills whose evolution path remained murky to me, yet I found an odd serenity in wielding it without any urge to harm. My fingers buzzing with leaking power, I grazed a claw against the trunk of a young tree as I strolled by, and with a groan and a crack, the sapling started to splinter and collapse, where I'd barely pressed. Concentrating, I kept my claws inside the decaying wood and tried to push the destructive pulse deeper into its core. I half expected a system ping to announce a skill evolution, but it turned out this was just another lethal trick with my magic, not a breakthrough. Still, a grin crept across my face. At last, I could glimpse what the system called developing a more complete understanding of sonic waves and how to influence them while they are not directly in contact with the skill holder's body. Kill you. My satisfied contemplation was cut short by Arctic's raspy voice. I looked down at the stirring fool as he went on, "You should end me. I'll end you, if you spare me." Oddly enough, his swagger didn't reignite my rage, it smothered it, sparking amusement instead. I couldn't suppress a low laugh as I leaned my face close to his. "You're really determined to bring the rest of Shanda down on us, aren't you? Willing to throw yourself away for that?" In his dazed state, Attic couldn't mask his shock. What a pathetic, self-righteous, clueless, deluded imbecile. We are we. My stress on the word came with an unconscious pulse of sonic energy that blasted his fur backward. "Get this straight, Attic, you misty Hawa fool. There's no we left in your crew. You're the sole survivor, and the rest are already being prepped as meals for the swarm. You'll live through this only because I'm the one of us who actually has a working brain. Your death is a price I'm more than willing to pay so that Drolik, who seems to have more sense than you ever did, doesn't come sniffing after me." Chaska, Kuna, and Kispi gave their lives for our sacred mission. Something way beyond your comprehension. Attic practically spat those words, his oversized fangs mangling the sound as he tried to stare down at me with all the dignity he could muster. That only made my amusement bubble up into a nasty, mocking laugh. "Then answer me this, you walking sewer. Your three buddies are about to become dinner for the very creatures you call prey, and their strength is just going to make us stronger. So what exactly did their noble sacrifice accomplish? You took out a few nobodies from my crew, names I never knew and wouldn't bother to learn. Those three trusted you, followed your orders, and now they're laid out on my table like a feast. You, the big-shot warrior, are lying here broken and pathetic in enemy hands, stripped of your fancy magic armor and every shred of pride. Did your gods hand you something I'm missing? Because from where I'm standing, your divine purpose only managed to annoy me while leaving you disarmed. Nieftala leads us to victory, while your gods have clearly forgotten you exist." I felt Attic's body go rigid with fury as my words hammered into him, and I knew he was seconds away from snapping, either with some weak retort or, more likely, a desperate swing. I threw my head back and let out a laugh as I shoved him hard, his spine slamming into a thick tree trunk and knocking the air right out of him as he crumpled to the dirt in a heap. With a grunt, I crouched down low, got right in his face, and clamped my hand tight around his snout. He swung one arm at me, completely forgetting in his rage that he had no hands left, and just ended up smacking his bloody stump uselessly against my armored shoulder. A pitiful whimper escaped through his nose as I started talking again, slow and deliberate. "This," I said, dragging a razor-sharp claw across the width of his muzzle, leaving a deep, angry gash, "is so you never forget who did this to you. Your hands are gone, but you'll get used to that. Eventually. But you will always see this scar. You'll always remember your friend's noble sacrifice. And you'll always know, deep down, that you were never strong enough to beat me." I pulled my hand away from his bleeding face, his spirit hanging by a thread, and turned to walk off. After a beat, he scraped together whatever courage he had left and shouted at my back, "I swear, I will kill you for this." I glanced over my shoulder, a grin spreading across my face with pure bloodlust shining in my eyes. "You couldn't do it when you were whole. What makes you think a broken wreck like you now can pull off what you never managed before?" Something in those words just shattered whatever was left inside Attic, and I knew it. I walked away with my head high, feeling a twisted sense of pride, but underneath it all, there was a nagging doubt. A question I couldn't shake about whether this cruelty was something the Katif inside me had driven, or just who I really was. Chapter Trisset Chest. We Otariad have a responsibility to our people. We have a role to play, and you've lost sight of it. We are the strongest in the seas, while the lupine and ursine guard us on land, the mustelid and rodentia track our enemies. Your place isn't on land, and it isn't behind the walls of the veritocracy either. You're losing yourself, and we're losing you. Please, come home. Your mother has shut herself away since Atka died, and we all miss your gentle ways and your gift for keeping the peace. I love you and I miss you. Letter from Marshal Inuksuk, son of Ilnak, to Nadara, daughter of Anna. As I lengthened my stride and put more distance between myself and Atik's broken form, the knot in my stomach kept tightening. The satisfaction I'd felt tearing into his weaknesses, the sick urge to push the knife in just a little deeper, the pride in knowing I'd shattered him for good, physically and mentally. I never would thought I had it in me to want that, to be that person. But there was no grand, overwhelming caitiff presence guiding my hand this time. It was just me, every act of violence I had ever committed, every life I had snuffed out, every deed that could be branded as cruel or immoral, could be rationalized from one angle or another. Hunting was straightforward. We needed to eat, and that was simply the way of the world. When that village launched a surprise assault on our den, and we obliterated them, it was again a simple matter of self-defense. Kill or be killed, with no room for hesitation. I had taken the lives of intelligent beings and even consumed their flesh. Right now, my swarm was carrying 14 bodies with that very intention. Given everything I now understood, with the creature I had become, if I could rewind the clock, I might have ordered my swarm to wipe out every single human in that village before we fled. It would have safeguarded more of our numbers, and though the thought pained me, I would have slaughtered every last villager, from the elderly to the infants, to shield my own. Perhaps that final act would have extinguished whatever shred of humanity lingered in me, but that part of my existence was already a distant memory. I didn't take pride in this realization, but I forced myself to confront the truth. I had condemned 3 arguably intelligent beings to excruciating deaths and left another permanently maimed, and I would do it all over again without a second thought to protect those I cared for. But beyond that, there was no justification for the way I had tormented Atik, for the way I had torn him apart. The only reason was that I had enjoyed it, pure and simple. It wasn't born of rage or fury, but of a dark, sadistic pleasure. Did I truly want to keep indulging that ugly side of myself? Ashlani? My name, sounding strange on her tongue, snapped me out of my thoughts. Sybil continued, once she saw she had my attention. You made a choice today that you never would have made before. It suits you as a true swarm alpha. It was a decisive act of both retribution and mercy, all wrapped into one moment. She gave my side a light flick with her tail before stepping a few paces away, continuing to walk beside me. Tuk was also nearby, offering silent support. I couldn't help but ask, was it really that obvious? Tuk let out a low chuckle at my question. To us, yes. To the swarm, probably not. It was rare to hear Tuk laugh, and the oddness of it jolted me, pulling my focus back to the good I was doing. The Keelish swarm I now commanded would have been completely wiped out by now without me. One group at the hands of the Vushtan, the other by the Moon Children. What had once been a scattered, chaotic mass of pests was now beginning to call itself a people. Learning tools, advancing as a species, discovering an ancestral home. That was all because of me. Hey, Ash. Shamira's voice cut through my introspection as she pointed toward Foi and Tri. They're alive because of you. Look at all of them. None of us would be standing here without your leadership. You are a killer. You started with frogs, moved on to snakes and deer, then humans and red ale. You've killed for us, and you'll keep doing it. So stop shaking in fear just because you've finally figured out you enjoy it. She swished her tail dismissively as I felt my scales and frills bristle around my head. You're a good Keelish. And a damn good leader. With that, she darted off. I let myself sit with the tangled mess of emotions swirling inside me as we finally reached the open fields where we had been ambushed before. A cold, biting wind swept through, making the grass ripple like a vast living ocean. I paused, gazing over the endless plains, letting my chaotic feelings crash and churn within me, but as I allowed them to exist, they slowly faded. In their place grew a solid core of certainty, a foundation I could anchor myself to. Taking a deep breath, I shook off my trance and glanced around. The chilly autumn air had started to seep into my still body, so I stretched stiffly, trying to generate some warmth. Not far off, Jorrel stood hesitantly. I gave him an expectant look, and he stepped forward with a sheepish yet eager grin on his face. That was unexpected. You've grown into a much stronger leader since we started this journey. I think so. For once, I'm calling the shots instead of letting fate drag me along. Jorrel gave a few slow nods, his lips pressed together like he was wrestling with something unspoken. When the silence stretched a beat too long, I broke it. Jorrel, I want you to know I trust you. Maybe I haven't shown it the way I should, but I do. I expect more from you than from anyone else, because I know what you're capable of. He straightened up, which looked almost funny given his usual stooped frame. You really mean that? Absolutely. Starting tonight, everything shifts, and I need you at the front of that push. Jorrel blinked, caught off guard. But how? I've only ever led the wolf stags, and sometimes try small group. I'm not cut out for something this big. I let out a short laugh. Don't sell yourself short. You've got a natural knack for this. If I weren't in the picture, I'd bet my last fang you'd be the one rallying everyone together. He dropped his gaze for a second, then lifted it with renewed resolve. I appreciate that. I won't fail you. My friend, my leader, my alpha. Until one of us falls. Victory by fang and blood. I nearly smirked at the old saying, realizing how long it'd been since those words had rolled off my tongue in earnest. The last time I'd led with them was back with the Nanook, and before that, the Moon Children. While I drifted into my thoughts, Jorrel jogged off to check on the wolf stags, giving a scratch here and a pat there. Awa caught my eye, her tongue hanging out in that goofy, happy way of hers. I waved her over and she trotted up eagerly, leaning into my hands as I set them to a gentle vibration and rubbed the base of her antlers just the way she loved. The swarm gradually settled as we pushed deep into the open plains, hours of travel behind us. It was only a couple hours past midnight, with a long stretch of darkness ahead before dawn broke. The wind picked up, biting cold, and the pack huddled together for warmth, drifting into a restless sleep. Then a voice cut through. Alpha, you need to get up. I rubbed my eyes, squinting against the harsh morning light. Sybil stood over me, her face carved from stone. Something we don't recognize is coming our way. Chapter Treatset said, get those lazy tails moving before I do it for you. 30 seconds and I'll pull your fangs out myself, and you'll be gumming your meals like pups. The swarm snapped and grumbled as my inner circle barked orders, forcing everyone to their feet. Keelish weren't exactly known for springing into action at the crack of dawn, more like a sluggish crawl that slowly built into a steady trot, if we were lucky. I wasn't sure if we were cold-blooded, but something about our bodies made mornings a brutal slog. Not today, though. I wasn't giving anyone the luxury of taking their sweet time, and I came close to turning the wolf stags loose on the stragglers to get the message across. It felt like forever, but in reality, maybe 15 minutes passed before the swarm was on the move, tracking the prints left by whatever had crept near us overnight. We hadn't seen a thing. Once I was fully awake, Sybil filled me in. Something had come within feet of our camp, silent as a shadow, leaving huge, round impressions in the dirt before wandering off into the tall grass. Foy hung his head, embarrassed he hadn't sensed the intruder. As the shock of being yanked from sleep faded, I forced myself to really look at the landscape for the first time since leaving the sheer pass, and it was nothing like what I remembered. The new environment we stepped into was strikingly barren. A vast, seemingly endless plain of gently swaying, brittle grasses that stretched far beyond what the eye could measure. From what Anna had mentioned about autumn, these fields likely flourished with green blades during the warmer months, But with fall now firmly settled and winter creeping closer, the landscape had retreated into a dormant, muted state. The plains opened wide before us, and I found myself oddly drawn to their sameness, a stark contrast to every other terrain I had encountered. The only variation from one patch to the next was the direction the wind pushed the stalks, a purely visual shift that offered nothing else. Fortunately, the trail left by our mysterious watcher was easy to follow. A clear swath of flattened grass and occasional footprints guiding us steadily onward. We pressed forward for what felt like an eternity, minutes melting into an hour before anything changed, and even then it was merely a turn. The tracks, which had been heading east just as I preferred, suddenly veered sharply to the left, pointing nearly straight north. "This is a fork in the road." I let out a heavy sigh, glancing at Sybil. "No kidding. You know what I mean." "This," she said, sweeping her arm in a wide arc, "is a fork. Which way do we go? Do we chase these shady tracks or follow our goddess's guidance? Do we act on impulse or stick to a plan? I get it. I just don't have an answer yet. But Neaftala, scorch me, I'm not sitting idle, and I won't do things halfway." Bracing myself, I pushed my magic into my throat, letting the resonant power of innovating address swell, and declared, "We'll follow these tracks for one more hour. If we don't spot whoever left them by then, we'll head straight for Nieftra. But hear this, if they slip away today, we'll hunt them down eventually." With that, I released the thrumming energy, sending it into the swarm around me, and they erupted into howls and shrieks of renewed excitement. Voices buzzed with theories about what we'd encounter and how we'd handle the creature. Charging ahead with fresh determination, I led the pack along the trail. It wasn't long before I noticed a second shift in our surroundings, hours into the chase. The ground beneath us transformed. The thick grass thinned to sparse patches, and the firm soil gave way to loose, shifting sand that slipped between my toes with every step. Despite the fury and frustration simmering inside me over this new threat, a small part of me longed to pause and enjoy a proper sand bath. These dunes would be perfect for indulging, but as tempting as that was, I forced my attention away from the texture underfoot. That distraction turned out to be a stroke of luck, because I felt the ground give way beneath my next stride. With a quick lunge and a sharp, instinctive hiss, I leapt just in time to avoid a set of snapping jaws aimed at my foot. From the sand burst what could only be described as a sandfish. I'd heard tales of Isnana and Ishtar, legendary twin heroes from Vyoshtan folklore, battling swarms of these creatures, but I'd always dismissed those stories as exaggeration. These ambushes, supposedly called Ishabak, sand sharks in the old common tongue, were now all too real, and I couldn't dwell on the lore as the beast's gaping maw lunged dangerously close to my gut. I kicked out hard, sending the Ishabak flying, its head snapping sideways from the impact. I let a savage grin split my face as I dropped my head low, fangs clamping into the creature's soft underbelly. The beast thrashed wildly, desperate to burrow back into the earth, but I wasn't about to let it slip away. I lunged forward, wrapping both arms around its writhing form, holding it tight against me as my jaws kept tearing deeper into its guts. Its rough, sandpaper-like hide scraped against my scales, but I didn't let up, ripping through flesh and sinew without mercy. Within seconds, the Ishabak went limp in my grasp, and I pulled back, ready to savor the moment of triumph. That's when I realized the fight was far from over. All around me, more of those monsters were surfacing, slipping through the swarm like shadows, already hunting my kin. A chorus of furious shrieks erupted from my people as I scanned the chaos. At least 20 of the beasts had emerged, nearly invisible until the moment they struck. I sprinted toward the nearest attack, but I was a heartbeat too late. The Ishabak dragged its keelish victim down into the sand, and the poor soul's muffled screams faded into silence. My combatant's bloodlust surged, and a cold fury settled in my chest as I planted my feet, waiting for the monster to resurface. Behind me, Took was screaming something incoherent, a raw challenge to whatever dared approach, and I heard him barking orders to the others. I shook myself, forcing clarity through the adrenaline, and shouted with all the weight of innovating address behind my words. Hold your ground. Stick together. Watch the dirt and be ready for anything. Don't let them isolate you. My voice cut through the clearing, and I watched my scattered subordinates snap into formation, eyes locked on the ground, tense and prepared. We stood in a tight cluster, waiting for a tremor, a shift in the sand, any sign of the enemy's approach. But there was nothing, no movement, no sound, no warning. Then it hit me. I cursed my own stupidity and zeroed in on my tremor sense. A faint ripple broke the surface a few yards away, and I trusted the instinct, lunging forward in a low, sweeping arc, claws extended. My fingers sank into soft flesh just below the beast's jaw, and with a guttural roar, I yanked it clean out of the dirt. Without missing a beat, I tore into its exposed belly, blood splattering across my face as I shredded through its insides. The thick, sticky fluid soaked the loose sand beneath us, but this one wasn't going down easy. Most of these things ran about 8 feet, but this brute stretched at least 14, its tail still buried as I bit through organ after organ. Finally, I found what I was after, its heart, and ripped it free with a roar of effort. The beast collapsed, gasping its last, but I didn't have time to enjoy the win. Another ambush came from my left, and I whipped around, slamming my tail into the attacker and knocking it clean out of the dirt. 2 quick bites and its guts were spilling onto the ground, left to bleed out as I charged toward the main cluster of enemies. The brown, fish-like horrors were snapping at a small group of Keelish who'd been cut off during the initial strike. Up close, I noticed something odd. These creatures had no scales, just a rough, sandy hide that burst with a strange pop when punctured. Easy enough to tear through with claws or fangs, but their mouths were another story. They bristled with razor-sharp teeth, and could unhinge wide enough to swallow a full-grown Keelish whole. The element of surprise was wearing thin, though, and my swarm was finally finding its footing, closing ranks and pushing back against the onslaught. The tide was turning, but the sand beneath us was slick with blood, and I knew this fight was far from finished. As my subordinates formed a wary circle around me, I channeled magic to my throat, the sensation natural and effortless as I spoke, weaving my power into the cadence of innovating address, strength in numbers. Stick with your pack and don't let them drag anyone under. No fewer than 10 per group. The Ishabak's initial ferocity had begun to wane, and in response, growls and sharp cries of approval echoed across the battlefield as the packs regrouped, consolidating into ever larger clusters to push back against the shark-like attackers. Still, the air was thick with pained groans, sprays of blood, and the crackling roar of flames mixed with the trembling of the earth. A symphony of chaos that underscored the very real danger pressing in from all sides. To keep our wounded Keelish safe above ground, I knew we had to hold this position. I snapped my focus back to my tremor sense, just as Joral's voice sliced through the noise. Stay near the water. Beside him, a torrent poured from the wave wolfstags, saturating the dry sand and forming a muddy barrier that forced the Ishabaks to scatter. One unlucky creature became trapped in the thickening sludge, its snout pressed desperately against the wet ground, while furious Keelish swarmed over it, tearing into the still thrashing shark. Its blood mingled with the spreading water, streaming toward the untouched sand beyond. Watching the Ishabaks shift tactics and retreat, I pulsed sonic waves into the earth, hoping to halt their escape. Instead of causing harm, the vibration painted a vivid internal map of my surroundings, my swarm bleeding and struggling against the attackers, Sybil, Shamira, and the wolfstags positioned behind me, Joral tearing into a fresh kill, and there, the system notification. skill, tremor sense advanced. So that was what I'd done. But I couldn't muster any excitement for it as the swarm clustered together on the firm-soaked ground. Sybil and Jorel directed the wolf stags to keep the water flowing, while the injured were funneled to Vefir and Etra for proper healing, or to those they'd trained for less severe wounds. We numbered around 325 strong, excluding the wolf stags, with more Katif evolving each day. The space we occupied was tight but workable, and I could sense the Ishabaks slowly slinking away from our damp refuge. As I scanned for casualties among my elite, it struck me that there were countless individuals whose survival carried no weight in my mind. This swarm was mine. I was its creator, its reason for being, and a dark part of me reveled in their dependence on me. Every Keelish had value, but not equal value. Losing Vefir would cost dozens, perhaps hundreds of lives. But those who hadn't yet evolved to Katif, or those new to my rule, I couldn't summon the same concern. The fading human part of me whispered that every life deserved equal worth, but my reasoning mind rejected that notion outright. I didn't grieve the 11 lost to the misty Hawa, though I regretted the weakening of my numbers. And with a single deliberate thought, I discarded the last shred of my humanity, embracing fully what I had become: Keelish, Katif Alpha, leader, ruler, monster. Casualty report. I called out, my eyes sweeping over my elite. Sybil stepped forward, blood streaked across her sandy scales, none of it her own. 3 lost to the ambush, 5 wounded, no one of significance. Tri's frills flared in agreement, her mouth hanging open as she panted, her body slick with gore. Jorel, any casualties from the wolf stags? None, and no injuries either. Perfect. They just might be our ticket out of here. Thanks for acting so fast. Jorel glanced at Sybil, who kept her gaze fixed on him without a flicker of emotion. After a moment of looking between her and me, he finally spread his frills, a broad grin breaking across his face. I gave a nod and, for the swarm's benefit, raised my voice. Given what we just faced, we came out of that about as clean as we could have hoped. Good work. I could hear backslaps and low murmurs of approval ripple through the group as I went on. Grab every bit of meat you can, and we'll guide everyone back to the firmer ground those creatures can't seem to cross. Beta, you're on trail duty. Keep a clear, wet path carved through the sand. We move out as soon as we've collected the bodies. With our adrenaline still surging, the swarm moved quickly, hauling whatever spoils we could from the fight and following the route the wolf stags had ploughed. It wasn't long before the sparse, scraggly grasses gave way to the thick, towering foliage of the grasslands, which rose well past my head. The moment my boots hit solid earth, I let out a long breath, though something odd tingled through my enhanced tremor sense. I glanced back at the desolate stretch we'd escaped and exhaled in relief. There was nothing worth chasing into a place that dangerous. We're calling off the pursuit for now, I announced to the swarm in Keelish. Those cowardly spies get a short reprieve, but mark my words, they'll be brought to heel. A chorus of dissatisfied shrieks and grunts answered me, and I switched to the common tongue. Now then, what can we do for you, the locals? A massive head pushed through the grass, framed by enormous ears. 2 tusks jutted from its mouth, and a serpentine trunk swayed as the stranger leaned in to study me. When it spoke, its voice was deep and booming, thickly accented but clear. Well now, that's unexpected. Chapter 39, the swarm burst into a frenzy of chittering and screeching, ready to rally for a fight. But I stepped forward with both hands raised after planting my spear point first into the dirt beside me. The noise died down as I addressed the giant beast. Hello, I'm Ashlani, alpha of this swarm, and you are? With a single ground-shaking step, the creature revealed its full form. It towered over me, its head easily 4 feet above mine, putting it at 11 feet tall at least. Seeing that I'd set my weapon aside, it let its maul slip from its thick fingers. The heavy thud of the stone head hitting the earth, sending a tremor through the ground. The sledgehammer's head looked like solid rock, and the leather-wrapped haft, hidden beneath layers of binding, was at least 6 inches thick. Resting on the ground, the weapon stood as tall as I did. The beast itself was covered in wrinkled grey skin, clad in heavy leathers wrapped around its forearms, shoulders, legs, and waist. It lifted its trunk, seeming to wrestle with the words it wanted to form. "I am Bekizo, Indlovu warrior of the Enkulu tribe." His voice came out surprisingly melodic, a rich tenor that didn't match his imposing frame. "We sense one of us here, but we not see them. You see them?" I frowned briefly, then looked to Tuk, Sybil, Fwa, and Shamira, who all clicked their fangs in response. "I'm afraid we haven't," I said. "We haven't heard anyone else out here besides ourselves. How did you know one of your people was nearby? We not speak like this, with what you call magic. Our person talking to those." He gestured toward the wolf stags, and I tilted my head, baffled. I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say, when Sybil moved close and murmured, "Let me try something." She pulled back, standing perfectly still as she fixed her gaze on the Indlovu. In an instant, Bekizo perked up, his ears flapping with excitement as he lumbered forward, each step sending tremors through the ground beneath us. His eyes swept over the swarm briefly while his trunk extended toward Sybil. Meanwhile, I caught movement rustling in the tall grass around the swarm and nervously tightened my grip on my spear. "I am sorry for misleading your people." Sybil's voice cut through the mounting tension as she signaled for me to hold back. "I never could have known that my magic would confuse you. That is simply how I communicate with our wolf-stag companions. Never would I have deliberately drawn your tribe into a dangerous situation." She emphasized her words with more of what I presumed was her emotional influence magic. Bekizo casually raised his trunk toward Sybil and, with complete calm and nonchalance, attempted to rub her head. She froze, her frills twitching in confusion and hesitation. I extended my own hand and, as gently as possible, halted the approaching trunk mid-air. "What are you doing?" I asked. He flinched, then, seemingly embarrassed, withdrew his trunk while squinting at Sybil and clearly conveying something through his magic. All I could sense was a light presence and a feeling of mild reproach. After a brief pause to collect herself, Sybil turned to me. "It seems his people, the Indlovu, are a physically affectionate group. It was just a customary hello." With that, she stepped forward and awkwardly embraced his trunk, which promptly coiled around her torso, while the Indlovu's eyes sparkled and he nodded, nearly lifting Sybil off her feet. Once again, I marveled at the Indlovu's raw power, given how effortlessly he hoisted the several hundred-pound Sybil from the ground. Around the swarm, more Indlovu emerged, each wielding a maul as formidable as Bekizo's own. The smallest among them stood well over 9 feet tall, towering even over Tuk. Every warrior began to move subtly but non-threateningly forward, and the nearest ones started reaching their trunks towards Sybil before she raised a hand, making them pause as she shuddered. "I appreciate your interest, but I would prefer that my people understand our conversation. You are strangers, and I know nothing of you." Sybil's fluency in the common tongue surprised me as she held her ground and firmly pushed against the trunk still wrapped around her. Bekizo nodded as his trunk slowly unwound from Sybil. "Apologies. The novelty of you was intriguing, and we did not consider your comfort. He clearly struggled with his words. Then, with a sigh and a slump of his shoulders, he looked pleadingly at Sybil before evidently finishing his thought through magic. In Keelish, Sybil translated for the swarm's benefit. He wanted to know why we are here, why we went into the Sand Lake, and what our relationship is to the Keelish ahead of us. I felt over 700 eyes on me as wolf stags, Keelish, and Indlovu alike awaited my answer. As best I could, I masked my reaction to the news that Keelish might be nearby. With my audience's expectations heightened, I began to form my response while the Indlovu all remained perfectly still. Every one of the massive warriors had rested their moles' heads on the ground, but I didn't overlook the fact that the 24 warriors were still heavily armed with lethal force, still encircling us. Even the seemingly gentle and affectionate Bekizo's posture slowly but deliberately shifted from an eager hugger to a battle-ready stance, from which he could easily swing his maul and wreak havoc on anyone nearby. I nodded at Sybil to translate for the swarm's benefit as I began my response in the common tongue. We are traveling east to Nieftra. We had no idea what a sand lake truly was until we found ourselves stranded in the middle of one, surrounded by Keelish, unlike any we had ever encountered. We'd be more than happy to round them up and escort them out of your territory, if that's what you'd prefer. I had a feeling Bekizo was translating my words for the other Indlovu who didn't speak the common tongue, because within a heartbeat of my declaration, murmurs rippled through the warrior ranks. You not stay here. His voice had shifted from that soft, almost innocent tone to something cold and unyielding. He shook his head, his massive ears slapping against his neck with a sound that bordered on hostile. No, we're moving on. We've got a long journey ahead, and we're picking up any Keelish we find along the way. Good. If you stay, we have problem. I straightened my back and tilted my head up to meet his gaze. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? You eat too much. Bekizo glanced at Sybil, let out a low trumpet, and began backing away with his companions following suit. I turned to Sybil, keeping my eyes fixed on the retreating Indlovu. What was that about? She raised a hand, paused for a moment, then nodded and faced me, switching back to Keelish so the swarm could understand. I apologize for silencing you, Alpha, but they were all talking over each other, offering advice, warnings, and threats. In short, we're a lot of predators. A wave of pride rippled through the swarm at being called threatening, and Sybil hissed them into silence with a sharp look. We're numerous, and if we linger, we'll strip the land bare. The Nkulu tribe is nomadic and never travels this far west, so they don't care what we do here. But the further east we push, the more likely we'll run into other tribes. If we overhunt their sacred grounds, we'll stumble into a storehouse war, and that means slaughter on both sides until the dead are plentiful enough to feed the victors for a full year. A bizarre code of honor, though hardly the strangest I'd come across. They suggested I keep using my magic as much as possible, since it makes us seem more aligned with the Indlovu. That was all. Sybil gave a nod and stepped aside so I could address the swarm if I chose. I flared my frills slowly and spoke up. How about we do some fishing before we head out? The cheers were deafening as the last traces of the Indlovu vanished beyond the horizon. Chapter 4 said, "Leave vengeance to me, for I am the one who suffered. Leave their fates to me, for life and death are mine to command. Leave their torment to me, for their defeat is my sweetest reward. Vengeance belongs to me, and I will repay every trespass against my divinity, my domain, my very existence. Creation is the province of gods, not mortals. Vision received by the All-Mother." Try had to admit this fishing trip was way more fun than the last disaster. Sure, there was still danger, but these fish were big enough that she could actually fight back, and her daddy wasn't carrying her, and nobody was dying left and right. Well, some folks had died to these Ishabaks, but they were too slow or too dumb to protect themselves, so they didn't really count. Her pack was smart, strong, and fast, so these lumbering sandfish were no match for them. Try kept playing her role as bait and hook for the Ishabak, jogging across the sand with deliberately heavy, clumsy steps before looping back to the wet, safe zone. Daddy was watching her with that terrified look on his face, but she was fine, so it didn't matter. He worried too much. Besides, there was this weird sixth sense she had that told her when the fish were closing in, and she trusted it completely. 3, 2, 1. She dove sideways just as the sluggish creature's cavernous jaws snapped shut where she'd been standing. Child's play. The rest of the beast followed its gnashing teeth, and the instant its tail cleared the sand, she made her move. Tri launched herself upward, channeling every ounce of her body weight and leg power into a single devastating kick that sent the Aishabak hurtling toward the damp, designated safe zone. The creature sailed through the air, a thin stream of blood trailing from its mouth from the impact, and Tri felt the familiar shift that always accompanied the crimson flow, the surge that quickened her pulse and widened her pupils. Time seemed to stretch as she surrendered to the thrill of the fight. On the wet sand ahead stood Hala, Greel, and Lyra. As she descended, Tri signed a quick warning. 3 more Ishabak were closing in, and from which direction they approached. Her back slammed against the ground, and she curled her tail in a wave-like motion to propel herself backward, narrowly avoiding another set of snapping jaws. She moved through the chaos like a dancer, and she couldn't suppress the laugh that bubbled up as these clumsy fish kept missing her by a mile. Before this second attacker could register its failed strike, she drove her hand into the underside of its jaw, twisted hard, and, with the lifeless body dragging behind her arm, flung it toward the safe area with all her might. Her shoulder screamed in protest at the effort. These specimens were notably smaller than the one Ashlani had taken down, so she could manage them, but they were still a burden. Nursing the fresh sting of injury, Tri knew she had to fall back to the safety zone to catch her breath. Still, a frown tugged at her lips as she began her deliberate, graceful retreat to the wetter sand. No other fish made a move toward her, or even came near, and she reached the safe ground without incident. She shook her hand repeatedly to flick off most of the blood, though each motion sent a jolt of pain through her arm. Her father noticed and hurried over, Vifir close behind. "What happened, Tri? None of that blood is yours, right? I didn't see you get hit. Where's the injury? I'm fine, I just tweaked my shoulder picking up the catch." She muttered the last part, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Streaks of crimson still clung to her arm, her glossy green scales peeking through the mess. Glancing down, her sides and legs were also splattered with gore, and Tri sighed as she attempted to wipe the gunk away, with little luck. She loved a good fight, but what she truly craved was the challenge, and when there was none like this time, it was just messy, dirty work. Vefir, ever the pragmatic healer, placed a hand on her shoulder and, with a quick pulse of magic, knitted the joint back together. "Be careful. Don't follow the Alpha's example here. You're wearing down your arms just like he always did." Then, without another word, he walked off, giving her tail a gentle tap in his usual almost paternal way. Foy let out a heavy sigh at his daughter. Same as he said, "Take care." And then reluctantly he too turned away. "That was incredible, Hunt Mistress Tri." Lyra's grating voice snapped her back to the moment. Well, at least it was a distraction. It was just a hunt. Thanks. She gave a quick nod and kept moving. "You move so gracefully when you fight. Where'd you learn that?" Lyra wouldn't let it go, and despite his pleasant tone or whatever appeal his body might hold, Tri briefly entertained the thought of gutting him. It wouldn't take much, just one quick motion. No, she was still riding the high of the battle, the bloodlust, mixed with her irritation. "I was trained by the Swarm Alpha, my father and Whistle, so I trust my instincts." She couldn't help but pause for a moment at her mentor's name. That wound still stung, and the Swarm still hadn't figured out how to cope with such a devastating loss. Keelish didn't care whether Swarm members died, but what did that even mean for the Swarm anymore? Tri had always struggled to shake off the oddest quirks she noticed in the newest members of the Swarm, habits that seemed so foreign compared to what she grew up with. It wasn't until she spent time with them that she truly understood how unique her own upbringing was, even among those who shared her same race. She blinked, realizing she'd zoned out completely while Lyra was still talking. "Look, Lyra, We can hash this out later. Right now, I really need to get cleaned up. Finally, she saw the understanding click in his eyes. All right, sounds good. Thanks for the hunting tips, Huntmistress. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief as she finally moved to stand beside one of the wolf stags, tuning out Lyra's ongoing chatter. Try couldn't wrap her head around how her two mothers managed to communicate so effortlessly with these creatures, so she'd secretly started calling them Wolfies, hoping the nickname might somehow win them over. Hey, Wolfie, think you can wash me down? She stood there, waiting, hoping one of them would step up and clean the grime off her scales. No such luck, but then she spotted one of the wolfies, the one with shorter horns that control water, staring right at her. Her heart jumped, and she jogged over to ask for help, but before she could reach him, he dropped his front end low, sticking his rump and tail high in the air, wagging like crazy. When she lunged forward, he hopped up, turned sideways, and locked eyes with her, his mouth spread in a goofy, lopsided grin. I want a wash. Try laughed, chasing him as he danced back and forth, clearly not understanding a word but loving the game. Every time she got close, he'd twist, leap, and slip away just out of reach. Not about to be outsmarted, she faked a stumble and scooped up a handful of sand, then flung it right at his face while he stood there in his teasing pose. She burst into laughter as he sputtered, looking thoroughly offended, and blasted his face clean with a spray of water. Then a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes, and before she knew it, a jet of water slammed into her face, leaving her sputtering. She was so caught up in the chaos that she completely forgot he'd already given her exactly what she wanted in the first place. As we abandoned the chase after the Indlavu that had been watching us, a low murmur of unrest rippled through the swarm. I couldn't quite make out what was being said, since the grumblers would go dead silent the moment they noticed me nearby, but something was clearly brewing. Frustrated, I went to Sybil, who just chuckled at my worry. Oh, I know exactly what they're gossiping about. Come with me. I know what you do here, and what you're good at. I just figured you should know they've gotten pretty obvious about whatever it is. I know what you're worried about, and I know what they're saying. Just follow me. Well, I just meant that since they've been acting this way, I should flag it for you. I don't need to hear it from them directly. I get that you're anxious about the swarm's internal politics, but I think the best move is for you to. I don't need to talk to them, I just wanted you to be aware. I stopped myself. Sybil's smile had vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare. Are you ready to actually listen? I nodded, not daring to speak. Good. Her face softened, shifting from barely contained irritation to mild exasperation. Now, I think it would be wise for you to sit down with some of the concerned members yourself, so you can understand what's really being discussed. She turned and strode off, and I followed, feeling a bit sheepish. I'm sorry, Sybil. I should have listened better. She flicked her frills in acknowledgement, not bothering to look back at me. I wasn't trying to dismiss or downplay what you do. She only responded by giving me another haughty flick of her frills. So we'll pick this up later. Taking the cue, I started counting the steps to the small huddle of Keelish. Not Qatif. That seemed to be our destination. Every footfall thudded loudly against the ground, and the space between us felt like it stretched with each stride. The quiet grew so heavy that my heartbeat rang in my ears. When we finally got close enough, the group noticed us and instantly fell silent. I glanced at Sybil, who stared back with a cold, unyielding expression. Getting the message loud and clear, I spoke up. I've noticed a few Keelish clamming up whenever I get near. What's the real story here? The three strangers immediately started fidgeting, exchanging frantic glances, as if silently arguing over who had to answer. Within moments, they all dissolved into a flurry of apologies, nervous clicks, and low bows. Sybil's tail twitched with irritation, and she cut in, giving me a look of pure annoyance. Our swarm alpha isn't questioning your loyalty. He just has a question that needs an answer. What have you been up to that you're trying to hide from him? One of them shuffled forward, voice shaking as he spoke. Forgive me, Lord Alpha. We Keelish are smaller and weaker than you. We don't want to be made an example of, so we've been trying to figure out how to make ourselves useful enough to avoid that fate. I had to fight to keep my jaw from dropping as I tilted my head at the three quivering figures. Sybil gave one last flare of her frills and stalked off without a word, leaving me to handle my panicked subordinates. Why would I ever want to kill any of you? I asked, genuinely puzzled. Because this place can't be our home. I never thought it would be. We've got a destination farther out, and even if we didn't, why would I harm my own people over that? They stared at me, blank. What? I let out a sigh. Listen, I'm not going to hurt you. Do you know how Sybil, Took, Vafir, Foire, Shamira, and Sylph ended up in my pack? All three clicked their teeth in a nervous no. Most of us were outcasts. My pack was seen as the weakest of my brood. Tiran and Perkrul were other alphas. You might know what happened to Shamira or Perkrul, but have you ever met Tiran? They clicked again, and one piped up. Is he part of the swarm now, or did he run? No, he's dead. The female Keelish's frills perked up with curiosity. Was he lost in the great sacrifice? The what? She shrank back at my confusion. The great sacrifice. When your old swarm gave their lives so you could survive. I stood there for a second, completely lost. Then it hit me. Sybil must have been far busier than I realized if she'd spun our desperate escape from a few high speakers into some kind of legend. I shook my head and laughed. No, he didn't last that long. Tiran tried to rally his pack against me, but before that he kicked Sybil out. When he later tried to rob me and put me in my place, I ended him. The trio didn't seem thrilled to hear me talk about killing one of their kind, but I pressed on. Shamira took his place, and now she follows me willingly. Perkrul lost his pack, and he chose to stand with me too. I was the weakest alpha of my brood, and now I'm stronger than our swarm alpha ever was. The strong don't always stay on top, and neither do the weak. Keep your loyalty, and you might find yourself climbing the ranks before you know it. Perhaps even rising to my position. The two males slowly unfurled their frills, a silent nod of acceptance, while the female hesitated, then gathered her nerve and spoke again. What would you do if you were me? I paused, considering, then gave a slight shrug. I can't say what you're best at, but I'd pour everything into that. Sybil holds the role of beta, not because we're mated, or because of raw strength, but because of her sharp mind and her knack for commanding the swarm. You could prove your worth through hunting, magic, combat, strategic thinking, or any other skill. Stand out through sheer excellence, and you'll climb the ranks. The female's eyes widened with a spark of excitement as she nodded. The males seemed only relieved that immediate death wasn't on the table, but this one might actually take my words to heart. And what's your name? I never got one. Many of us, the newest members, have picked names since you took charge, but I figured I wouldn't live long enough for it to matter. She looked utterly dejected, yet I caught a faint glimmer of hope beneath the surface. Would you like a name? She lifted her gaze and gave a single nod. You are Hope. Welcome to the swarm, Yamal. Chapter 42. There is much to learn and much to change, much to see and much to be. I will learn it all and reshape the world, witness the stars and become the suns. From pamphlets circulated after the apotheosis. Fen drove her antlers into the sun-kindred soldier before her, the sharpened tips sinking deep into the enemy's chest. As blood poured over her horns and trickled into her eyes, the nourishing rush of soul-rending washed through her. If she'd been alone, she could have savored the ecstasy of foreign life, flooding her senses. But there was no time for that. She was locked in a desperate battle to cross the Thnufir River. She felt Virali's call building to its breaking point. The heat of the gathering fireball above scorching Fen's eyes as she squinted and kicked out with her front hooves. These brutes were relentless, if nothing else, and without her magic and natural gifts, she wouldn't have stood a chance against them. A brief flash from her precognizance warned her, and she instinctively dodged the pair of stone-headed hatchets aimed at her chest. Her scales couldn't withstand such heavy, forceful blows head-on, but she couldn't dwell on that now. Instead, she weaved back and forth in a defensive dance, biding time until the flames could no longer be contained. A few hatchet strikes grazed her, but between her scales and her divine body, they barely registered. With a roaring thwomp, the blaze erupted before the two Veritocracy soldiers. The torrent of fire surged forward so violently that Virali nearly got thrown from the saddle from the blowback. Fen braced herself, lifting her rear to keep from tumbling, while Virali directed the cascading flames to obliterate the battalion of Sun Kindred gathering ahead. Those blasted barbarians had anticipated the assault, though while 10 of them were reduced to smoldering ash, the rest scrambled back just fast enough to escape annihilation. As the calling lost its strength, Virali snarled in frustration at the thwarted attack and urged Fen into a hasty retreat. The impacts at her flank snapped Fen out of the comfortable haze of death's aura that had settled over her, and she started pulling back as the Sun Kindred's horns signaled their counterattack. Steady on her feet, Fen tapped into the life-bestowal aspect of her magic, bolstering the small troop of speakers under Virali's command as they retreated across the fjord. Fen had lost track of how many they'd started with, and she wasn't about to count now. But Virali showed no signs of panic over missing members, so that was a good sign. Fen caught sight of several other shock troop squads scrambling back to the Veritocracy's side of the river from the corner of her eye. Another pointless assault, she thought, shaking her head as she pressed on with the retreat. Behind her, fires crackled briefly before being swallowed by the triumphant shouts of the Sun Kindred. By the time they reached the fortress, Virali's irritation had already seeped into Fen through their bond. While Virali met with Mualtir, that restless energy had Fen pacing back and forth. Fen figured her master was pushing for another full-scale offensive, ignoring whatever reasons the commander gave in response. Honestly, Fen didn't care. The day's failed attack had drained her completely, and all she wanted was to lose herself in the haze of digesting her soul-rending gains. She made her way to her stable, where fresh grass and raw meat had been set out. Neither appealed to her. She slumped against the wall, legs buckling as she pressed her face into the corner. Closing her eyes, she let the familiar fog of soul digestion wash over her. She knew this was making her stronger, but she didn't want to look at the system. It had never truly helped her, not in any way that mattered. Sure, she was healthier now, physically stronger, but all she did was carry Virali around and shield her these days. Some mornings, she couldn't even bring herself to get up. The weight of another day made her want to cry, but even crying felt too exhausting to attempt. Numbness was better than that crushing fatigue, so she chased the oblivion soul-rending offered. But then she thought of Virali. How proud she'd be to hear about her progress. Virali understood Fen. She genuinely cared. She wanted Fen to grow. With a grunt of effort, Fen dragged herself upright and pulled up her status. The familiar text scrolled before her eyes, her stats, her skills, her evolution paths. Life-bringing death doe, requiring Pietset days of age. She was at Trista Osmnaxt. Harmonic stag, needing the harmonic judgment skill. Other possibilities existed but weren't visible yet. Fine. She'd have something to report to her master, at least. Letting her head drop to the ground, she tried to think of nothing. Her rest was far too short. The door creaked open, and Fen already knew who it was. Frul, the gentle soul speaker she'd met when they first joined the forces at Thnufir Fortress. Frul settled down beside her with a soft grunt. saying nothing at first. Her hand rested on Fenn's back, and a warm, tender magic began to loosen something deep inside her. Fenn had never quite understood what Frul did differently. Varali insisted their magics were the same, but they weren't. Varali's touch brought the peace of emptiness, a blissful nothing. Frul's was softer, kinder, patient. Wave after wave, bit by bit, the emotions Fenn had so desperately buried began to surface. And finally she let herself cry. The soft whimpers swelled into heavy, body-racking sobs that shook Fenn so violently that Frul trembled with each breath the deer took. Outside, Varali remained frozen, caught between confusion and hesitation, sensing her bond's desperate cries for relief, for her mother, for it all to just end. Chapter 43. The next 3 days passed without a single hitch. On the first day, my swarm alpha pride and catif instincts pushed me to confront Sybil about our last tense exchange. I apologize, Alpha. I was short with you when I should have been more thoughtful in how I spoke. I'll do better moving forward. Whatever arguments I'd mentally rehearsed evaporated in the face of her stiff formality. She'd deliberately placed emotional distance between us, and I could feel her reinforcing that wall with every word. I shouldn't have to apologize. I'm the leader here, and it's not my place. But I was wrong, and I should have listened. Sybil gave a small nod, her hard exterior cracking just slightly, though her genuine forgiveness showed in the playful sway of her hips as she turned away. A wide grin spread across my face as I continued forward, grateful for the small piece we'd patched together. The plains stretched endlessly before us, somehow even more barren than before, with tall grass rippling in the breeze. Behind us, I could barely make out the faint shadow of the sheer pass on the horizon. The only proof we'd come from anywhere at all, aside from the temporary trail we'd carved through the vegetation. Whenever we spotted sand lakes in the distance, we gave them a wide berth. The Ishabak lurking there just wasn't worth the risk unless we were genuinely starving. That said, the region wasn't completely empty of game. Tiny rodents scurrying out of our path, massive flightless birds that outpaced any Keelish I'd seen, though they were smaller than the terror birds back home, deer-like creatures sporting feathered wings, and even snakes with 2 heads. At first, I resisted hunting the smaller prey, worried that weaker kills would mean smaller stat bonuses once I finished my quest. But I'd come to realize that, whether because of what I'd become or simply how this world worked, every kill made me stronger, no matter how insignificant the target. So I hunted and devoured one of each: birds, deer, and serpents. The bird, which my status called an axbeak, turned out surprisingly delicious, with rich, tender meat, while the periton and the serpentine duality were tough and gamey. With Jorrel, Shamira, Sybil, and Faralia pitching in to varying degrees, we managed to capture a few dozen of the birds and drove them along with us, only hunting the other creatures when chances arose. As the days rolled by, I kept checking my status regularly and stumbled upon something unexpected. Status name: Ashlani Race. Sonic Catif Swarm Alpha titles: Disciple of Neoptala Advanced, Killer of Radale, Favalo of the Moonchildren Current Quests, Hunt Bet New Species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plus bet. Progress: Ishabak Matriarch, Ishabak Concubine, Axbeak, Lesser Periton, Serpentine Duality. New quest: Hunt Piet New Species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic Pluck Chest. Subjugate or otherwise conquer a community of at least 17 individuals. Base reward: Constitution plusum, Strength, Agility sosum, Intelligence plus 17, Magic plus 9. Possibility of additional rewards for greater difficulty. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neoptala. Rewards: Upgrade to title Disciple of Neoptala. Acquisition of skill Voice of the Divine. Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence. Magic +8, character sheet, attributes constitution, 161 strength, 175 agility, 167 intelligence, 160 magic, 175 abilities adversary. 7 combatants bloodlust, 1-4 imperial bearing, conqueror's rebuke, 1-5 evolutionary exemplar, locked exceptional individual locked, fanatics fortitude, unqualified fathomless sonilphon, 0-2 crippling cry, 0-5 debilitating diatribe, 0-1 innervating address, 0-1 nurturing enunciation, 9-50 quacking claw, 0-1 imperial bearing, locked, innate leadership locked, pack tactics, 5-10 pain tolerance, locked raptor's eyes, locked tremor sense, locked true dominance, 1-5 evolutionary paths, sonic keel zactal. Recite the complete true words of power of Nieftala. Progress, 0-1. Must possess a swarm leader class. Achieved. Catif heretic. Master the art of bending reality's rules and forcing divine beings to submit to your will. Additional paths exist but remain hidden until further progress is made. I never imagined finishing that quest so fast, yet there I was, staring at numbers that felt almost unreal. My stats had climbed from a humble 26 starting range to nearly 200 across the board. A standard Keelish sits at Deset baseline, which honestly baffles me since I've never encountered one that fragile in this lifetime. Humans hover around Padasat. So did that make me 3 times stronger than an average person? The math seemed straightforward, but the system's true measurement method stays deliberately obscure. What I do know is that growth never truly stops for anyone under the system's influence, whether user or creature. The real shock came when I noticed adversary finally ticking up. That skill had seemed permanently stalled, and the only explanation I could piece together pointed to that massive Ishabak matriarch I'd taken down first. But that made no sense. She went down way too easily. Turns out Ishabak are terrifyingly strong, but only within their sandy home turf. Take them out of those dunes, and they lose most of their edge. Still, if their raw stats dwarfed ours, how had we managed to slaughter so many? The administrator chimed in before the system could. Keelish survival instincts are forged in blood and betrayal, pushing us to develop skills and grit that outstrip our physical limits. Plus, my original swarm had been unusually vicious and well-developed from the start. The Ishabak never needed to learn real combat. They just hunt. They ambush, they chase, they kill within their element, but they never face true opposition. If they'd trained half as hard as we had, they'd have crushed us effortlessly. That hit me harder than I expected. I'd been so caught up in my new body that I'd forgotten the massive gap between Keelish and everyone else. If I'm already this far above a standard Katif, then a top-tier high speaker must be at least twice my strength. That thought lingers uncomfortably. Around me, the swarm pushes eastward, chattering with excitement that echoes across the vast plains. Their joy feels distant compared to the weight pressing on my mind, the realization of how limited I truly am, how flawed my thinking has become, how fragile this whole swarm remains. The dream of killing Velor died with him. Taking revenge on the high speakers who shattered our home, that's pure fantasy now. But even those distant goals pale next to the single burning obsession that drives me forward. Finding Nivtra and claiming the complete keel words of power. No matter what stands in my way, the swarm's evolution was still a gamble, but the leap from Keelish to Katif promised a standing that could eclipse even humanity itself, just as the administrator had once sworn. Shaking off my trance, I finally took in the world beyond my own thoughts. The land dipped slightly ahead, and with it life multiplied, wildlife numbers tripled compared to the barren stretch we'd left behind. In the distance, a herd of colossal grazers I couldn't name caught my eye, their horns twisting back on themselves before jutting forward like spears. Birds of prey, big enough to snatch a full-grown Keelish or a smaller sick Tuntal Katif, wheeled overhead and dove near the beasts as they tore at the grass. To the north, a river cut through the plains, flowing west toward the sea we'd come from. The air itself felt different, not humid, since the plains were dry, but charged with a vitality I hadn't sensed in miles. Even without a system prompt or any marker, I knew we'd crossed into new territory. Each step brought us closer to Nieftra, closer to evolution, closer to the answers I craved. Chapter 44. The day I evolved my fathomless sonilphon, the winds howled across the plains like something out of a bad omen. We'd followed the river upstream, keeping pace with a herd of those monstrous grazers, because one carcass could feed a dozen of us easily. Sure, they were dangerously strong and heavy, but at their core they were prey. Nothing more. Their massive horns had gored a few of the slower Keelish, though never fatally, since the beasts only swung them as a last-ditch warning, and usually too late to matter. They stood on cloven hooves, vaguely reminding me of those near-mythical cows the Vushtan people supposedly kept. I half wondered how the veritocracy handled livestock these days, but that thought evaporated as quickly as it came. These feral cows were nothing like the one sluggish bull I'd seen years ago. They were bigger, shaggier, and armed with horns that looked like they'd been sharpened by spite. Along their spines and joints, they wore patches of thick, hairless skin that, according to the Keelish who'd gotten close enough to test it, was almost impossible to bite through. When threatened, they'd lower their heads and charge, using their armored bulk to plow through whatever stood in their way. That combination of toughness and raw power made them the perfect target for pushing my adversary's skill to the next level. So I spent a full day scouting, pinpointing the herd's alpha, the most impressive specimen, with Foy and Try's help. The bull I settled on towered a full shoulder above the rest, his horns twice the size of his kin's, his shoulder muscles flexing with every heavy step. His armored hide spread further down his frame, covering his ribs and haunches like nature's own plate mail. On any other creature, that patchy baldness might looked ridiculous. But on this Goliath, it only made him look more menacing. As I glanced at my skill's evolution criteria, defeat an opponent whose total stats surpass yours, without meaningful backup from any other creature, I wondered if this cow even qualified. If it lacked magical stats entirely, there was a chance it wouldn't count. Still, I figured its sheer bulk would tip the scales in its favor. So I shifted my focus to the best approach for an easy takedown. The Alpha, as I'd started calling him, usually patrolled the fringes of his herd, scanning for threats and discouraging any would-be attackers. That's why I, Foy, Took, and a few of her pack members crouched in a dense patch of tall grass, waiting for the herd to drift past and bring the Alpha within striking range, unless my backup plan panned out first. This hunt echoed the long-forgotten crocodile ambush, but more than anything I'd done as a Keelish, it felt like the hunts I'd led as a human. I studied my prey's routines, laid traps, and bided my time, all while that familiar jittery anticipation built in my chest. The waiting brought back memories of my last outing with Velor, the exterminations we'd planned against a small Keelish swarm. He'd muttered an apology at the very end, but I could have sworn he looked down at me with contempt. Or was I misremembering? At this point, so far removed from that moment in both distance and emotion, did I even care? I shook the thoughts loose, reminding myself he was almost certainly dead, 2 centuries gone. With a deliberate roll of my shoulders, I let the weight of revenge slip away and readied myself for the fight ahead. The Alpha was closing in, the herd lumbering toward the river and, by extension, straight toward us. My fingers and claws creaked as I flexed them, the scales around my hands flaring as I triggered combatants' bloodlust. I could spot a persistent weak point on the regular prey, just behind the shoulders, where a solid strike could pierce the heart. The Alpha, though, was different. His weak spot was buried under thick hide and dense muscle. Instead, I caught occasional flashes of vulnerability at the base of his skull, but his horns and constant head movement made it tricky. Then there was the belly, wide open and ripe for evisceration, and the throat, a glaring fatal target, if only those massive horns weren't in the way. With a resigned sigh, I set my spear aside, unwilling to risk snapping its haft against such a beast, and started mapping out my approach. At last the distance closed, 100 feet 75 50. The alpha's nostrils flared, and he lifted his head high, scanning for danger. That was my signal. I channeled magic into my hands and throat, activated Quaking Claw, and let a grin spread across my face. Time for combat once again. The alpha, no, the prey, dropped his head and charged, thundering straight at me. As he closed the gap, he swung his horns, but I sidestepped and backed off, gauging his reach. He spun his head in a tight circle, then reared onto his hind legs, kicking out with his front hooves. Standing upright, he must have topped trinarched feet, much like the Nanook, but comparing the two was almost laughable. I darted forward, raking my claws across his lower ribcage, the bone giving way easily under the vibrating edges. At his belly, I drove my hand deeper until my fist slammed into unyielding muscle. The creature screamed, terror, agony, rage all tangled together as I stepped back to avoid his heavy slam into the ground. The earth shuddered beneath me as I reassessed the so-called alpha. He had no real combat experience, only the frantic posturing of a cornered animal. I roared a crippling cry, pushing the assault further. The concussive blast sent him stumbling, blood trickling from his nostrils and ears as he struggled to stay upright. The sheer force of my thundering magic finally cracked the code behind Quaking Claw's evolution, so I funneled another surge of power into my claws, draining my sonalphon to the halfway mark. My fingers twitched and hummed with raw anticipation as I braced myself, pouring every ounce of strength into my left arm while the chaotic energy clawed at my control. I hurled a defiant roar at the bull as it squared up and launched into a full sprint toward me. Its head dipped low, ears flattened, and its eyes burned with wild fury as it bellowed its own challenge. I held my ground, ready to meet the charge dead-on, while its hooves churned the earth and sent clumps of grass flying. At the very last heartbeat, I sidestepped and unleashed my left arm, letting all that stored potential explode outward. The shockwave from Quaking Claw slammed into the base of the bull's skull, dropping it flat with violent convulsions. With my skill still humming, I severed its spine and ended its misery, then moved straight into the next phase of our scheme. I marched forward, locking eyes with over 100 cows, tapped deep into the remaining magic in my core, and bellowed at debilitating diatribe. Surrender. Kneel and you'll live. They couldn't understand a word, but Sybil, Shamira, and Faralia burst up around the herd, their magic flaring in a dazzling display. Panic rippled through the herd for only a heartbeat before, almost in perfect unison, they dropped to the ground, shaking. A grin split my face as I checked the fresh flood of system alerts. Skills evolved. Organ evolution unlocked. Status updated. Chapter 45 Victory's adrenaline rushed to my head, and I caught a fleeting mental brush from Nieftala, her approval carefully restrained and measured. I turned to Sybil, fists raised in triumph, but she was locked onto keeping our new, domesticated herd in check. The magical reinforcement from Sybil and Shamira proved absolutely essential, since taming these creatures would normally take generations, time we simply didn't have. Still, the effort of subjugating the beasts drained both of them, and I saw them droop as they poured every drop of their reserves into calming the trembling animals. With the heavy lifting done, I waved for the nearest Keelish to dig into the feast. A quick check of my system revealed these new prizes were called Oxfions, and the one I'd taken down was an Oxfiond bull paragon. Scrolling through my status, I was genuinely stunned at how many skills had advanced. With a flick of thought, I pulled them all up for a closer look. Skill, Quaking Claw, an active ability that shoots a focused burst of sonic magic at a target. The vibrations make the affected area easier to cut and tear, and when paired with a sharp claw or blade, it hits peak performance. This skill can evolve. Evolution requirements. Master a deeper grasp of sonic waves and how to bend them without direct contact. Progress complete. Skill. Debilitating diatribe lets the user lace their words with magic to drain energy, excitement, and morale, and occasionally spark obedience in listeners. Once both debilitating diatribe and innovating address are held, the user can target which effect each listener receives. This skill can evolve. Evolution requirements. Use debilitating diatribe as the key trigger for a hostile force of at least stow to surrender. Progress complete. Skill. Pack tactics. A passive ability granted to certain leaders whose position involves physiological shifts, especially when their evolution ties into combat and military command. This skill grants its bearer an innate grasp of command, sharpening communication in the heat of battle and offering a basic sense of tactical positioning. To evolve, the holder must lead 10 large-scale conflicts, each concluding with the complete rout of their enemies. A battle qualifies as large-scale only if the skill holder commands no fewer than 50 troops. Progress stands at chest out of Disset. Next is True Dominance, a passive ability earned by those who have started to perfect the art of bending others to their will. This skill marks the beginning of the tyrant's path, granting an aura that stirs loyalty, obedience, and dread in equal measure. Even the most resolute minds begin to waver under its weight, allowing the holder to assert control without raising a hand. Evolution demands that the holder assert dominance over 5 leaders, each commanding groups of at least 100 individuals. Progress. 2 out of 5. Then there's Adversary, a passive skill for those with an unyielding drive to conquer. It wraps the holder in an aura that sows weakness, aggression, and paranoia among those marked as enemies, making it far easier to shatter their morale. To evolve, the holder must defeat a foe with a higher total stat count, and they must do so without substantial aid from any other creature. Progress. Awesome out of Disset. The Fathomless Sonilphon is an advanced iteration of the rare sonic manipulating organ, developed by those who have moved beyond the basics and begun to grasp what sonic magic truly is. Its reserves are vastly expanded compared to the profound Sonilphon, and it converts ambient magic into sonic-attributed power at a far greater rate. New sonic-related skills also come with bonus stats, and evolution requires advancing 2 sonic magic skills beyond their initial tier. Progress. 2 out of 2. So many shifts at once, but 3 stood out above the rest: Quaking Claw, Debilitating Diatribe, and Fathomless Sonilphon. And they'd all evolved. Quaking Claw morphed into Destructive Wave, Debilitating Diatribe became Disastrous Discourse, and the Fathomless Sonilphon upgraded to the Perpetual Sonilphon, which came with a neat plus-vased boost to magic. Destructive Wave is an active skill that shows the holder is climbing toward the heights of sonic mastery. It allows the user to influence sound waves even beyond their physical reach, and it sharpens control over all forms of sonic energy, magical or not. At its most basic, it lets the holder send bursts of sonic force to a target within reach or even farther, tearing, crumpling, or dissolving whatever gets hit. It can't evolve further, but it can be refined. Disastrous Discourse, meanwhile, pushes the holder toward the role of a demagogue, someone whose words can cow enemies into cowardice and fire up allies for brutal retaliation. This skill also boosts the holder's command over sonic waves, both magical and otherwise. The most fundamental application of this ability lets its wielder crush the defiance of opponents, channel the suffering of the people, and steer the rebellious toward compliance. It's not a power that can transform into something else, but it can be strengthened over time. Organ. Perpetual Sonilphon, a top-tier evolution of the rare sonic manipulating organ known as Sonilphon. Those who develop it have gone beyond basic or even sophisticated uses of sound-based magic, reaching a point where they truly grasp its essence. From there, the holder must dive deep into studying how their magic impacts the world, the role of sonic vibrations, and the hidden truths of Elioloi. The perpetual Sonilfon's magical reserves are practically endless, and its ability to convert ambient energy into sound-attuned magic is staggering even if fully drained. The user can recover and cast again in no time. Plus, crafting any fresh skill tied to sonic magic or the Sonilfon comes with bonus stat rewards. At this evolutionary stage, the organ can't evolve further. So much shifting inside me. I couldn't wrap my head around all the transformations, and as I tried to process it, I felt my Sonilfon pulse and expand in my chest. Breathing turned into a struggle, my heart hammered with unease, my throat tightened, and my stomach churned violently. I gasped, fighting to stay upright, as my body underwent such a massive overhaul. It took a few long minutes before I could stand without wobbling, and by then Vefir was already at my side. I waved him off, forcing a few steady breaths. I'm fine. Just picking up some unexpected perks from that hunt. If you say so, Alpha, Vefir replied after sending a quick pulse of his magic through me, finding nothing that needed healing. But keep in mind, your survival and well-being matter more than the rest of us combined. I couldn't stop the irritated flick of my tail, and Vefir let out a laugh as he jogged off. That's when I noticed Sybil had moved closer, her gaze locked on the terrified herd encircled by hungry Keelish. Just the brilliant mind I wanted to find, I said, my tone laced with amusement. Sybil tilted her head, meeting my eyes directly. You've been meaning to ask about my status. Well, now's the time, let's talk. Chapter 46. Earlier you asked me to explain the system. What do you want to know? Do all beings fall under the system's influence, even if they can't access their own status? Her question came without hesitation. I paused to consult the system, passing along its reply as it arrived. Every creature under the administrative oversight of the administrative body is subject to the system, whether or not they're an individual user. Is every creature on this land under that same administrative oversight? Question unclear. Please rephrase. Is every creature on this planet under the administrative oversight of the administrative body? Yes. So what defines a system user, and how do they differ from anyone else who's technically under the system's domain? A system user is a chosen individual who can view their status and, through evolution and systemic advancement, claim the benefits that come with the extra knowledge it grants. How many system users exist? That general information can't be shared without breaching disclosure limits. With certain details removed, a clearer picture emerges. Only one user can exist per species within the territories of Redacted. While not exact, it's safe to say there's a single user for each chosen species. How many system users are there right now? The administrative body isn't permitted to share that information with anyone under its influence, neither system users nor the body itself. How many species have been selected? Same answer. Sybil kept firing off question after question, from predicting when the next system user would appear, no luck there, to figuring out how she could tap into more of the system's direct guidance. The harder she pushed, though, the less we got out of it, until she finally stormed off, tail thrashing, muttering under her breath about how useless administrative bodies were. But despite her frustration, her probing planted a seed in my mind, the chance of crossing paths with another system user out there, and what exactly those rewards logically granted by the acquisition of additional information might look like in practice. That particular mystery stayed locked in the same old response. The administrator has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. Swarm Alpha, if I may. Of course, Greel. The young Keelish's overly formal approach snapped me out of my thoughts, and I couldn't help but let out a sigh mixed with a chuckle. though I made sure to respond with nothing but patience and respect. His face lit up as he peppered me with questions. How did you figure out your magic the way you did? What was your process? Do you think I could pull off something like that once I get the hang of mine? I spotted Tri, pretending to fiddle with something on the ground, clearly eavesdropping. Lyra tried to get her attention while hovering nearby, but Tri snapped at him and sent him scurrying off just as I opened my mouth. Well, the short answer is I just figured it out. I paused, then kept walking like that was all there was to it. Greel fumbled, stammering as he tried to keep the conversation going, but my unusually short and sharp reply left him too thrown to press further. Finally, Tri jogged up and blocked my path. Look, Alpha, what do you? She stopped dead when she caught the barely hidden grin on my face. Her jaw dropped, her scaly features slowly piecing together that she and Greel had been played. Then, quick as always, she played along. Oh, I don't use magic anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I get what you're talking about. My dad doesn't need to either. She shrugged, gave her tail a little flick, just like Shamira or Sybil's signature sass, and started to stroll off. I couldn't hold back a smile. That girl had the same I'm so pleased with myself swagger as her adoptive mom's. But Greel was still standing there, mouth open, trying to make sense of how my answer was supposed to mean anything. I looked over and gave him a gentle smile. Greel, yes, Alpha. He snapped to attention. Relax, it's a joke. He nodded slowly. Yeah, of course. How so? I always planned to tell anyone who asked. The swarm's strength is my strength, after all. I just wanted to get a reaction out of you. Oh, of course. Greel let out a forced, awkward laugh. I shook my head and reached out. No, Greel. You don't get it. And that's fine. I motioned to Tri and the others hovering nearby, Hala and Lyra, standing a bit apart, exchanging side glances before shuffling closer. I think all of you young ones are amazing. I'm not sure how effective I've been as a teacher, Alpha or not, as we keep growing, splitting, changing, expanding. I've tried to help you develop, but I haven't taught you the way you deserve. Hala spoke up softly. I don't want to argue with you. That just isn't how we operate. Keelish learn by doing. You taught me a bit, but honestly, I've picked up far more by just getting out there and doing it. Her voice trailed off as she searched my face for some kind of sign. Before long, I noticed a handful of the younger ones, and a few of the newer recruits inching closer, eager to soak up whatever bits of insight I might drop. We're not your average Keelish. You've seen what those are like. How boxed in they are, how fragile. Practically irrelevant. We're cut from a different cloth. Are we just wild things that chase, hunt, and breed? Or are we the ones marked by a goddess, the ones destined to rule this land, the ones who will rise into true keel? A low hum rippled through the crowd as I pressed on, layering in the old words of power and letting that familiar wave of awe wash over me. We've forged ourselves through sacrifice. We're the blade pressed against the necks of anyone who blocks our way. We're the seats of power that even the wise bow to. And we're the summit that throws the long shadow. My voice climbed as I poured energy into the innovating address, and the Keelish around me answered with wild, electric cries that swelled until the noise rattled my chest. I pushed aside the system's pings about speaking more words of power, too caught up in the raw thrill of my people's fire. That messy roar of excitement slowly sharpened into a rhythm. Ashlani, 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 Ashlani. I stretched my arms wide, soaking in the adoration like sunlight. Then I dipped my head, scanning the faces before me, ready to keep going. But that's when the war trumpets slammed into us. Chapter 47. After the new empire took root, there was a growing hunger to map, dig into, and make sense of the ruins left by older civilizations. If there was that much history lying around that could help the Veritocracy's enemies, then surely our own ancestors had stashed away treasures and gifts for us too. From the journals of historian Ahialt Dinielta, the Keelish's jubilant shouts flipped in an instant from hype to panic and fury. The oxfines and axbeaks bellowed and screeched in terror, and I barked out, "Cybele! Get the wolf stags moving. Took, stay with me. Keelish, fight. Win this with fang and blood." My crew snapped into action, spinning to meet whatever was coming. The second they dropped their cover and gave up on sneaking around, it was clear. Indlovu. Towering 10-foot figures materialized from the tall grass, having slipped in without a single alarm raised. This wasn't a rescue party or a scouting crew. 3 wet thuds rang out as that many Keelish were smashed flat beneath the Indlovu's massive clubs. They spaced themselves nearly a dozen feet apart, just enough room to swing those deadly weapons, while still being a heartbeat away from backup. That gap was something we could exploit. Close the distance. Stay tight and hit hard, bring them down, I yelled, scanning the attackers. My fury spiked, and I hurled a disastrous discourse at them, while enervating address gave my side a boost. I couldn't pick out their leader or figure out who mattered most. "Ashlani, that one," Sybil shouted, jabbing a finger. Once she called it out, I noticed something off about how the others reacted near that particular Indlovu. Maybe I was imagining it, but I charged anyway. I wasn't sure how she'd spotted it at first, but then I remembered her magic and switched focus, firing up combatants' bloodlust and funneling power into my throat and claws, prepping crippling cry and destructive wave. 2 of the hulking Indlovu lunged forward to cut me off, but took Brutus, Perkril, and a swarm of others threw themselves at the giants and ripped them aside the Keelish way, even beneath the frozen mask of combatants' bloodlust. A wild grin split my face as my kin tore into the thick hides of the cowards who had dared interrupt our celebration of life. We would feast on their flesh and snap their bones like twigs. Forced now to face me directly, their leader hoisted his club and bellowed another war cry, his trunk spraying spit and rage in my direction. I kept the crippling cry bottled in my throat, betting that those massive ears meant a greater vulnerability to my sonic assault. I feinted a lunge, baiting him into a crushing overhead swing, and when the stone head of his maul slammed into the earth, my tremor sense erupted with the shockwave of the mini-quake it triggered beneath our feet. Trusting my speed against the sheer bulk of his weapon, I charged in for real. His trunk whipped forward, cracking into the side of my skull and sending me sprawling. My vision swam and my ears rang as I fought to regain my footing, but it was only my tremor sense that kept me alive as the Indlovu chief began his trampling charge. I couldn't see straight, but I felt every footfall through the ground, and I silently thanked Tri for those grueling weeks of training months ago. I sidestepped just in time, catching only a single tusk along my flank. First blood went to the Indlovu. I forced my eyes to focus as he extended his trunk again, reaching for my throat. I ducked low, but his trunk's surprising agility caught me off guard once more, smashing toward my head. I barely twisted my shoulder to turn a lethal blow into a glancing one, and again I hit the dirt, tasting grit and frustration. My skill flashed red spots across my vision, but I'd been wrong to write this warrior off as a simple brute. He was a genuine fighter, and my own arrogance had cost me. I pulled back, slowing my pace, forcing myself to think about what I could actually do, how to land a hit without sacrificing my own hide. The Indlovu, emboldened by my hesitation, charged again. Sensing my moment, I compressed the magic in my throat one final time and let loose a scream that tore through the air. More potent than ever, the amplified wave slammed into my foe, blowing his ears back and staggering him mid-charge. He stumbled and crashed to the ground. Before the dust even settled, I was on his back, both hands raised high. A cold, calculating sliver of my mind noticed the battlefield had gone dead silent, the sound of my cry echoing across the field, but the rest of me, seething at their cowardice, at the slaughter of my people, at the endless cycle of violence I kept getting dragged into. pushed me forward. My hands vibrated visibly under the strain of my skill, and I slashed both across the base of his neck. My claws were the first to breach the tough grey hide, tearing through with renewed effort, but my evolved skill wasn't just about sharper edges. Beneath the physical strike, an invisible blade of pure sonic force cut through flesh, tendon, and bone. The sharp crack of breaking bone sliced through the silence, and I lifted my head, shrieking to my people, "Victory! I am the peak that casts the long shadow. Bow before me. Kill them all." My victory cry still ringing, I leaned down, ignoring the trembling of my prey trying to rise, and began to tear deeper. My fangs couldn't penetrate the dense bone, its natural strength deflecting my ordinary attack. Enraged, I poured even more of my sonic magic into my fangs and hands, fusing my fingers into their blade form, empowered by the destructive wave. My claws carved deep into the thick hide of my Indlovu prey, shredding flesh with every strike. My fangs, vibrating with raw power, slipped between two bones near the shoulder and base of the skull, and with a surge of muscle and magic, I ripped out 2 full vertebrae. The beast went still beneath me, and I paid no mind to the system notifications as I tore 2 more bloody chunks from its frame. Blood smeared my face and blurred my vision, but I lifted my head and let out a triumphant, wordless scream that echoed across the battlefield. I leaped off the fallen corpse and charged toward the next target, my claws ready for more carnage. Around me, the Keelish roared their approval, and the Indlovu's initial bravado crumbled into sheer panic. They turned to flee, leaving behind a wounded comrade that trumpeted in terror as it collapsed under the combined assault of dozens of claws and hundreds of fangs. I was determined to add at least 1 more to the death count.